Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 26, 2018. Madam Clerk.
Item 1 on the closed session agenda, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Cheryl Straub and Anna Lewis versus Calaveras County et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 18CV 43036.
Are there any public comments on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras Cannabis Legal Defense Fund et al. Versus County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 18CV 43043.
Are there any public comments on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Mark Bolger and Rimrock Farms, Incorporated, versus County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras Superior Court case number 18CV 43299.
Are there any public comments on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 4, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Aaron John Elliott et al. Versus County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras Superior Court case number 18CV 43311.
Are there any public comments on this item? Seeing none, we will go to closed session. And hopefully we'll get through all these and then Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the June 26th meeting of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Can we all stand if you can, and we will pledge? Supervisor Mills, will you please lead us? Let us begin.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, you wish to
Report of closed session. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Cheryl Straub and Anna Lewis versus Calaveras County et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 18CV 43036. On a motion by Supervisor Clapp and a second by Supervisor Oliveira, the board voted unanimously to direct staff to defend the county in this case and directed staff to engage the firm of Remy, Moose, and Manley to continue to assist. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Calaveras Cannabis Legal Defense Fund et al. Versus County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras County Superior Court case number 18CV 43043. On a motion by Supervisor Clapp and a second by Supervisor Oliveira, the board voted unanimously to direct staff to defend the county in this case and directed staff to engage the firm of Remy, Moose, Manley to continue to assist. Item 3, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Mark Bolger and Rimbrock Farms Incorporated versus County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras Superior Court Case Number 18CV43299. On a motion by Supervisor Clapp and a second by Supervisor Oliveira, the board voted unanimously to direct staff to defend the county in this case and directed staff to engage the firm of Remy, Moose, and Manley to assist. Item 4, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Aaron John Elliott et al. Versus County of Calaveras et al., Calaveras Superior Court Case Number 18CV43311. On a motion by Supervisor Clapp and a second by Supervisor Oliveira, the board voted unanimously to direct staff to defend the county in this case and directed staff to engage the firm of Remy, Moose, and Manley to assist.
Moving on to announcements. Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public. The board will recess for lunch at 12 o'clock today until 2 o'clock to participate in elder abuse awareness activities in the gazebo area.
Are there any board announcements?
Mr. Chair, I have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to publicly comment and commend our public safety services this weekend, especially in District 3. The recovery of a lost 14-year-old for over 48 hours was commendable and was successful in returning him back to his home healthy and safe. They did a very fine job. I was out there with them. And also on the event that happened on Sunday, our law enforcement involved in a very, very intense investigation. I believe they performed professionally, and I'd like to commend them. Thank you.
Any other board announcements? Supervisor Mills.
Just very quick, I think our OES services and everybody involved with the fire out in Diamond 20 was a great initial test of our coordinating of the various services within the state and the local agencies, and I think everybody performed admirably. The updates from the public out there did a great job, so kudos to everybody that was involved.
Any other board announcements? Any staff announcements?
Good morning, members of the board. Peter Maurer, Planning Director. I do have an announcement. I sent you an email on Friday, and this is really more for the public, to indicate that the general plan draft EIR is available for public review. It's posted on our website. Go to the planning department under general plan, and then hover over that, look for CEQA, and then the draft EIR will be available. We should be getting delivery of the hard copies and CDs today from the consultant. The official start period of the comment, period is this Friday when it's published in the newspaper. The comment period will be 45 days, which ends on August 13th. Excited to have that major milestone done, one step closer to a general plan. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it is my pleasure to introduce our new Animal Services Manager, Mr. Evans Jacobs. We brought him in from Texas. His family's in Modesto, and his first day was yesterday.
Welcome, Evan.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services Agency. Just wanted to invite the entire community today to join us outside during the lunchtime break, 12 to 2, to take part in the Elder and Dependent Abuse Awareness Month activities. We're going to be having local speakers. There's going to be a number of community booths out there, and this is a statewide campaign of which Calaveras County is in partnership with the Area Agency on Aging, and we'd just like to invite everybody to come learn a bit more about how we can protect those in our community. Thank you.
Good morning. Brian Moss, Assistant County Administrator. There's been some interest in our roads and bridges programs within the last few weeks, and we decided to go ahead and put together the last quarter worth of roads and bridges works for the board, just so that they could review it. I also have copies here for the public as well. What I did is I went to GIS and actually had maps printed out along with the listing of the work that's been done in the various districts over the last quarter of the year. And what you'll notice in the narration part of this, which is actually transferred onto the maps as well, is we break out the weeks in April, then we move on to the May schedule, and then we move on to the June schedule as well. And it also discusses what is intended to be done in the CSA. So this list is probably a week old at this point. So with that said, what I would like to do is leave this information with the board. And I will also leave this information here on the podium so that if anybody is interested, they're more than welcome to go ahead and take a look at those things. Thank you.
Any other staff announcements? That's it? Madam Clerk, moving on to public comments.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Please remember that 5 people in the aisle. Do not block the door, please. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning. Marty Crane. Years of monitoring this Board of Supervisors meetings since 2000, 2002, something like that. And so many other meetings because they are all interconnected, has to count for something. And so I just want to say that all those, I'm going to say this in notes, who proclaim to protect our tax dollars should be outraged, totally outraged. First I have to ask, so are the Measure C monies going to be used to fight these court battles? I'm just wondering. I've watched so many shell games in these chambers on film right in front of our eyes. Well, there are so many examples today. A couple come to mind, and I just had to pick one. A few months ago, Supervisor Mills wasted about 30 minutes of our time while he did his best to manipulate a board decision. He had no authority to unilaterally authorize a private citizen on a CSA committee to spend approximately $175 for printing, supposedly an urgent issue. He wanted the taxpayers to reimburse this man retroactively. Supervisor Garamendi, then joined by Supervisor Tofinelli, raised the concern of setting a bad precedent. Our Public Works Director and I believe the county fiscal officer also registered, resisted. Mr. Mills persisted, finally stating that he would explain himself after the vote. The vote was, I believe, 4-1, not to reimburse the money. Mills' statement was, I already paid it. So sending little shockwaves through the room and I believe across the board. If he had had his way, the taxpayer would have paid the CSA member, who would then have reimbursed Mills. Just another shell game. The response from Super Oliveira was equally shocking and sad. I'm sorry, we've spoken about that. He stated something to the effect that, oh, well done. I'll shake your hand on that one. All this is appalling, including 2 supervisors offering to write personal checks to reimburse the CSA member. It's inappropriate, again, sweeping fraud and illegal behavior under the rug. The charming husband joined me at the Women's March with his sign that said, honest federal government, where is it? I want to know, honest local government, where is it? Every taxpayer should be appalled, rise up and demand that all instances of fraud and abuse be addressed on behalf of the taxpayer.
Thank you, Marty.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Today I'm going to report some fake news inspired by some recent events that really pissed me off. That adulterous whoremonger, Donald Trump, and his arrogant elitist wife, Melania, have both contracted syphilis, gonorrhea, and herpes. I really don't care, do you? That greedy snob Donald Trump and his self-serving adult children, Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka, have lost their fortunes and have been convicted and are serving time for being corrupt crooks. I really don't care, do you? That lying hypocrite Donald Trump and his goofy youngest son, Barron, are both suffering from brain cancer, glioblastoma multiforme, and each have less than 6 months to live. I really don't care, do you? That racist bigot Donald Trump and his butt buddies, Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, have been blown up and killed in a nuclear explosion. I really don't care, do you? That embarrassing egomaniac Donald Trump and his America, which will never be great again probably, and the judgmental, self-righteous stooges who support him are all going to hell in a handbasket. I really don't care, do you?
Bonnie?
That's,
Can
yes?
I interrupt? Can you stop for a moment? Your comments have to be within the realm of what the board.
I want you guys to take a stand.
Okay. But your comments have to be within what the board, the realm of our ability.
If you could write a resolution protesting all these things, I would appreciate it. That's my point,
All right.
okay?
All right.
The sexist, misogynist Donald Trump has a #1 critic and enemy, Bonnie Newman, who will probably die of colorectal cancer or lockjaw. I really don't care, do you? Am I telling the truth? Am I lying? It's 50-50. The adjectives all apply, the actions maybe not. Why am I saying such ugly things? I'm just taking my cue from the lying hypocrite, racist bigot, sexist misogynist, hateful, insulting, adulterous whoremonger, and shameful buffoon-in-chief in the White House himself, Donald Trump. I really don't care, do you? But if you care, you'll make a resolution opposing everything that Donald Trump is trying to do. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jessica. I'm from District 1, Jessica Clofine. I'd like to read something from Bill McManus, June 23rd, 2018, Band Committee Update. The battle for the heart and soul of Calaveras County will begin on Tuesday, June 26th, the Board of Supervisor Chambers. Job number 1 is getting the band ordinance on the November ballot so we don't have to continue this battle. The game plan is to get at least 10 people to participate in the initial public comments. This will preclude the pot criminals from using time to try to intimidate and insult our board members. You can also approach the podium and not say a word for your 3 minutes. Once staff is directed to place the ban ordinance on the ballot for voter approval, our emphasis will shift to the elections in November. We will need to raise funds to support the ban, prevent Marietta Callaway and Ben Stopper from gaining a seat on the board. The ban committee is committed to using every means possible to achieve this goal. The committee will be supporting, aiding, and working with Mike Liviera, Clyde Clapp, and Dennis Mills if he will be involved in a recall. Gary Tofinelli backed up on us and once again has proven himself unreliable. Gary Stevens will be needed in our help as well. We will not waste time trying to rehabilitate reluctant candidates. The lineup is pretty well set, and we will go with our starters. This is insulting, and I hope that some of you feel the same way. I am not a criminal, and I do not feel that my industry has been acknowledged or reached out towards. Only discredited and not even recognized. This regulation did not differentiate the regulated cultivators and the illegals who never signed up. All of the farmers, all of the cultivators who signed up in this and participated in all of the regulations did not make a profit. In a business, you pay your taxes and you pay your expenses. And sometimes in most businesses, it can take 3 years for a new startup business in a small town to make a profit. And do you know who made a profit during this regulation? Everyone who didn't register and all the illegals who either were apparently known about and were never sent a bill. So all of the small businesses, the people who deserved, and this county should encourage and support small business. Calaveras open for business. What about all the businesses that tried to participate, paid taxes, and then were told we're not good enough and we're not worth enough? This is political suicide. This is trying to gear cannabis as the #1 issue in this county, and it is not. If you're trying to put the right people, if you want to put people in place just to get rid of cannabis, that is wrong.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you.
Good day, Board. Sandy Mitra, District 2. I wanted to take a few moments to share my thoughts on an incident that occurred at approximately 6:47 p.m. on June 24th. The individual who was taken to Mark Twain and then ultimately airlifted to another hospital has spoken before this Board of Supervisors in the past. You know him. The details of the incident are not important. What is important to clarify, from my perspective, is this. Violent acts of this nature have not occurred since the pre-urgency ordinance incident near the corner of Railroad Flat and Doe Roads near Railroad Flat. What is important to know is this. The most critically injured individual was a registered cultivator, someone who, prior to the passage of a ban, would not have been so desperate as to be in that place at that time. What's important to understand is this. This is likely the first of many incidents of this nature. Product that was grown legally and could have been sold in a legal marketplace is now going to be sold in illegal ways. Product that could have provided Calaveras County with revenue is now going to cost them in resource time to fully investigate and prosecute this case. All expense, no revenue. How is that possibly smart? Alternatives were available that could have mitigated outcomes such as these. 3 board members chose to cut constituents and business owners off at the knees and pass a ban, which, as this incident proves, is unenforceable. I wonder now how those 3 individuals feel with blood on their hands. Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please bear with me. I've never done this. I do have some flyers. There's 2 sets for each one of you. I'm asking for the support of the board and the community. I work at Mark Twain Convalescent. I've been there 13 years. Some of you may have had loved ones there. We are fighting for fair wages, as well as IHSS. We take care of your loved ones. I've had to go as far as supplementing and doing private care in and above to just pay for my daughter and me, and that's all that we have in my house. The rent is outrageous for what we're being paid in Calaveras County. We deserve more on a daily basis. We get hit, bit, punched, urinated on, and other things. I give them the dignity because of their disease, and I expect Calaveras County to support SEIU Local 2015 and IHSS with giving us the dignity. We're still there because we love them. No matter what they do to me, I'm going to be there. But we can't do it and support our kids. I'm lucky enough to have a landlord that's understanding and has not raised my rent. But it's time for me to get a bigger place. Can't do it. Theoretically, when I work out my numbers, can't do it. We are going to blanket from Calaveras County to Tuolumne and Amador. We are in negotiations right now. They do not want us to have a raise. Even though minimum wage is going up, they don't want to give it to us. They don't want to give us anything in and above. For somebody who's been there for 13 years, I make $13. I've given them 13 years of working over, missing birthday parties, holidays with my family, missing opening Christmas gifts with my kids so I could be there. And all I ask is that each and every one of you and you gentlemen understand that when you start seeing these flyers, whether it be Sonora's, Kit Carson's, or Mark Twain's, please understand that we're doing this. We need to bring it to awareness in the county. We get patients from Sonora. We get patients from Amador. That's why it's going Tri-County. If you gentlemen can please step up and help us, I would appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning, Justin Catalano, resident of West Point. I'd like to see on the agenda, we have a project in West Point. It's called the Pine Street West Point Bike Path. The funding type is bike and pedestrian. We are in the construction phase. The initial programmed year was 2009-2010 for $120,000. We have not moved forward with this project, and I'd like to see this project put on the agenda so that we can put out an RFP so that this project can be completed, and then we can essentially look into investing into some more bike and pedestrian projects, and the government will help us as soon as we complete this project. Thank you.
Was this with a COG project?
It's in the CIP.
Okay, it's under CIP. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning, Board. Bill Wilson, District 1. Accessory before the fact. 3 of you came in here with an agenda when you were elected, claimed you had a mandate from the public to be elected. You could have banned. You could have never allowed the second year of the UO to exist. But you did. Why did you do that? I think there's probably some 13 million reasons why you did that. You even extended it with a phony little attempt to, well, we're going to try regulation. I'm a leader, and we're going to try regulation. We're going to make it 100 acres to grow 500 feet or more of cannabis. Well, this weekend you saw what your actions, accessory before the fact, your ban, your allowance to allow people to grow legal cannabis in this community, to pay taxes, to have their property inspected, pay the water board for environmental possible damage. And you three sit here this morning probably having done a little happy dance that there was somebody killed and somebody else in a hospital. All because of your actions. The blood, gentlemen, is on your three hands. The blood that's on that tax money is the blood of the community that you've banned, you've ridiculed. You've told, we don't want you here, even with a conviction on your record for selling cannabis. You three disgust me, literally disgust me. Your actions should never have been allowed. You should all face charges for your actions, for your ban. All anybody wanted to do was sell their product legally. But you managed to squash that. Put them in a position, an untenable position. They had loans to pay, property to pay. Taxes, $88,000 in taxes. Now he's lying in a hospital after paying those taxes to you in this county. So you could fix Little John Road 2.5 years before it was even due. So we could have a bridge in District 1 that has holes in it. Nobody can even pass on it. We don't need roads repaired in D1. What the heck? Nobody cares about D1. D4, that's the important part. Copperopolis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. As we go through these meetings with public comment and we try to get to the heart of some of our problems, it's really hard to do. First of all, this meeting was difficult to begin with, 46 items with the most important item at the very end. It's not a real good way to get people to show up and participate in government. It's a real hardship on a lot of people, but we're going to go ahead and do that. During the public comments, it was always my understanding that the comments were supposed to exist within the purview of what the board had authority to do. And even though the board doesn't take action on public comments, in the case of an emergency, you could. But it's supposed to be something you have something to do about or some control over. It's an insult to come here and listen to the mindless ramblings, insults, and others speak that, do you realize that this is going out on TV? There are families who watch these meetings. Some families use the video from these meetings in their homeschooling to teach civics. Do you want young children to listen to some of the things we've heard in this boardroom? It has nothing to do with the authority of the board. I'll leave it at that. That's up to the chairman. You've got to take control of the meeting. You've got the authority to do it. The rules are clear. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Again, we hear how the application fees, save the county and everything else. With information we've been able to gather, we're finding out that not everyone in staff did their job, perhaps, that the $5,000 application fee was not enough to cover processing of those fees. And when a nexus study was actually completed, that the cost per application was closer to $11,000. That means that the citizens of Calaveras County pitched in $4 or $5 million to help pay for the application fees.
Sit down. Sit. Let him finish. I'll let him finish. I'm running this board meeting. Finish. Finish. Mr. Fry, will you remain quiet, please? Go ahead, Mr. McManus.
Thank you. I'll move off that onto the last topic. on to the last topic that I bring up continuously, and that's the environmental registry. We've asked countless times. I don't even know. I'd have to go back and count, and I don't really care to go back and count. Getting information out to property owners in this county. All I can say is that the band committee is trying to get that information together to help our citizens so that they don't have to endanger themselves by trespassing on someone else's property to see what kind of dangerous materials might be there. I wish that you would release this registry to the public, or is there something you really, really, really want to hide? Thank you.
Point of order. First of all, something's not right here. I think, Gary, you need to investigate. What nexus study is Mr. Bill referring to? It's never been done or made public.
Okay, that was
So,
public.
so the point of order is that information is flowing to a select group of the public without it going out to everybody. Secondly, environmental registry. When was that agendized? When was that voted on by this board? Why is he speaking of it as if it exists? What is going on? You need to investigate this, sir.
Mr. Smith, that's not a point of order. We did not do anything procedural. That was a public comment. He has a right to public comment. Whatever he says, I can't.
And you have a requirement under the law to investigate things when they go wrong.
Procedure. We're going to take a 5-minute break right now. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Okay, we are back, and I'm going to make a comment about points of order. Points of order have to do with a procedural malfunction that we do. It has nothing to do with what somebody is saying in public comments, whether you like it or not. You don't have the right to say point of order and make a comment about what somebody else is saying. We're all civil here. We need to act as civil. Okay, there'll be no yelling out and screaming or talking about what somebody else is talking about while it's their time. They have their 3 minutes, and they will be given their 3 minutes, regardless whether you agree with them or not. So the point of order, standing up and screaming point of order because you disagree with what somebody's saying, is not a point of order. And if you stand up with a point of order, then you need to tell us which part of the document that you're citing as a point of order. And then I will recognize you, and you will wait till I recognize you and call you up before you come forward with your point of order. So just standing there screaming point of order because you don't like what somebody's saying is not what's going to happen, okay? So we will have 10 more minutes we'll have 15 more minutes according to the clerk of public comment time. If you've already spoken, you do not get another shot at it. So we'll continue with public comments, and no more than 5 people up there. We were having 6 or 7 before. Sandy, you've already spoke.
I'd like to address the point of order, Supervisor Tofinelli, if I could. And the issue that I would like to bring forward is procedural. When it comes to references made to the Nexus study associated with the urgency ordinance, there has been a procedural issue. I put forth a formal Public Requests Act to see that Nexus study. I was told by Sarah Duquet that it was an internal work product, not available for public release. Yet, apparently, some people are being provided access to that information. So if it's not a point of order, then I think something needs to be clarified relative to how aspects of the Nexus study attached to the urgency ordinance is leaking.
Okay, and that was during a public comment period by somebody, so there was no procedural errors to these proceedings right now. So, but I will let County Council address what you have to say on your comment. However, it is not a point of order at this point because it was a public comment making a comment, okay? That is not a procedural error.
All right.
Okay.
I appreciate the clarification.
And for clarification as it relates to the Nexus study, as you are correct in that you made a Public Records Act request for the document. The document is in administrative draft status, and it is so until the final draft is completed, that final draft will certainly be released to the public for review. As far as what Mr. McManus has stated during his public comment time, that was in reference to something that was actually said during a public meeting by one of the supervisors, that one of the supervisors had indicated something along the lines that the fee should have been much higher, around $11,000. It was not something that has been disclosed by staff to members of the public or disseminated in any way, shape, or form. I believe that Mr. McManus is using the information that he utilized or received during a public meeting during that time.
I haven't seen it. So, okay, thank you. We'll continue with public comments. We have 15 minutes. And again, let's respect each person that come up here, their 3 minutes.
Well, good morning. First, I'd like to correct something that was said that isn't completely correct. And that is the idea that this incident, this robbery that just took place was a result of the ban, and that this kind of activity didn't happen until the ban went in place. This is just not correct, because I happen to personally know an individual under the urgency ordinance who was tied up in his home, doused with lighter fluid, and threatened while they stole his cannabis and cash. So this activity has been going on, even under the urgency ordinance. A lot of this illegal activity escalated under the urgency ordinance because when it was passed it went out nationally in High Times magazine that Calaveras County was the place to grow cannabis, and even suggested it's easy to get away with it here because we have a small police force. So that's why we've seen a lot of this increase in crime under the urgency ordinance and allowing cannabis in the county. One of the other things I'd like to say is in regards to the, sitting here and having to listen to all these personal attacks against supervisors, public or county officials, seems to me a little unnecessary. People could come up and make their point without having to personally attack people, call them names. I hear it not only in public comment, but I hear people behind me calling the supervisors names, and it's just unnecessary. The historical figure that I admire the most in my life said that it's not what goes into a man that defiles him, it's what comes out of him. When you're allowing these kind of things to come out of your mouth, the foul language, personal attacks, and without making your point, it just shows what kind of person you are, not the kind of person you're attacking. And I think that people need to keep that in mind and try to keep the rancor down, and just make your comment and present your case. The other thing that's unnecessary is the threats. And I know some of you have been threatened. I've been threatened in public forums. It was once suggested that I watch out and not get killed in the gunfire because of where I will go when that happens. It was also in a public forum that somebody suggested my wife and I be driven out of McCallamy Hill. This kind of stuff is unnecessary. Just because somebody disagrees with my opinion, and it's my opinion, and if they want to come to me and talk to me and find out why I have an opinion on cannabis that I have, I'd be more than happy to share it with them. My opinion is probably developed differently than most people because of my profession. But I have no problem with that. The other thing I'd like to say is that you need to take time to get to know these supervisors. You can have a really wrong impression of these individuals without talking to them and getting to know them. I know recently my wife and I met Michael Oliveira at a function. Never met him in public. He's a really nice guy. Really enjoyed our conversation. In fact, my wife wasn't insulting you when she said that you looked younger in person than you do in the board meetings.
Thank you, John.
But also sometimes I like to get to know Jack as well.
Hi. I'm going to read the last part of my thing because I probably won't get to it. As auto and motorcycle accidents continue to multiply, no one checking on most of how or what is in the driver's systems, including dead drivers. Society continues to wear a blindfold to the daunting statistics that are swept under the rug by not testing and reporting. To pay for drug tests, even of the dead, is expensive, but not as expensive as an ignorant voting public. The pot operations that continue in our county are corrupting people. The workplace is now an acceptable place to be either coming off drugs or actually on drugs. Is it acceptable for an airplane pilot, an airport controller, or an airport mechanic? Is it acceptable for the principal of a school to be growing it on the school grounds? Is it acceptable for 12 houses, mostly in West Calaveras, that were stuffed with marijuana plants to be raided as a result of federal instigation, while untold numbers of houses and outbuildings are housing commercially grown marijuana in Calaveras County? The Sheriff's Department is, of course, not responsible for people's wells going dry or depletion of habitable housing because of pot contamination. They are not responsible for young people being lured into buying it and getting addicted or even paid with it so that they, in turn, can sell it to their classmates. They are not responsible for creating jobs that pay 2 to 3 times what a busser at a restaurant receives, however short-lived that job may be. They are not responsible for a parent or a grandparent or an and uncle waiting for a child to come home, and he or she doesn't because of drugs, whether related to an auto accident, a party turned bad, or a mentally shaky person's bad trip taking him or her over the edge. They are not responsible if someone removes a section corner to where they'd rather have it. They're not responsible if the county has more than one version of maps that do not jive, causing dissension between neighbors, untold distress because of these discriminations.
Thank you.
Hello, Rick Beard, District 2. Campaign fundraising coordination. Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Tofinelli, Supervisor Clapp, District 3 candidate Ed Langen, and Gary Stevens have all run coordinated campaigns with support from Bill McManus and the band committee, and Vicki Reinke and Citizens Against Commercial Marijuana, as well as Jack Cox and the Communications Institute. There are emails, social media posts, and coordinated messaging that prove there is a coordination regarding fundraising for the upcoming election cycle and that the band committee is spearheading this effort. On January 12, 2018, 2 days after the passage of the ban ordinance, Bill McManus wrote, 2, we must prepare for a robust campaign to support the ban, and when it appears on the ballot, the committee is not calling for contributions now, but when it is official that the battle will take place at the ballot box, we will need approximately $15,000 to $20,000 for signs, pamphlets, meeting hall expenses, printing expenses, etc. The millionaires on the pro-pot side will raise 20 to 30 times that amount to defeat us and fund legal challenges, hire transient voters, out-advertise us in the cannabis enterprise and other media outlets. We have learned through experience how to be very efficient with campaigns. 3, we must replace pro-pot elected officials. Additional funds will be necessary but those contributions should be made directly to the campaign committees for each individual. The committee will be actively engaging in several races and will report out to you the questions and answers brought up in the candidates' nights, debates, interviews, etc. We will also supply suggested questions you can ask at live debates through the emails to various candidates. It is time for all of us to hold their feet to the fire and get their firm and honest positions on a variety of issues facing the county. I would like to know if you'll be using today's vote for campaign funding for this agenda. I'd also like to bring to everybody's attention that it's all illegal now, and that any kind of activity up here is criminal, and you've opened the doors for anybody who wants to participate in that, unfortunately. Thank you. You look great today, glowing, and I like your tie.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I think my tie is better than Dennis's tie. I don't have a contribution on cannabis, but we had two interesting interviews on Taxpayer Alert. They'll be going up tonight to the media, and one of them is an interview with our CAO. We discussed some pretty important things, and we seem to learn more in that half hour than we've done over many hours of board meetings. The other one is an interview with a fellow that is suing the county of Tuolumne over the economic development presentation of information. Basically, the person's name is Ken Perkins, who was the guest. And that also is an interesting interview. And during the course of the interview, even though it's pending litigation, we came up with a solution to resolve it, maybe in a pre-trial meeting, which is basically require that the economic development people provide sunshine on any past activity that they've done, and they can keep present negotiations secret. And that seemed to make sense. Anyway, with those two presentations, we seem to be getting better and better, and we're trying to provide solutions for tomorrow. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Raymond Smith. I'm from Valley Springs, District 1. I'd like to bring to the Board's attention, first of all, the medical privacy information for California. The Supreme Court has stated the authorization requirements found in Section Civil Code 5611 are detailed and demanding and reflect the legislature's intent in ensuring that medical information may be disclosed only for narrowly defined purposes for identifying parties, and a limited period of time. This Medical Information Act has been extended through Prop 64 to extend to medical cannabis patients and any identifying information pertaining to them. We also have Kirby versus Fresno, which is a standing court precedence. The citation for that, the actual opinion for that, in Kirby, the plaintiff filed for declaratory relief in action asserting that the county ban possession, cultivation of marijuana was preempted by state law. The Kirby court concluded that a very narrow portion of the county's ordinance at issue was preempted. Specifically, the county's absolute ban on individual cultivation, punishable by a misdemeanor, was preempted by the portion of the Medical Marijuana Program Act, which protects qualified patients from valid medical marijuana identification cards. Now, this indicates that it is an infraction, not a misdemeanor. The $1,000 fine for that is not supported by 8.06 in Calaveras County Code, which references further government codes for violations of county ordinances, which may be misdemeanors unless specifically made an infraction. And those start at $100. The next is $200, and an incurring fine after that is $500. I'd further like to bring to the Board's attention California Health and Safety Code 11362.4E, which states a person who violates the restrictions in subdivision A of section 11362.2 is guilty of an infraction punishable by no more than $250 fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I wish you all continued health and happiness. Have a good evening. I have to go to work today, so I won't be here. Thank you.
This will be our last speaker, Mike.
Michael Falvey, District 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Concerning the point of order, I'll direct this directly to the board chairman. Sir, you lectured us a few minutes ago. Just the last meeting, I had nothing I could do but stand up and yell point of order. As a person sat in this chamber and insulted people who were speaking in public comment simply because she disagreed with them. And she made comments for all of us to hear. Doesn't matter what side it was on or what it was about. She made public comments, and finally I'd had enough of it. And I stood up and said, point of order. You corrected me and said that wasn't procedural. You then proceeded to come up to me during the break and say what I did was wrong. And now today you lecture us and you say I'm in charge of this. I didn't see that 2 weeks ago. Yet I'm the one that got lectured while the person that sat out here in the audience made rude, crass comments. So, I'm asking you, what are my options as a concerned citizen to, ask that the meeting be kept control of? while one person can do what they want to do. And today I've seen it again, another speaker saying pretty outrageous things, I think, as an uneducated, concerned citizen. And yet you sit there and let that one citizen say something. So you're throwing me off here. I don't know, if I can't stand up and say point of order, and you're letting someone make rude comments, what are my options? Am I supposed to let them continue to make rude remarks? So I appreciate the fact that you're trying to take charge. I wish you'd do it consistently. And also, for the entire board, gentlemen, it's getting closer and closer to where I feel I have to go home and wash my hands. It's just getting out of line. And I've said it before, I believe I have. I don't remember my exact words, but
in the Federal Environmental Protection Agency for any county that has a non-attainment area for ozone. As you know, we are in non-attainment for ozone, not because of ozone generated in Calaveras County, but because of ozone that drifts up from the San Joaquin Valley. So therefore, we are under this federal mandate to update Rule 513. It pertains to emissions from stationary sources. A typical stationary source that might be envisioned for the rule would be like power plant. All we have in Calaveras County are backup diesel generators, things like that. So we have a very low amount of emissions from our stationary sources. The current rule doesn't specify the sources of emissions or the type of emissions that need to be kept. The revised rule specifies that we're to report on the oxides of nitrogen and reactive organic compounds when the levels meet certain thresholds. The revised rule restates existing thresholds for reporting that are higher than any sources we have in our county. So it won't impact the county. Just as an aside, what we do is we have about 150 businesses that report to us on their throughput. And throughput is like the gallons of gasoline they use or the hours of operation. They report this annually, and then we have conversion tables that convert that to these emissions. And so, again, that would continue. So we're happy to answer any questions about this you might have.
At this time, though, I have to recess us as the regular Board of Supervisors for Calaveras County and convene us as the Air Pollution Control District Board. So now we can formally go forward with any questions the board may have. Supervisor Clapp, your light is on.
None.
Supervisor Garamendi.
So, just so I understand, these are regulations coming down from the state and the feds. There's nothing for us to debate. It's just the way it is. And I'm ready to make a motion when you are.
Okay, well, we have to open up the public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? It's more or less we're mandated to do it, so. All right, no public comments. I'll bring it back for a motion.
You have a motion, I'll do a second. I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
And a second.
Second by Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We will recess from the Air Pollution Quality Control Board, and we will reconvene as Board of Supervisors. All right. And now, Madam Clerk, we will go to item number 11. Do you want to read it? Okay, we need to catch up here. Give her a minute. She has to type in the motions and the seconds. I did see Mr. Short in the back.
Item 11 is from Code Compliance to uphold administrative citation for Sandy Hankins in the property identified as APN 020-015-010, located at 5839 Old Emigrant Trail West, Mountain Ranch, California, authorizing abatement and a lien for administrative and abatement costs.
Mr. Fry, you pulled this item. You have a question? You want to come forward to the microphone, so.
have a question about what is going on with this issue, item number 11. I would like to have an explanation of what is happening with this. Thank you.
Bonnie, you have a question?
I also have a question. I looked up abatement, and it says a reduction, termination of a suit, quashing of a nuisance. But I think abatement is really raising and leveling a property. And if that be the case, my question would be, why are they leveling the property? And is it because of junk? Is it because of non-functioning septic? Or just like George wanted to know what is going on and why would someone lose their property and have it demolished?
Mr. Shore, Courtney?
Good morning. We have the file here, and our code enforcement officer will report out on the questions here.
I'm Courtney Meinhardt. I'm code enforcement officer for Calaveras. This is a junk and debris case. Basically, I've had no contact with the property owner. I've attempted several contacts, left them messages, notes, everything. I've not heard anything. Most of the debris is off. At this point, it looks like they just left their garbage. And that's what we're there to abate. Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Does that answer your question? No. It's not. Yes, Mr. Elder.
Courtney, welcome. Mr. Short. You've made every possible attempt to contact the owner of this property?
Several.
And these records were checked with the tax rolls on the legal owners and things of that sort?
Yes.
So if we have to abate this, will there be a lien placed on that property?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Just want to confirm it. Thank you.
Can you come up to the microphone, please? And that way everybody in the audience and at home can hear you.
Was there a registered mail sent with a return receipt?
When we send out our notices, we send them out regular mail, certified, and then we post them on the property. I have not received the certified back. The tracking says that it's still in the system somewhere, so it probably has not been picked up. But the notice is posted on the property and was, as of 2 weeks ago, still posted on the property. Since the time it was posted, they've had a toy hauler moved off, they've had an RV moved off, they've had a bunch of stuff moved off, they've left a Dodge truck, which appears not to be running, mattresses, some of the beautiful fencing that seems to go on in this area. And another trailer actually came back, and it looks like it's abandoned on the property, that someone just dumped it there.
Okay. So they were notified 3 ways: regular mail, certified mail, and posting on the property.
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi?
I'd like to make a motion to accept.
I'd like a question first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Clapp.
Courtney, did you work with county council on this to make sure that we can receive this and we don't have a $182,000 to write off next year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sandy, you have a public comment on this?
If I could.
Yes.
It should be noted that I appeared before the Planning Commission pertaining to this APN on July 13th. And at that hearing, several concerns regarding the state of the property were raised by myself and other lot owners in El Rancho Loma Serena. The landowners supported their tenants using their burnt property to cultivate cannabis. More than a year had passed, and still the requirements of the urgency ordinance had not been met by the cultivator. And in fact, most of them were never met. Of greatest concern was the fact that cultivation, and this is probably of interest to Supervisor Mills, continued to occur after the lot was determined to be a Tier 3 slope by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. The culverts in our HOA flow into the Jesus Maria Creek, which ultimately goes into the North Fork of the Calaveras River, and that ultimately affects hundreds of people in the county, as well as many more downstream in the Bay Area. At the Planning Commission, it was pointed out to the owner, that the owner of the property had been fined by the HOA for allowing commercial cultivation on their lot within a designated residential-only community. That violates our governing documents. Ms. Hankins, who is the owner, failed to render payment for the fines levied by the association, and the HOA has since placed a substantial lien against the property. It should also be noted that the appellant failed to appear at their hearing, and it was a hearing they requested. So lack of response by the landowner, as Mr. Short and Mr. Meinhardt have observed, appears to be pretty standard operating procedure. Details within the staff summary indicate, in addition to concerns about what may have gone into the water supply from farming activities, there's also concerns related to the lack of a permitted septic. For 2 years, people lived in motorhomes, trailers, mobile mini structures, full-time on that site. There were no porta potties. So where did all of their human waste go? After speaking at the July 2017 meeting, Supervisor Mills, you may recall, you approached me and asked to speak with the lot owners about this site. We met in the lobby right outside in this building, and you promised me that you would take action and ask for additional information from me. I provided that to you, yet nothing's happened. And you chose not to respond to my follow-up emails and phone calls. So now, some 12 months later, I'm asking that Supervisor Mills and the rest of the board, but primarily Supervisor Mills, make good on his failed promise and take part in approving funds to ensure some cleanup is done on this lot. I speak for other members who have left from the HOA. They would greatly appreciate it, and it will do a lot for us to eliminate the public nuisance and the visual blight.
Thank you. All right. I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I have a second?
I can make that second. I'll second, Mr. Chair. I'll make a difference.
I think Supervisor Mills is first. So I have a second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Again, I remind everybody that we will be breaking for 2 hours at 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock this afternoon to join in the festivities outside.
Could we have a 5-minute break to allow the next presentation to get settled and set up?
We can take 5-minute break for the next presentation to set up. All right, we're back from break. Madam Clerk, item number 26.
No.
No?
Item number
Excuse me,
35.
Excuse me, Mike.
It's from the Economic Development Division. Receive a presentation from Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz, and Associates Incorporated regarding the results of a public opinion survey for a potential transient occupancy tax increase.
Ms. Galino.
Good morning, Chair and Honorable Board. Kathy Galino with Economic Development. I'm here today with GFS, Lori Ranieri and Matt, as well as Richard Bernard from FM3, who provided the public opinion survey that I spoke about. And also I have handouts for the public. I will set them here. And
While I have this minute, I want to remind everybody that we will be breaking at 12 till 2 o'clock. So hopefully we can get through this item completely by 12.
so I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Richard.
All right. Good morning. I want to thank the chair and the board and the staff for inviting me here to report on your voters' opinions about this issue. So I want to start with the research methodology. We conducted a dual mode survey, which means online and by telephone, that's landlines and cell phones, between June 6th and the 11th of this year. Surveys were conducted with a random sample of 1,040 voters registered in the county who are likely to vote in a November 2020 election. And we had a large enough sample that we were able to look at a subset of those folks who are likely to vote in a November 2018 general election, and that was 914. And actually, for most of this presentation, I will be focused on the November 2018 results. The margin of error for the likely November 2018 sample is plus or minus 4.4%. And there were certain questions we asked a random half the sample, and you'll see that in a moment. And the margin of error is then 6.2 because we're using a smaller sample size in which to ask the questions. I wanted to also point out at the bottom, you'll see if you're really quick on math and you notice something doesn't equal exactly 100%, I blame that entirely on rounding error. Okay, so we began the survey by trying to get perceptions of people in general in terms of the county. I want to point out that I did not ask about county government. I just asked about county in general in this question. We said, would you say things in Calaveras County are generally headed in the right direction, or do you feel things are pretty seriously off on the wrong track? 56% said wrong track, 28% said right direction, and 16% volunteered they didn't know enough to offer an opinion. Comparatively to other counties, the wrong track is quite high. It's clear that there are concerns about the direction. At this particular question, it's hard to know exactly why, because it's just a general question, but it's something to keep in mind. We then started moving into the ballot issue part of the survey. But I first wanted to ask a conceptual question about whether people in general think there's a need for additional funds for local county services. And I gave them the option of great need, some need, a little need, or no real need. And some folks offered that they didn't know enough to offer an opinion, so that would be the gray. And you could see that 52%, 1 in every 2, said there's a great need for additional funds, and 28% said some need. So 8 in 10 feel that there's at least some need for additional funds. That's extremely high. And that tells me that they see the need, and they see that there's need for additional funds. The wrong track numbers tell me that there's definitely a need, and the financial question about do they need additional funds is quite harsh, suggesting that you need more resources in order to do your job. I do want to point out that this question didn't say anything about a tax. For some people, in their mind, it could mean, oh, you'll get more money from the state, or you'll get more money from the feds, or you'll change your budget to shift around money. But for others, they understood that there would be an additional tax. We're about to ask them about that. So specifically, the ballot measure. So I took half the sample randomly, and I put them in, I'll call it lane 1. Lane 1, they're going to hear in this survey that the TOT measure is going from 6% to 10%, which will generate approximately $400,000. Lane 2 will hear 6% to 12%, which will generate approximately $600,000. And so they only hear that question repeated several times, and that's their focus. What I didn't want to do is start sort of negotiating with them, well, should it be 10 or should it be 12? I wanted to get a clean read on the differences between 10% and 12%, and I'll show you both of them together and separately. So we read that ballot question you just saw, and then we asked, if there were an election today, would you vote yes in favor or no to oppose? If they said yes, we asked, is that definitely yes, or probably yes, because we want to know the intensity of how much they would really support it, or are they just soft on the support. If they said no, again, asked is that definitely or probably no, again, want to get a sense of the intensity of the opposition. And if they weren't sure on the initial ask, they said, well, I'm not clear, or I'm not decided, we pushed them and we said, would you lean yes or would you lean no? If they said they would lean yes, we put them in the yes camp. If they said they would lean no, we put them in the no camp. And 4% of the folks on the initial ask said, I still don't know. And they become the pure undecided. So this is how I would read it. The first panel is for the folks who heard the 6% to 10%. And they are going to keep hearing that 6% to 10% throughout the survey. And their initial vote is 70% yes, 27% no, and 4 undecided. But I'm really interested in this definitely and probably because they were willing to commit on the first question, whether they would vote yes or no. That's 65%. Now remember, there's two types of measures that you may want to consider. One is a general purpose measure, which is a 50+1 measure, and the other one is a dedicated measure, which is a 2/3 measure. That's up to you folks, but I think we can glean some information at the end, and I'll talk about that as to what might be successful. So while we see from 6 to 10 is 70% yes and 27% no, when we look at the folks who heard the 6% to 12%, they're at 68% yes and 29% no. Statistically, no difference between them. And so what I've done is I've combined the total to improve or to lower the margin of error on the right-hand side. So in principle, 69% are in favor of a potential ballot measure, with 65% saying definitely or probably. On the no side, you're about a little bit more than a quarter that say either definitely or probably or lean no. And you've got almost 2 in 10 that say definitely no. Typically, I find that 2 in 10, that 20%, is the floor that I normally see in most communities. So this doesn't concern me. It tells me that approximately 80% of your voters are in play for either a 50+1 or a 2/3 measure. The other thing I wanted to do is put it in context. So we looked at a November 2018 scenario. That would include approximately 20,504 voters. So on the yes side, we're looking at 14,148 voters. On the no side, and that you have to factor in the margin of error, but at least on the exact 69%. On the no side, it's 5,741 voters, and 615 voters are pure undecided. So it really puts it in context, like how big this potential measure will be relative to, let's say, a supervisorial race, where a lot smaller numbers of people would vote for any one election. And then what I wanted to do was show a couple of cross-tabulations. So what I did was I took anyone who said definitely or probably or lean yes, and I made them green. Anyone who said definitely, probably, or lean no, and I made them red. And then the grays are the pure undecided. And remember I showed you a question earlier about is there a great need, some need, little need, or no real need for additional funds? Well, I wanted to look at if they perceived they had great need, which was 52% of the sample, 73% would vote yes. If they thought you had some need, it's 75%. And if they thought you had little or no real need, which is 14% of the sample, they're at 44%. That tells me education is paramount in letting them know if you feel that there is a need for additional funds, educating them. You can never advocate, and I'll be mentioning that several times, but you can certainly educate, and you can certainly say what the needs are if you feel there is. The other demographic I wanted to show was by district, because I thought that would be important for you. And I'll just point out that the percentages at the bottom are the percentages that we estimate the likely turnout will be made up in each of the districts. So 19% of the overall turnout for Calaveras County will be in District 1, 18, 23, etc. And you could see that everyone is at or over 62%. With District 3 the strongest supporter. What you'll soon see when we re-ask the question later is that there's an important movement in District 1 that moves support up as well. So it's not exclusively a District 3, District 1. These are all relatively high numbers. But remember, we're focused on two different types of potential measures. One is a 50+1, and one is a 2/3 measure. We then introduced some features or services or infrastructure projects that could be funded by the measure, depending on how you folks write it. And we said, regardless of whether you support this measure or not, how important would it be to include these in the measure? And we gave them the option of extremely important, which is the dark greens, very important, which is the light green, the pink is somewhat important, and the red is not too important. And I've included the folks who said they didn't know in the red, because if it was important to them, they would tell us. And I've aggregated the extremely and very important on the right-hand side. So I have two slides. I have to tell you, there are some places, some geographies, be it a county or cities or school districts, where I come to them and I say, well, you have a small number of items that people think are really important. You have a large number of items that people think are very important, and that's good for you to know. What I find really interesting is that the voters' responses in terms of importance really mirror the county's perceptions of what's important too. So there's a nice link between how the county thinks and actually the voters think, and I think you have a good pulse on the priorities. So I just want to point out a few of the top ones. Maintaining emergency fire district response and protection. 88% said that was extremely or very important. And remember, I'm looking for a 50+1 or 2/3 all the time. With 6 in every 10 saying that's extremely important. Maintaining sheriff's patrols, 82%. Improving emergency fire district response and protection, 81%. Attracting and retaining businesses, 80%. And then we go into the sort of second tier, the 70s, which, again, in some jurisdictions is the top tier. In this case, it's just shy of the 80% mark, but still very important and still all above the 2/3 plus the 2/3 measure, potential measure. Becoming eligible for state and federal matching funds for road repair, helping prevent thefts and burglaries, all ranked high. On the bottom end of it is providing traffic flow and safety improvements. Only 53% said that's extremely or very important, with only 20% saying extremely important. Note that when we began, the intensities were 60, 45, 48, and now we're at 20. And then reinvesting in the tourism economy. Only about half say that's extremely or very important, with 16% saying extremely important. So from a business perspective, they look at the attracting and retaining businesses as much more important a framing than the latter. We also try to isolate whether people thought it was important to maintain essential county services or improve essential county services. So at random, half the sample heard maintaining essential, and the other half heard improving essential. And you could see 78% say it's extremely or very important to maintain essential city services. 66% say extremely very important to improve. So that's a 12-point gap. So to me, the lead is the maintaining, but people still want improvements. But they just want, they want the services that they're accustomed to, and then they want you to improve. But they want you to guarantee the maintaining first. And then finally in this section, we asked about a couple of accountability provisions. I've been doing this close to 16 years. I've never seen a measure that successfully passed in my time without having some kind of accountability. Your voters want to know that someone's watching the way you spend the funds. And it's not unique to you, by the way. It's every government jurisdiction, regardless of what it is. So here we said requiring all funds used locally, 88%. That was among the highest items. They want, if you're going to raise this money, it's got to be here. You got to control it. The people here know what the needs are, and you got to spend it here. Now, many of you are saying, well, that's obvious. if we pass this measure here, it is by law going to stay locally. People don't know that, and it's really, really important to communicate that. And the other thing is requiring audits. Here you have 6 in 10 who say that's important. Again, something that you typically do by law, but they're not aware of it. And it's important to remind them that you're required to do that. And then moving into the section, again, you're not allowed to advocate, but you are allowed to educate. And so we provided a series of statements that your county staff, and by the way, your county staff were amazing. I mean, the quality of the survey is so much better because of their cooperation and their contribution to the survey. So just wanted you to know that. Because I know a little bit of Calaveras County, and I know how to write a survey, and they know so much more. And the marriage was a good marriage. So we introduced some statements, we randomized them, and we said after each one, tell me if it would make you more inclined to vote yes on the measure. If they said it would, we said, is that much more inclined, which is the dark green, or somewhat more inclined, which is the light green? And I've aggregated the total more inclined on the right-hand side. I will again remind you that I'm looking for 50 plus 1 or 2/3. And all of these exceed, on the second page as well, exceed the 2/3 measure. So this tells me you have a lot of very good reasons for this measure that your voters recognize. The problem is that when you have 6 statements that are very effective, you don't want to over-message. You really, if you're going to educate, you need to educate in unison. Because at the end of the day, you may go up to a constituent and say, well, how did you vote on this measure? And if they feel comfortable to tell you, they may say no, and you'll say why? And they'll say, I didn't really know why I should be voting for it because I heard so many messages. So that's sort of a communications 101 that I would encourage the county to consider. So among the lead messages, of which, again, they were all fairly strong that I'm showing you, local control. And talking about how they're worried about the state has defunded you folks. They put on mandates, but they don't fund them. And they want to make sure that the funds are used locally. So this is the second time in the survey that we've seen that local control is critical. And you could see 1 in every 2 say much more inclined to vote for the measure knowing this. Then patrols. At any one time, there are only 5 sheriff deputies on patrol on more than 900 miles of roads, and the average response time is 25 minutes. The measure would fund additional sheriff's patrols, improving response times, and keeping local residents safe, 75%. And the folks who heard the 6% to 10% heard this message of rate, in the sense that it was basically saying you're just keeping up with many of your neighboring counties in terms of the TOT percentage. And then accountability is important, that residents will not pay for this. It will only people who will be staying as guests in short-term rentals, local hotels, motels, and the like. And then an issue about roads also scores quite well, but intensity is at 40% for much more inclined. We were at 51% for the first 2 items. So after we give them additional information, we re-ask the ballot question that you saw earlier, because we want to see if education moves people at all, voters at all. So again, 2 lanes, right? These are the folks who only hear 6% to 10%. They started, and you saw this earlier when I just looked at the question after hearing ballot title and summary. We were at 70-27, yes, no. After information, you move up 6 points overall to 76%. And the no declines to 19%, and this is a very, very small, definitely no, in my experience. It's a very good number if one supports a measure. That's a good number to have. In terms of the definitely yes, we move up 15 points, and that's very considerable. You have almost 6 in 10 saying definitely yes after hearing information. This tells me that whatever you choose to do, if you choose to move forward, it's important to have public education. Again, not advocacy. That's something for the outside of the government, but in terms of education. you can legally permissible education. On the right-hand side are the folks who had heard the 6% to 12%. Again, just for hearing ballot title and summary, we started at 68% yes, 29% no, and after hearing the information that you just saw, we move up 68 to 73. It's 5 points. The intensity moves up 12 points from 45 to 57, and the no drops 6 points from 29 to 23. Again, statistically, there's no significant difference between the 10 and the 12% increase. And so what I've done again is combined the results. So I'll remind you the initial vote for all voters that were interviewed for a likely November 2018 election were 69% yes, 28% no, 3% undecided. That was only after hearing ballot title and summary. After education, overall, 6% move up in the total yes, and you've got 13% that move up in the definitely yes, and your definitely no is down to 15%. And then I thought it would be important to look at the different supervisorial districts, and this is how you read this chart. The first column are the supervisorial districts, which you're familiar with. The second column are the percentages of total yes on the initial vote combined for the just hearing ballot title and summary. After information, we re-ask the vote. These are the percentages of total yes in the third column, and these are the differences across the first and second ask of the ballot question. And you could see, I had promised you, 62 for District 1 was the lowest. After information, they move up 9 points. That's very large. And I'll remind you, we're only talking to them for a very short period of time, and they're the same people. And they didn't know that, they were going to, this was what the survey was going to be about, or they took it online. So the education does clearly matter. And then the percentages on the right-hand side, again, are the percentages that each district will make up of a likely November 2018 election. So if we looked at you've seen this data before, but just sort of plotted in a different way. This is the 6% to 10%. You could see the total yes is in green, the total no is in red, and the undecided is in gray. You could see that the patterns, the shapes of the lines are very, very similar, and statistically not really a great difference between them. Now I go to the likely November 2018 electorate combined versus the likely November 2020 electorate, because you may want to decide not to go in 2018 and to go in an election where lower propensity voters are more likely to vote only in the presidential election than in other elections. And so the differences between a November 2018 election and a November 2020 election are virtually statistically not different. Frankly, this is surprising to me, because usually the November 2018 election, it's high propensity voters. They tend to be a little bit more fiscally conservative. They tend to be a little bit more 50 plus than 18 to 49. And usually we see it's a tougher lift in a gubernatorial non-presidential election year. And here there are really no differences between the two. So if you are considering this, obviously that's your decision. You have two elections. The only thing is, I can't guarantee what will happen. I can't guarantee what will happen tomorrow, but I definitely can't guarantee what will happen between 2018 and 2020. There's a lot of variables that will occur. We have a shorter time span in the 2018 cycle for there to be craziness or some kind of shock to the system. Though there could be. I can't guarantee that. So conclusions. A county TOT measure appears to be viable at the simple majority, with a good chance of attaining supermajority support if backed by a legally permissible public education effort. It's much harder to get 2/3 than it is to get 50+1. Now, I know many of you folks are aware of the Business Roundtable initiative, and that if it was placed on the ballot and was successful, it would basically require that your measure be a 2/3 measure. Currently, while I'm not involved in the negotiations, I read in the newspaper like everyone else, that there's negotiations to try to take it off the November 2018 ballot. And so if that were the case, then you could easily go for a 50+1 or a 2/3. 2/3 is always a harder to obtain than a 50+1 for obvious reasons. There appears to be no statistically significant difference in support for the increase in the county TOT at the 10% and the 12%. Raising it to 12% should be considered, but again, it's in your hands to decide whether that's a smart move to do. There's no statistical difference in support of the measure for the 2018 general election compared to the 2020. Either election is viable at this time, but I'll remind you that this survey is purely a cross-sectional. It's at one point in time. This is how they felt on the day we interviewed them. Maintaining and improving fire response and sheriff patrols, attracting and retaining businesses are among the services and infrastructure projects considered extremely and very important to include. So even if you don't use this survey to decide on moving forward with a measure, you have really important information just in general in terms of how you set policy, in terms of how your voters prioritize things in the county, which is always good to have. I always encourage my clients to take the survey and milk it for as much as they can on a whole variety of things. And then finally, local control, providing additional sheriff's patrol to improve response times, and putting the county's TOT in line with neighboring counties, that would be at the 10%, are among a list of strong reasons why high percentages of voters would be more inclined to vote yes on the measure. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Board questions? Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
Thank you for putting this together in such a good package. A question that I have is that, again, your sample size was 900?
Yeah, the overall sample size, which included 2020 electorate, was 1,040. And sample size for the November 2018 was 914. And I have to tell you that we thought we might be able to get 500 at best from this. And it speaks to how engaged your voters are about the issues here, that we were able to get so much more. So, yes, so that's the answer.
I draw a comparison. There are many counties in California in the primary election that didn't achieve 25% turnout.
I know.
So we do pride ourselves in being able to have our voters engaged. The question is, do you know of any counties that recently passed a TOT change from?
Yeah, I know some. I don't have the list here. I know there were about 8 to 10 TOT changes, maybe 1 or 2 counties, mostly cities.
There were a lot of cities. I was just saying on the ballot for this last general, I think there was about 8.
Yeah, and you will see, because, well, we're doing many, but other firms are as well, you'll see many TOT efforts in November as well.
It's interesting that with the responses, it's almost as though the voters are looking for us to change the TOT pie breakdown, that they're wanting funds allocated in a different direction than maybe we have been doing in the past.
You know, it's interesting.
I'm just sensing that.
Yeah. Should I comment on that, or was that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sure. Please. So, you know, I look at I'm going to assume you mean slide 3, which is the right direction, wrong track. I look at these, and sometimes, if it's in the wrong direction, they're not voting for a measure because they're just not happy with what's going on in county government. In this case, they think things are on the wrong direction, but they think you need more funds in order to get it on the right direction. And that speaks, I believe, to how well this county is run. Because I would come in and tell you, like, they're concerned, and they're not going to give you money if that were the case. I'm not shy about that. You don't pay me to be shy about that. And so here, they clearly see that there's a budget deficit. I don't mean in the traditional sense of the word, but in the sense that you don't have enough funds to support the services that they want.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Sir, this is an excellent project. I found this very informative, not only as a supervisor, but as a resident of this county. I see our goal, and I'm very encouraged by this information. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I do have a question. when you, these 914 voters, I didn't see a percentage of those 914 from each district.
Yeah, okay, I'll show it to you. So at the bottom are the percentage.
So of the 914, 19%? The answers came from
That's
District
right.
1? Okay.
Yeah. And
I thought you were saying that those were the likely turnout.
They are. So it's both.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I
okay.
weighted
Thank you
it
for
to both to
clarifying.
make sure. It's really important that I try to replicate a potential turnout. Now, there are things that may happen that are out of our control, but we use past voter history and people who have registered since the November 2016 election as a marker to determine whether they're likely to vote. So that's what we do. And
Yeah,
so,
it's going to tell you that. If
Yep.
you went through each district voting rolls, it's going to tell you that
Yep.
information. Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I was asking about it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
At this time, we'll open it up to public comments.
Bill Wilson, District 1. Well, this is a very good study. Too bad it couldn't have been done on another issue that we have, a $13 million tax that was paid that, but we're going to make, what, $400,000, $600,000? That'll make up that $13 million, $9.2 million structural deficit that we have. So, yeah, I think this is just great. Too bad it wasn't done. I know there was a question on here. Do you think that the supervisors would be responsible and that the $13 million was worthwhile? I don't see any response on that. I guess I got lost out in the survey. At least the one I took had a question about it. Again, yeah, let's tax anybody that comes into the county. Let's not support businesses. We closed 500 of those with a ban. I don't know, folks. Yeah, we don't have enough rooms here to keep people occupied. But somebody mentioned to me that, they're just not really going to pay this tax. Granted, we'll pass it. Granted, we should increase, but it'll just be moved around and we'll make different room rates and we'll do different things. We won't have to charge this tax to these people that are coming in the county. But good luck with that, guys. I think that was a great project, a great way to spend our tax dollars on this project. Too bad you couldn't do that for a project that would have given us $13 million plus a year.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I found the survey very enlightening on multiple issues. A percentage of the voters feeling that the county is going in possibly not the best direction, so on and so forth. Something I want to address is local control. And I brought this up during the meeting when you were hiring this gentleman to run the survey. Me, as a voter, I like to know when you raise taxes. Now, this one doesn't necessarily affect me as much unless I go stay up in Murphy's for the night when I go to Ironstone. But I like to know where my tax dollars are going. Because we have issues like with us paying into the Delta College Fund and it not being used here, and paying for a college in Mountain House. We need to provide some clarity to the voters, and I think this would probably take the 66% vote. But my personal opinion is the direction that he's talking about he's correct. People predominantly support this, and if you look at the voting on Measure A, which isn't exactly the same thing, but that just won overwhelmingly and would have taken a 66 vote. I want, personally, and I know a lot of constituents think the same way as I do, is we want a certain percentage of the money and we want to see it going to where we voted for it to go to. At the same time, we don't want you to say, okay, we put that $300,000, let's say, into the fire departments. Now we're just going to take this money away from over here. So maybe there should be a stipulation in there that says, yes, we'll put this towards those certain services without reducing the other money coming from other areas. So there's no smoke and mirrors behind it too. Look, the accountability and the local control is very important when it comes to my voting on an issue like this. Thank you.
Alsagala Taxpayer Association. I don't think there's an association for the taxpayers that are going to be taxed because of this. So I'm going to try to do my best to represent them as well. Every dollar that's taken by taxes from the people that come to our county is one less dollar they get to spend in our county. They spend money in our county. When that money's spent, it does a number of things. It actually increases taxes because there's a sales tax that's collected if they buy products. If they buy a home, quite often the price goes up, and there's an increase in property tax, which goes to the county. Also, it'd be good, this survey is well put together, and particularly some parts of it are very interesting, having to do with people's perception of how government is functioning. And many people are not aware that such perception exists. It seems like if this study were modified to be more balanced, to interview the people that have the hotels and motels, there might be an association, a lodging association, find out if they don't agree with it, with increasing the TOT tax, what are the reasons for not? What are they afraid of losing business? Having less people come in by a certain percentage? What would be a balanced approach to this? And then it's certainly true, if you use a survey to educate, you'll change the results of the survey, without a doubt. But it's that educational part of it that's so important to be balanced. If you're just talking about the benefits you can get by more tax money, well, it's pretty hard for people not knowing they could be on downside to say no. Well, that would increase the number of people that would say yes. And so, in conclusion, I think that there should be more balance to the study. It should be not just to find ways to increase taxes, but also to give a balanced approach, find out what is the downside in doing this method. Thank you.
Hold on. He was in line. George is in line.
Poor George. Yeah, line up back there. George Fry, I'm very impressed with your study. I do have a suggestion. If you haven't already done it, I would suggest that you talk to Dr. Randy Smart on the Measure A that passed with 88%. Their advertising program for that ballot measure was second to none. I mean, every time I was on Facebook, there were ads over and over and over again. I think one of the most important things in a rural county, because it's smaller population, that transparency has got to be absolutely there. 100% transparency. I also support the local control. If we don't have control over what's going on with our tax dollars, we're in trouble. So I once again would like to thank you for the presentation that you made. It's outstanding. The numbers are quite clear. I think the toughest thing you're going to have to do, and I don't need to tell you, you already know it, is educating the voters. I want to say that it's too bad in this country we don't have people that are voting on ballot measures or what have you that are not educated. If we could get them to read the measures and pass the test, then they could vote. I know that that's maybe off the wall, but I'm just so tired of seeing, I'm 72 going on 40, and I'm so tired of seeing ignorant people voting. It's just, if you don't educate them, it's not going to change. They've already been down that road twice. So once again, thank you for your presentation.
I'm Jessica Cliff. I'm from District 1. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was a lot of really helpful information. I do think education in the public and the community is huge in order for people to speak up and talk about and be represented in ways that they like. People need to know about what people feel and what people like. I kind of have an idea, a suggestion that I really would like to be considered. The county is looking for more revenue, whether we're going to raise taxes or whatnot, to fulfill holes that have been created. Measure C passed overwhelmingly, saying that the people wanted a cannabis tax. What if we took part of our cannabis tax from an industry that could be well regulated and refunded it to the people? Property owners could get a refund either from a property tax or it could be a federal return. This could...
Let her speak, please.
Yeah.
Well, continue.
Thank you. This could help return the funds. Once again, like was mentioned before, taxes being returned to the people keeps money here locally. An income stream from an industry that we already know can create much revenue by being able to returning, we would want this tax to come to the people and to go to the people. So by being able to return a small bit of tax to all the property owners, it may help them with any issues that they may be having with their neighbors, or if it may help the lower income here in the area can actually benefit from having an industry that is able to profit and support the people. I feel like it's being overlooked. I feel like it was a very large revenue stream, and by being open-minded and looking at different ways that this revenue stream can, one, even be returned back to the people who live here, and possibly help to improve more of the local issues that we're having, the community issues, with reasonable regulation that could resolve many of the issues that we're seeing here as far as the need for an income stream or questioning whether to raise taxes in these other ways that we already know are damaging and hitting people that are already in a very poor state right now or struggling. We know that our county is struggling between the fire and between all other kind of issues that we've been dealing with. I didn't come forth just to talk about cannabis, but it's hard not to acknowledge a large revenue stream that this county could take and could help. If the board doesn't want the revenue stream, I feel like the people have already spoken up and say that they do. So how can we take this revenue stream to benefit everyone? Thank you.
Lisa Bolton, Calaveras Visitors Bureau. So I have heard the argument that Al made many times about how people, when they come to a destination with a higher TOT, they will spend less money. Well, that would mean that with our 6% TOT, our visitors are spending disproportionately more once they're in destination than in other neighboring counties, and that's just not the case. So logically, that argument doesn't work, even though you would think that it might. So my other point was that raising the TOT does not result in lower visitation to a county, generally because a percentage is given back to tourism marketing, which generates increased occupancy rates for the lodging properties that are being taxed, that are collecting that tax, I should say. So, in fact, when Angels Camp's TOT was raised from 6% to 10%, occupancy rates increased. So there just is no basis in fact. There are no studies that show that increase in the TOT is going to lower occupancy for lodging in the county. Thanks.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey. Very interesting study. Good to have some actual data for where the county's standing right now. It's very interesting that 28% of the county thinks that we're going in the right direction. 24% of the electorate voted for Ed Langen. 28% of the electorate voted for Gary Stevens. 30% of the electorate voted for Clyde Clapp. 30% of the electorate thinks that we're going in the right direction. It seems like only 30% of the electorate agrees with the ban proposal and thinks that the decisions made by this board have been sound decisions based on this polling information. 70% of the population voted for Measure C. 70% of the population thinks the county's going in the wrong direction. You do the math. There's a perception that 80% of the county holds that the county needs new revenue. This board is looking to increase its revenue by $400,000 to $600,000. This board just cut $13 million in revenue out of its budget. This does not seem to be like very good math or very good budgeting on the part of this board, nor does it appear to be very good politics. You guys don't seem to understand where the electorate is. The electorate does not support the decisions of this board. They do not support the direction this board has taken. And they have clearly said that. They've said it in this poll, and they said it on June 6th when they went to the polls and confirmed exactly what this data shows. So, as we move forward and as this potential tax gets placed on the ballot, we'll see how the voters vote. I believe that there is support for increasing revenue. I think that the voters would love to have more money in the county. It was recently said in an email on February 28th, Dennis Mills was CC'd in this email, and it says, as for the taxes, the money paid for the pot farms was not needed by the county law enforcement or for its operations.
Mr. Whitby, we need to be on target, and that's TOT tax.
Yes, and this is about that. We're talking about the TOT tax, and we're talking about the need for revenues, and that is on topic. If you would let me finish, as opposed to interrupting me, I would actually make my point.
You need to stay on topic.
I am staying on topic, sir. Can I please have my 15 seconds back?
Yes, you can have your 15 seconds, but you need to stay on topic.
Okay, thank you kindly. It has been said that the majority of the money that has been that is maintained in the cash carry is not from higher pot tax revenues, but is from non-pot revenue sources such as the TOT. This is a false statement. It is very clear that increasing the budget by $400,000 to $600,000 vis-a-vis this TOT tax won't fill the gap.
I would like to address what Ben Stopper said about tracking, the public being able to track where money goes. When the sheriff's department is budgeted a certain amount of money and they give $800,000 back into the budget, I have a problem with that. I don't know how that relates to this, but it does somehow. Thank you.
I'd like to just speak as one who just booked his vacation for the fall. And as I said, when I booked that, I looked at rooms and where I want to go. I looked at what, I was going to be able to get for my money. I didn't look at what the TOT tax was. It's what I can afford. But it does bother me that I am paying probably 12% to another county, and our county's only charging 6%. You know, I think that it's only right to get up to what other counties in our area are charging, and I don't think that's going to stop people from coming here. What's going to get people to come here is, in addition to wonderful presentations like this, we need some presentations done on how we can attract more people to our county. This is a wonderful county. We have some really beautiful natural wonders here that people come to see, but we don't hear much talk about those anymore. All we hear about is one industry in this county, which isn't drawing tourists in. If anything, I would say that it's probably keeping people out. I know some that don't want to come here because they don't like the smell of the county. But we need to promote our county, and we need to promote the natural, beautiful resources we have here and get people to come in. If we're going to raise the TOT tax, let's also use some of that money to promote the county and then increase the tourist business here, because we do have a wonderful county to offer to people. It's a beautiful place to come, a lot of great things to see here, and very much appreciate the presentation. And to be honest, I was a little shocked. I didn't think TOT tax had a chance, but it was good to see that that does have a chance to pass, and I think that would be a real asset to this county to help us out. And again, you're going to visit any other county, you're paying a lot more. To me, it's only fair, and to me, it's one of the fair taxes, because it's, you know, if you don't want to pay it, don't come and visit. If you don't want to pay it in another county, don't go visit them. Those are fair taxes. So appreciate that, your presentation. Thank you.
I saw on TV the other night an industry. Huh?
Hang on, let her finish, please. Let her finish. Bonnie, continue.
I saw on TV another night an industry related to the TOT, and it was an industry called Bud and Breakfast, where they have cannabis farms that allow people to come and stay, and they 1 to 3 nights, I believe, and as far as the TOT tax goes, I don't think those people would mind paying 10, 12, 15% TOT tax. I'm really in favor of increasing it, and just as the gentleman before me spoke, it's equivalent to what other counties are charging, so why are we behind what other counties are charging? And with the information presented in this survey, apparently most people in the county don't mind moving their TOT tax up to what's equivalent to other counties. So anyway, think of a bud and breakfast industry.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comment period. This was an informational item only, so thank you.
Can I add?
Sure.
Chair, and I apologize. The question that I would have, this is an information item. What I would ask is if we can do an informal poll at this point based on what we see. And again, I know we can't get into deliberation necessarily. We can do that when it does come back. But from the direction at this point, what I would be looking for is, 1, shall we proceed with a November ballot measure, and 2, whether we set it at the 10 or a 12%, what the board would generally like to see come back to them for action.
You understand the question?
I do. I'd like to see it on the ballot for November. I'd like to see it at 12%.
Supervisor Mills?
I would be inclined.
You can turn your mic on.
I'd be inclined toward 10% on the ballot in November.
Supervisor Oliveira?
I would be in agreement with a 10%, correction, 12% after the great presentation. Providing that we continue our meetings on the TOT committees to establish an educational program. We don't want that to fall between the cracks. And I think it'd be very supportive of our public services and our folks over at the Visitors Bureau. It's a very wise way to go right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi?
November 12%.
Yeah.
Sorry? November 12%.
And I'm going to follow with the path of the committee, their recommendation of November at 12%.
So just so I have it clear, I have 2 10s and 3 12s, so we would bring back a 12% at this point.
No, you have 4 12s and 10.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I thought I heard Supervisor Mills say 10.
He did, and the other 4 said.
Okay. But that's the one that I missed. Perfect.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And we will be in recess till 2 o'clock. All right, we are back from lunch. Madam Clerk, item 36.
Item 36 is from the Auditor Controller to adopt a resolution authorizing the discharge of accountability to clear outstanding amounts in unrecoverable accounts receivable and non-sufficient funds checks.
Hello. So this really is, we've worked with departments, and actually last year I just did not have time with everything else that was going on to even bring a discharge forward. So this is covering multi fiscal years. But we have worked with all the departments to try to recover these as much as possible, to stay on top of them, reminding them, squeaky wheel, please send out collection notices, try to get it. And at this point, all possibilities of collection have just kind of ceased. It is something that Tim and I have talked about as well with the tax collector, treasurer tax collector, about looking at some other collection opportunities for things like this. So just because we're discharging it, it's really a matter of getting it off of our books. But it doesn't mean that they don't owe the money anymore. It just means that we're not carrying it as an asset on our balance sheets any further. But we have talked about potentially contracting with a collection firm. If we could get 10% of these types of discharges, that would be greater than zero. So we'll definitely continue to look at that. But most of what you're going to see, most of the line items really have to do with checks that were written to the county departments that just bounced and we couldn't get recovery on them. Animal services is a big one. They deal with a lot of checks, and they deal with a lot of volume of checks. So that is something that we've talked to them about, working with the treasurer tax collector to do credit cards over there. So I've talked to Brad with the new manager about maybe we need to look at that as an option, and that will kind of mitigate this issue that we've been experiencing. And then outside of that, it's payroll. So what will happen is someone will go out on leave, and the county is still continuing to pay our portion of their health insurance. The employee is supposed to pay for their portion of their health insurance and their dental and vision, and they don't. And we send them bills, and they still don't. And we assume that they're going to come back, and when they come back to employment with the county, then at that point we can go ahead and collect against payroll. But if they never come back, then we're not getting it. So some of these items are also related to that as well. We also had a couple on here where it would be like a accounting credit card, and they made some charges, and we can't validate the charges, and we find that the charges are actually not legal charges against the county, and the person also is on leave, and they never come back. So it's just those kinds of situations where we've tried to reach out, we've tried to get the money, we've tried to work with them, we've tried to do payment plans, and we just, we're done. So that's what this is. It's really just a discharge to get it off of our balance sheet, so we're not carrying the asset anymore. But certainly, we can work with administration and the tax collector about looking at other collection alternatives.
Any board question?
I do have a question. Rebecca, what is code demand?
What is code demand?
Yes.
So I can have Ed probably speak to that. Are you talking about the $182,000?
Yes.
I'll let Ed, the building official, discuss that.
So you're just taking that off the books. There's a good chance that these still may be applied as liens to properties?
No. There will be no liens for any of those. Those are primarily fines. And we can't lien fines on properties.
Okay.
We can lien hard costs, hard administrative costs, and physical abatement costs, but not the fines specifically. There's other collection opportunities with any of these which could lead to a judgment, but it's a personal judgment. Nothing would ever go against a property on these.
Okay, so this just cleans it up off your side of the books, of the ledger?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions? If not, public questions? Open to the public?
I have the easiest question of all for Rebecca. How much money are we talking about?
So the total amount is $189,542.07. And the bulk of that is $182,000 even, which has to do with code fines.
Does that answer your question? Any other public comments? If not, I'll close public comments, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, one quick question for Rebecca. Rebecca, I see that you mentioned $182,000 in building. Those are for permits?
These were, again, I'd have to have Ed discuss that, but my understanding is they were code compliance fines.
Okay. All right,
And I
thank
don't
you.
know the extent of what types of code compliance violations they were, but they were fines associated with administrative citations.
Does that answer your
Thank
question?
you. Yes.
And so I'm open for a motion.
I would move to adopt a resolution authorizing discharge of accountability.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Madam Clerk?
Item 37 is from the Office of Emergency Services to authorize the board chair to execute a Fifth Amendment to the professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Tetra Tech Incorporated for arboricultural and tree removal monitoring services due to the Butte Fire incident to compensate for additional tree removal monitoring expenses necessary for compliance with the approved NEPA monitoring requirements and for extended work days for an additional amount of $793,322.01 and a total not to exceed amount of $5,246,352.01 and a term ending June 30th, 2019.
Jeremy?
Good afternoon, Board. Good to see you.
Anything to add to that or speak of? Or
Well, I'm certainly available to answer any questions that you have about the Fifth Amendment to this contract.
any board questions? Supervisor Garamendi.
Board statement, Chairman, I want to thank you and Michelle again for taking the time to explain this to me at length. As everybody here is well aware, I've had my issues with this Tetra Tech contract.
Absolutely.
But I appreciate your approach to it and strategy, how you're going to approach it. And so after throwing a fit for the last two amendments, I'm actually on board with you on this one.
Okay, perfect. Excellent.
I know. Jeremy works miracles, huh?
Supervisor Oliveira.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeremy, thanks for the information. How much of this is going to be reimbursable by FEMA or OES? Rough ballpark figure, or are we just?
Well, we're making sure that all the work we do is in compliance with the federal regulations, and so all of the work should be eligible work. So, I believe that we won't have any challenges there. We've certainly got a strengthening relationship with FEMA, and we're making sure that we're communicating directly with them, and that we can make sure that the documentation is done properly, so there won't be any issues with regard to not being reimbursed based on documentation challenges.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Sure. So it looks like we should be able to knock this out in about 38 days, 40 days. It's about 1,500 trees.
So, thank you. Jeremy, what is the timeline then to actually complete the Tetra Tech project? Are you saying 38 days?
Well, so once we get the crews out there and we're cutting, we're looking at 38 to 40 days, working days. So if they don't work Sundays, for example, you can kind of scale that out. You're looking at 5 to 6 weeks. I expect the next couple of weeks that we'll be able to, that FEMA will approve the removal of these 1,550 trees, at which point we'll then be able to proceed with contacting the contractor, having them bring the men and the equipment out here, and get started from there. So ballpark, maybe 8 weeks from now.
And you're not expecting a Sixth Amendment?
A Sixth Amendment? I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
Any other board questions? If not, I'll open public comments. Any public questions, comments?
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to go and read the agenda packet specifically on this item. Was one of the amendments have to do with local hire? Local hire?
I could probably answer that for you. Well, my understanding is that, of course, a lot of these companies like Tetra Tech will have monitors, and that I think virtually all of their monitors will be local hires. Additionally, P&J, the company that cuts trees, is often using subcontractors who are local firms.
Jeremy, can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, sure. So what I was saying was that Tetra Tech, for the monitoring positions, I believe those are almost entirely local hires. That P&J often is using subcontractors who are local. I don't know the specifics on who they've lined up as their employees or their subcontractors, but those are general industry practices by these firms. So. Oh, and the current contract has a subcontractor, Ganda, doing biological monitoring, and CBMI, that's the Calaveras Band of Miwok Indians, doing cultural monitoring. So I think those are both local area firms. Yeah.
And if I could just add, too, given that this is FEMA funding, that explicitly prohibits us from providing any local advantage to vendors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up.
And so we're just continuing the contract that we already have, and those are their standard practices. So.
Any other public comments, questions? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. District 2 Supervisor, would you like to make the motion?
I know this is going to scare everybody, but I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
All right.
I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Oliveira. Any other board questions, comments? If not, call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item number 39.
Item number 38 is from the Administrative
Excuse me,
Office
38, I'm
to
sorry.
adopt the fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget.
All right, and so this is coming in a few items to the board, in part just to make it clear on the different specific items that we're asking the board to adopt, rather than the one single item that came forward with the budget presentation. So that's the reason that we have a number of items there. So it is a little more, might be repetitive for some of the things that I say, but it will just be going through each of those particular items. The first is the main budget. So what this includes then is the budget document and the summary of all of the operating funds that we discussed over the budget hearings in early June. One thing to note then, so what my office did is went through and specifically made the reductions or changes that were discussed in the in those budget hearings, reducing county council's professional services line $150,000, removing the admin analyst position request from my office's budget, removing IT services technician from the IT budget, also reducing the IT professional services line by $27,000. Removing the planner trainee position from planning's budget, removing the office technician from animal services budget. Also recognizing with having our new bills come in, recognized a utility savings of $60,000 for our sewer services for the main campus and the jail. And also recognizing where there was additional salaries, $120,000 in salary savings to the county clerk recorder budget, where we had double counted some salaries. A couple areas to note. One, we did repair errors in budget salary numbers in human resources, probation, and actually identified a smaller one in ag commissioner. In terms of the HR position, we had a limited term clerical assistant in HR that we had discussed at the meeting, the $37,000 position. In talking to Judy about the scope of what that position is doing for her pending capital project, which is the NeoGov recruitment system go live, and also her scanning project, we agreed that we've done this in the past to fund that limited term position as part of the capital project with the teeter fund. That is a change that was not previously discussed, but I put in and I'm requesting again based on previous practice. We also did add in the purchase of the Sheriff's Office Bearcat into the budget using teeter funds for the county's portion of that purchase. That'll allow them to get that order going with the roughly year-long lead time. This assumes all of the same revenue projections that I had. I don't know if the assessor was here to make any comment on her roll close. I wouldn't want to make but apparently Rebecca will make the announcement for her, apparently.
So we had worked with the assessor to try to determine, in a crystal ball where we thought the projected assessed value was going to go up. So what was included in the budget was a 4% increase, and ultimately what it was, and she just certified this yesterday, was 6.59%. We do not have, because I just received it, so my office has not run the calculations based on what that is. It, just kind of a ballpark figure, it's a little over $700,000 to the general fund, but it could potentially be higher than that. We just need to actually go physically through the calculations, look at the AB8 factor distribution, and it's not an easy process to actually calculate property taxes and apportion them. So once we have that information, we will share that with the administrative office and make sure that that is included with final budget. But it is higher than what had been projected in the recommended.
Thank you, Rebecca. Otherwise, those were the only shifts. Obviously, that new revenue is not in this budget, but that will be reflected in final budget when it comes back to the board in September.
Any board questions? Supervisor Mill?
Tim, we were talking about trying to spread the financing of the Bearcat out over several years. So we'll put part of it aside this year and then possibly the final payment next year.
Yeah, I think the goal, at least to show the appropriations there, they have the authority to purchase it. And yes, if we want to then say they can reimburse it, over a couple of years to reimburse Teeter, that is what we discussed.
Okay. And are we still on track to that 5% number that the board had talked about it?
For September coming in, yes. That following the adoption of this budget, July and August's tasks are going to be my office, the auditor's office, meeting with departments and having those discussions about what that's going to look like and looking at some scenarios.
So when we look at mid-year and any potential salary savings, do we want to start having discussions, and I know the auditor might be interested in as well, to look at those salary savings and roll them forward into the PARS account or some other method rather than just allow them to sit within those departments' budgets?
Yeah, that is something that we had discussed about building a policy. I look at this budget, and I've said this publicly, and I've said this to board members, and Tim and I have talked about this. I think this is a year of transition, and we have to starting immediately making transitions. The cash carry is giving us basically some breathing room to make those changes, to look at the overall structure, to look at our fee structures, to look at revenue options, expenditure reductions, and strategies going forward, and also looking at policies. And one of the policies that we had talked about was a policy in terms of funding PERS and funding that IRS 115 fund. And whether that is taking a percentage of cash carry, if that's a percentage of salary savings, if it's at some point in time. And so I think those are some of the discussions and strategies that we need to start coming up with and getting together and discussing how we're going to do that.
Could you explain cash carry to us, Rebecca?
So cash carry is the cash in any fund, and we mainly focus on the general fund because that is where the biggest discretion is for the Board of Supervisors. So it's the cash that is left in the fund as of June 30th that is not expended, that doesn't have any encumbrance on it. So we had projected around $9 million where we thought we would end with cash carry. And that cash carry rolls over from June 30th to July 1st, and we embed it in the budget. So the budget is based on current year revenue, prior year cash carry as of June 30th, less any expenditures. And that's how we come up with that budget. So the cash carry is really what your leftover net revenue was from the prior year as of June 30th.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
If I might be able to add a piece of clarification too, I know it's the unfortunate coincidence of the dollar amounts too, because I've gotten this question, and in fact I had gotten a couple media questions on specifically what this means. So we have obviously the cash carry, which is, as the auditors pointed out, was very strong. We also had in my presentation a discussion about what I had coined a deficit or a structural imbalance within the general fund. The way that I kind of look at that and qualified that is taking a look at what all of the general funded departments cost us, less any revenues that they might be able to bring in, whether it's grant funds, whether it's collection for services they provide. And that net result is then how much general fund they need to operate. When I looked at the numbers, what we see before we factored in the fact that the cash carry basically filled that hole, is there was still a a recurring sustainable revenue difference between what our expenses are and what our revenues are to cover that. And that comes back to then why we're looking at what needs to be done in September.
Right.
But,
So,
excuse me, but to clarify even a little bit more, that only pertains to reoccurring expenses, not one-time expenses that the cash carry would pay off and be done. It would be what the difference is on the continuing going forward.
That's true. It would assume, departments can cut capital asset purchases. They can cut contracts, things that are not staff-related, or rents, contracts that they have to pay.
correct. So the whole caveat to this, and what it's important for the public and the board to understand, is when we're talking about cash carry, you really want to look at that as one-time funding, right? Because when June 30th comes along, if it happens to be exactly $9 million, we can't assume that June 30th of 2019, we're going to have cash carry of $9 million. It's highly unlikely. It's more likely that, it could be, you tell me, based on your crystal ball, where do we think we're going to be as of June 30th, 2019? So what we have to do is kind of stand back and look at our discretionary revenues and how those revenues are spread across the expenditures, and if we're in alignment. And we have, we've consistently been out of alignment for years. And it's just something that we've not addressed. And we, every year we go, whew, we got through that one, and we'll plan next year, or we'll wait till, next year. So I think we've just kind of come to a crossroads at this point where we're having an opportunity with the cash carry that we have. We had a strong sales tax revenue for this year. We had strong TOT with the increase of the Airbnb. We had stronger, we just had stronger revenues than we've seen in the past across the board. And those, even with the strongness of all of those revenues, they don't marry up with the expenditures. We know that the expenditures are rising at a higher rate than what the trend is for those respective revenues. So there's where we have to kind of sit down and look at that and kind of trend that out. And we've also not done historically a really great job with multi-year trend budgeting. So that's something, again, that kind of Tim and I have looked at, and that was a big reason why we wanted to invest in more complex budget software, so that it would give us that opportunity to kind of stand back, project forward, and see where we're going to go.
And that modeling is critical.
Yes.
Going forward, and I'm glad to see we're starting to get in that, and thank you for about the one-time funds, because that was on my checklist as well. The other thing, too, is that we've been backfilling some of these enterprise for quite some time, and developing the fee scheduling revisions that are so critical has kind of helped to reduce that exposure. So that's something that boards could have done in the past. It's come to a point now where we can do it, and we have that ability. So I appreciate all of the departments that have moved forward in this, like environmental health recently did. But and I know that the building department's working on theirs. There's others that are doing it. So that's how we're going to eliminate those gaps. Is try to be sure that whatever our cost recovery mechanisms are, that they're in alignment with what the true costs are.
And I think there's areas where we don't have a fee that maybe we should have a fee, and we just have had a reluctance to look at that because fees and taxes are not popular. But when you stand back and you say, well, the discretionary revenues are basically paying for services that an individual actually should be paying for. That's kind of how you have to look at it, and we do have instances of that. So there are areas where we probably don't have a fee, that we probably do need a fee. And if we could, again, use this time that we have to kind of make those that analysis and make those presentations, then I think we'll get closer to where we need to be.
You'll never truly balance the enterprises against what their reality is.
Yeah.
But as long as we can shrink that
Yeah.
number,
Yeah.
that's money that we can then allocate or use in other ways.
Correct.
So, thank you.
So just to clear, we have a balanced budget. We have money
We
to
have a
pay.
balanced
We have
budget.
a balanced budget. We have some structural deficits that we need to address going forward.
Mhm.
We have some time to look at those.
Yes.
And we were having a request to bring to us a 5% reduction in September to address some of those in the future. So, thank you. Thank you, Rebecca.
Yep.
I will open up to public comment. Oh, excuse me, staff comments, I'm sorry. Sam, sorry.
Good afternoon. Sam Leach, Chief Probation Officer. I was here on June 13th to present and respond to questions on probation's budget and the AB 109 budget. Included in that was equity increases for 3 of my managers, my assistant chief and my supervising deputy probation officers. So that's 3 positions. In my budget, I addressed that and also included at the CAO's request and in coordination with their office in my request that those increases would be covered by our SB 678 revenue. And so none of it was a general fund impact. The next day I wasn't present, and those positions got lumped in with, from what I believe was another 8 positions that were considered, and the board then pulled 5-0 in the opposite direction to take those off the table. So forgive me for being confused and hurt, but I was very disappointed in this because I've got, 3 people over there who see one thing one day, and the very next day see a unanimous vote against what frankly is a unanimous poll, I know it's not a vote, against what's very well deserved, and 3 people who are not replaceable internally and almost impossible to replace externally if I had to, based on what they're currently getting. So, I'm frustrated by it. I wanted to come say my piece. I'll leave it at that. I realize you don't want to go through and rework the budget today, but I'm still saying my piece and imploring you to reconsider that portion. We covered the difference. There's no general fund impact. It will be a $48,662 draw from SB 678 monies. So I'll leave you with that.
We kept September budget. We'll revisit it.
Well, hello. So Ed Ballard with the Sheriff's Office. I wasn't at the last budget thing, but I know you guys had some questions and all that other stuff. And I just wanted to update you with what's going on with, you all know where we're at with not having positions filled and all that stuff. So we did change stuff up, and I'm like real jazzed. Yesterday we actually brought 4 people on board at one time. We're due to bring on 5 to 7 more people by the end of August. So hopefully within the next few months we should be fully staffed. And so I appreciate the positions that we did get.
Mr. Chair, Captain.
Aye.
Thanks for coming over, Captain Ballard. I'm going to put that on the calendar. We have that many applicants now.
What had happened was, I'm sure you're all familiar with Sergeant Whiting, but she did an open house thing specific to the female correctional officers, and we held about probably in the last couple of months an open house and an open recruitment thing. On that particular day, we had 54 people show up. And of those 54 people showed up, 42 of them ended up coming and doing the test. And I want to say somewhere around 35 of them passed the test. So, I mean, it was an anomaly, but we're taking full advantage of it. So we've had a lot of people putting in for the correctional officer position. So, and hopefully by the time, we're done with this new process, we'll be able to have all the positions filled, plus enough extra hires to pull in as the attrition rate, because we're never going to lose that attrition rate. So, 5 to 7 a year just on that. So it's going good.
Good.
Right now.
The raises paid off, Captain?
What's that?
The raises help a little bit?
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did.
Captain, don't walk away. You do have some workman's comp positions that are inactive right now?
Correct. I've got 5.
5?
I've got 5. That's the biggest hit on overtime right now is backfilling those positions. And as you know, I got to pay the overtime, plus then I got to pay, or the county's responsible for the 4850 time. Been working with HR. HR has been doing an outstanding job of getting those workers' comp things worked through, getting people back to work, or getting to where I can fill the positions. So I've been doing the jail for, I think this is my 13th year, and this is probably the first time where I think I'm not swimming in wet concrete when it comes to getting people hired. I just hope I'm not being overly happy. But I think we're on our way to getting all the positions filled. And then, concurrently with that, once we get all those things, all those positions filled, everybody stays and all that stuff, probably won't be a lot of cash carry out of my budget.
Okay, thank you.
So keep that in mind. Okay?
Any other staff? Seeing none, I will now open to public comment.
I agree with what Captain Ballard said, but I just want you guys to know that the volunteer sheriffs help out quite a bit in the jail. They help out in public. They do a lot of things for us that don't cost us a dime, and we need to recognize those volunteers.
I'll do that right now.
Are you a volunteer?
I'm not a volunteer, but she's absolutely right. I don't think we recognize the volunteers enough. I know that them not stepping in and coming over and helping me out during my manpower crisis over there, it would have been tough for me. And I'm glad they're there, and they do not get enough acknowledgement, especially from me. But you got it.
Any other public comment?
When we talk about a balanced budget, we're talking about filling in a potential deficit with money that's carryover right now. But one thing I want to talk about is that was just brought up on percentages and possible money coming in from the assessed tax values is projected it was 4%, and I think I just heard it was closer to a little bit over 6%. Approximately $700,000 more if I got my numbers correct from what I just heard. Now, looking back on this last year, this could be a potential anomaly. And it's not about marijuana. What I'm talking about is there's potentially 400, 500 business licenses that did upgrades on properties that were assessed because they put in structures and other things in these properties that actually raise the value on these properties. Potentially, these people are having to take these apart as a part of everything they're having to go through now. So my question is, will this potentially in the coming year or the year after that reduce the assessed value of those properties so that this 1 year leap is actually going to work backwards in the coming years because these structures and upgrades to the properties are going to have to be taken down and devaluing the property as a whole?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it wasn't my intent to take up your time today. However, I'm hearing not quite accurate numbers. So I'm just going to announce for you and for the public, even though I've already emailed you, We did close our assessment roll yesterday. The 2018 assessment roll net of all exemptions, which are homeowners exemptions, church, disabled veterans, and the like, is $7,123,151,558. That represents an increase of more than $440 million over last year's assessment roll, and it's an increase of 6.59%. We are calculating the net return to the general fund of about $741,000. In answer to Mr. Stopper's question, he is correct to some extent, and that is this. Those cannabis businesses that existed on January 1st were assessed in the 2018 roll. We are certainly already getting questions about why we assess those on the assessment roll when 10 or 12 days later you enacted a ban. State law and the California Constitution require that all property be assessed as it existed on January 1st. So I'm just going to use a simple little example. If you and I had a business on January 1st and one of us got sick on January 12th and we had to close the business is still assessable because it existed on January 1st. Do we expect some appeals? Yes, I do. Your assessment appeals board might be quite busy, but their hands will be tied in this case if that business equipment and that business existed on January 1st. In subsequent years, depending on the action this board takes on what is it, agenda item 46, and how the voters may decide, in subsequent years, those values may continue to be on the assessment roll. Likewise, they may not. It's impossible to predict what anybody who is in business will do from year to year. I'm happy to answer your questions about that, but I would just ask you to remember that I don't have a crystal ball, and I really can't predict what will happen. I know a lot of people are trying to predict what will happen with the assessment roll, and I usually advise them against that. Questions?
Questions?
Outstanding.
Thank you, Leslie. Any other public comments?
I apologize, I do not have a computer and I can't get anything online, but in your final budget, was there any increase included for home care providers, the IHSS workers through Welfare Department?
This is the preliminary budget. It's not final yet.
It's not final.
Finals in September. This is our preliminary budget to get to September when the state's budget starts, their fiscal year starts, and we know what the state is going to do and adopt for their final budget. So every year we go, and by July 1st, we are mandated to have a balanced budget. And that's called the preliminary budget. And then after September, when the state starts their budget, we will come back and do our final budget for the rest of the year.
So I have to still worry or hound you or whatever?
I think you can get, at least for the preliminary budget, an answer from the CAO on that question.
Okay.
And unfortunately, Kristen Brinks isn't here, but in looking at that budget, it assumes current rate for the IHSS workers. Any changes would be brought forth through the negotiation process with the MOU, which then would come back to the board for consideration and then adjustment to the HHSA budget if it were passed.
So if there are contract negotiations initiated by SEIU 2015, that's what will come into play?
Yeah, it would be the same as it is with any other labor group within the county.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Can I just say something real quick?
Can you?
Sure. Yeah. Bonnie, just to let you know and anybody else who is listening or watching, that if you don't have a computer or you don't have access to a computer, you can always come into the clerk recorder's office between the hours of 8 and 4, Monday through Friday, and view the Board of Supervisors agenda packets on the computers that are in our lobby, just so you know.
Okay. No other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments and bring it back to the board. Any other board comments, questions? If not, I'm open for a motion.
I would move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Mills, second by Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving to item number 39.
Item 39 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution authorizing the purchase of certain capital assets for fiscal year 2018-19.
All right, so yes, this item again is bringing back what was a list already presented to the board during the budget hearings. That number has not changed at this point. The total appropriation request for capital assets, and this is for all funds, is $3.754 million. Now, within the attachments, you can see where what that list is, and more importantly, to the far right-hand column is the funding source, just denoting that the bulk of these are not general fund dollars. So general fund represents about $650,000 of that.
620.
Yeah, so
About 620,000.
my quick and dirty rounding says.
I have it written down.
So again, the bulk of this is not general fund, but to the point earlier on those one-time funds, these would be one-time funds across any of these departments that next year, if we were looking for, bringing expenditures down, this would be the first place that we would look.
Board questions? Seeing none? Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Before we do, Chair, I think it's valuable here to note that we're continuing to purchase vehicles for the Sheriff's Department, and that we do that each year and start developing a rotational chain in the system. I know it's been long ignored, but and it takes a lot of time to get those vehicles functional and on the road. So I see Maria's going to come up, and no, it's certainly welcome.
Good afternoon, Board, Council, CAO Let's, how are you? Yeah, we're trying to make some progress. The vehicles for a long time had not been refreshed, and there was no official program. But with DeBasilio on board, he's been trying to add as many as he can. The cost is not so much the vehicle. The vehicle's not too bad, but it's all the outfitting that has to go with it. So you figure for every car, it's not just the cost of an escape or an expedition. It's all the outfitting that the officers need. So little at a time, we'll make a dent. And we thank the board and the CEO for being able to help us to manage the fleet.
Yeah, if we commit to turning your fleet over a 8 or 10 year span or 6 year span, whatever that commitment is, as long as we keep it in the budget every year to do that.
A little bit at a time.
A little
correct.
bit at a time.
And salvage
then
some of the old guys.
We won't be
guys.
sitting on a bulk need. It would be a smaller need over time. So
It's just too hard to do it all at once. You have to take it as much as you can, a little at a time.
okay. Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And if I could even add on that too, you'll notice there are a few even for integrated waste management and other areas within Public Works that we're really trying to do just that. Does us no good to never replace a vehicle, because then all of your vehicles die at the same time, and then you have a big expense that you can't afford.
So the snowplows up in Arnold, those are the most critical need for that area.
But I'm looking over at Judy, who's the risk manager as well, who was telling me about I think it actually might have been a work comp injury of somebody hitting their head on the ceiling of the snowplow because it's so old. And
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Yes, we have plows from the early 70s that I have been assured that the seatbelts are intact, but still we had a workers' comp claim last year that the person hit their head on the roof, and so it's something that the equipment does need to be replaced, but we make sure that those are the vehicles of last resort when they have to use them.
Supervisor
Mr. Chair?
Oliver?
Don't run away, Judy. Without naming our employee, can you tell me the dynamics of that accident? He hit his head on the roof of the inside cab of a piece of equipment that was equipped with seat belts? Is that what we're saying?
That's what was written down. That's what was reported. But when in plowing, going over something, hit a bump, and he hit his head. I talked with the supervisor. There's some inconsistencies there, but we are making sure that the equipment in the vehicles are safe, so that the seat belts are intact. But we do have some of the vehicles, some of the snow plows are early 70s, and those are the ones that we are getting replaced and having better equipment.
And those just have lap belts and not shoulder belts on them?
Yes. And like I said, we do not use those when possible.
I just want to clarify the accident, how it happened. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment on the snowplow situation.
Sure.
I've actually discussed this in depth with Scott Anderson. And just for purpose of clarity, we see in the capital improvement, we have 2 dump trucks with plows. Those dump trucks, as equipped, they actually, one will serve the purpose of 2 truck plows, as we are seeing now. So we're going to pick up actually the capability of 4 snowplow trucks plus 1 more for a total of 5 snowplow trucks. So we are increasing and updating our fleet. Unfortunately, we can't do it all in 1 year. So, and I want to make sure we have all seatbelts in them. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on?
Yes. I want everybody to remember, and for the audience or anybody who's listening, we're moving through these items pretty quick, but there's a 500-page document. We spent three days on it last week or week before last. So don't think we're just skimming through. And with that, I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
All right. Your motion is to
adopt.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on?
I will second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 40, Madam Clerk.
Item 40 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget for special revenue designated funds.
Yes, this item, again, what was featured in your, in the full budget document that was discussed over the hearings. I'll call out again a couple of items here. One is certainly the extensive list here. This is a departure from prior years where going through the process of looking at the chart of accounts when we moved to the OpenGov system, the auditor's office, my office worked hard to try and categorize and identify all the special revenue designated funds out there that fall under the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors and that then reside in different departments and have different statutory requirements. One item that I would note here, just for clarity's sake, the estimated fund equity numbers that are included there are just that, estimated numbers. Going back to what the auditor said a little while ago for another item is at this point we kind of do an estimate of what we think that equity is going to be. Then when it comes back in September, that's when we then have those final equity numbers that get slotted into that space. So that's why typically you don't see a whole bunch of activity going on for these funds during this point in time, and you might see more activity then when it comes to the final budget in September.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, your last number down there on total revenue was 48, the last, I don't have the sheets in front of me, but it was 48 million, now it's 49.
And I'd have to, going back to just our cleanup.
Is that what it did?
Yeah, what happened, as I had alluded to during the budget hearings, unfortunately, we had to make a lot of minor or manual edits to the budget that was outside of the OpenGov system. Then what happened is OpenGov, we had to work with them to basically match those changes. Through that process, I think there was one fund that was identified as, we needed to include this fund, that it wasn't. The amount change was immaterial, but I did recognize that there were a couple little shifts in dollar amounts, in part because when we re-reconciled with the OpenGov system.
Maybe this is a question for the auditor. Could you explain where this money comes from? I mean, it doesn't just miraculously appear in a check somewhere, does it?
No. So the special revenue funds, we have them categorized under GASB 54, which is a fund balance policy that was approved by the Board of Supervisors several years ago. But for the most part, the special revenue funds that we have are restricted funding. It's not locally restricted by the Board of Supervisors, but in fact, it is state or federal funds that we receive that, I kind of tell people we can only use to buy crunchy peanut butter on Tuesday. That's it. You can't do anything else with it. We have funds that specifically can only be used on capital. We have funds that can only be used on a Medi-Cal program. We have funds that can only be used on attorney fees related to environmental, litigation. I mean, we have all these special revenue funds that we have received the money either from a fee that was locally, it could have been locally established by the Board of Supervisors, or it could have been allowed by the Board of Supervisors, but under the allowance by the state legislature. We have funds that are grant funding, could be state grant funding, could be federal grant funding, and then we have a lot of money that is in these special revenue funds that is tied to sales tax allocations that come back through the state controller's office to us, but is specifically tied to programs, whether it's realignment money, 1993 realignment, or it could be 2011.
91 realignment.
91 realignment or 2011 realignment. One of, old realignment or new realignment. So all of those funds cannot be used in a discretionary manner. They have to be used on specific programs, on specific types of activities. They all have to be held in separate accounts, but they're not trust accounts. They're not fiduciary funds because they still are under the governance of the Board of Supervisors. We still have to include them in our audit. We have to track everything that's going in and out of these funds, and there's terms that we have to meet for them.
And additionally, some of these funds are added to every year to some degree. Others don't get an addition. They're just a line item that's been set aside for a specific purpose.
Correct. So most of the ones that are kind of sitting there would be, those are generally locally established committed funds that would have been committed by you as our local legislative bodies. And so that could be the General Fund Reserve, but it could also be that 27th payroll PERS smoothing fund. It could be, we're self-liability insured, so that's the self-liability fund. There's several funds where there's money sitting there. There's no additional funds that are necessarily going and contributing to it, but that balance is sitting there because it is committed by the Board of Supervisors to be used to offset some activity, whether it's to prove that we have coverage for our insurance, to prove that we have reserves established for cash flow to kind of meet those best practices under GFOA, so that we have sufficient funds for cash flow. So there's several reasons why those might be there. The other funds that we have get allocations probably on a monthly or quarterly basis, and then are used to some degree, but may not be 100% liquidated every year. And so what will happen is sometimes a department will get funds, it'll go in that special revenue fund, and they have a project or a program that they want to do at some point in the future, but they are kind of accumulating dollars until it gets to a certain point, and then they're going to make that investment 3, 4, 5 years from now.
Okay, great explanation. Thank you.
Supervisor Oliver.
Ms. Callen, I have a question for you. Seeing we're speaking about special district funds in this particular item, could you explain the GAN Act and what that curtails to funds? And I'm going to talk specifically, and I don't want to point a finger at Mr. Lutz, because I found out that we have a fund that was exorbitant.
To be clear, this is on a special district, not within a special revenue fund. We're not quite on that item yet.
Oh, we're not there yet?
I just want to make sure
You want to stick around for that time, or do you want to answer it now?
I can stick around for that one. But the GAN limit actually applies to, the county, and it applies to our special districts, and it applies to external special districts. It applies to any governmental agency that receives tax revenue. So in essence, what the GAN limit is it's actually named after a person with the last name GAN, but it is an appropriations limit. And the basis of the GAN limit, the appropriations limit, is that there is a checks and balance. It's making sure that you are not overtaxing the taxpayer. So if your appropriation, so basically your expenditures, should be $100, you shouldn't be taxing $200. And if year after year it can be proven that you're taxing $200 and you really should only be taxing $100, the basis for the appropriations limit is that you probably, you either need to come up with a plan on how you need to restructure or reduce that tax, or reduce that tax revenue, or you would have to go to the voters to ask for a request to increase your appropriations limit, or you have to refund the tax to the taxpayer. But regardless of whether it's a special district or it's the county, that's something that we kind of are watching to make sure we don't hit our GAN limit. And generally, I can't really ever see where we, the county, would hit that'd be a pretty remarkable day for us to hit our GAN limit. But there are special districts that do hit their GAN limit, and we do have a fire district that does hit their GAN limit, and so they have to go to the voters and ask for permission from the voters to actually increase their GAN, their appropriations limit higher than what is allowed. And then if the voters approve it, then they're fine for 4 years, and then they have to go back and do it again.
Thank you. Very good explanation.
All right, we'll open to public comments on this item. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk.
Item 41 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget for the Air Pollution Control District.
I don't see Brad in here, but I see you brought it.
And I would suggest then, and that's what I was just conferring back and forth with council, This is the appropriation for the air pollution control district. My suggestion would be to follow the same procedure that we did earlier today.
Yeah. Is that correct? Even though the board of supervisors approves the budget?
The cleanest and most prudent approach from councils across the state is to do that. I know that because the agenda does identify all the various agencies in which you are sitting on, I know historically we have not closed this meeting, opened the meeting of the other agency, closed that meeting, reopened of another, just for time savings and economy. We have historically just made a reference that the board is acting in the capacity of the various applicable agency as you move forward rather than going through that process. So historically we have done the latter just for ease. The most prudent for purposes of the record is for opening it officially in the new agency and closing it and then reopening in the next item. This is something that staff will be discussing and bringing back as far as what the most appropriate method would be moving forward for the board to.
And I understand that. That's why we did that. We had a conversation, and we did that earlier. But this is approving their budget through the county appropriated funds. So the Board of Supervisors does not have the right to appropriate the money to that agency or that department?
In essence, you're, just like you are with the Board of Supervisors approving the budget of the county, because it's a special district, you're sitting as that board approving that budget. Technically, the Board of Supervisors alone doesn't have the authority to approve that appropriation.
And I understand, but I had to ask a question just so we know what's going on. So your recommendation is that we recess as the Board of Supervisors, convene as the Air Pollution District Control Board, adopt the budget, and go forward? Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. It is much more time consuming, but staff will continue to look at that process.
It's interesting you say that because I was at a Tri-Dam meeting in Oakdale just this last week, and that's exactly what they did.
It is a fairly common practice.
Okay.
It's a little more time consuming, but.
That's fine. So we will recess as the Board of Supervisors, and we will convene as the Air Pollution Control District Board for this item. Do you want to have any comment?
Sorry. Yeah, so this is specifically as a special district requesting the appropriation authority of $552,030 for the air pollution control district. And again, this is a special district that county staff provide services directly to, and the district then reimburses the county for that work, so to speak.
Any board questions? Any public comments? Public questions? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second, Mr.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. We will now rest as the Air Pollution Control Board and we reconvene as the Board of Supervisors for Calaveras County. Madam Clerk, item number 42.
Item 42 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget for districts governed by the Board of Supervisors.
Now, and this is, I was smiling because I was, in light of that, dreading when this one comes up. Because historically, we have lumped lighting districts, CSAs, into kind of one group. Now, for purposes of how this is agendized and the board is convening as these entities, we've been able to do it this way. I don't know if Megan, or council I should say, has a suggestion in terms of this sheet that has both lighting districts and CSAs. Can the board approve? Sorry.
Aha.
As I've previously stated, I mean, for economy, it's what we have historically done is that for this action, we are sitting in the capacity of this entity. For a subsequent action, we are sitting in the capacity of the other agency. It is the most prudent and appropriate approach, the safest approach of opening the item as the various agency that you're taking action as. In this situation, because there are multiple bodies, I think that clarification on the record would be sufficient, and then we will be moving forward differently in the future.
So for clarification then, I guess if we're looking at lighting districts, there are 6 lighting districts. 20200010, which is Arnold Lighting, 20300010, which is McCollum Hill Lighting, 20400010, which is Murphy's Lighting, 20500010, which is San Andreas Lighting, 20600010, which is Valley Springs Lighting, and 20700010, which is West Point Lighting. The total appropriation requests for those districts is $1.097 million, with the strongest outlier, so to speak, being Murphy's Lighting, which goes back to Supervisor Alvera's earlier comment on GAN limit questions.
Supervisor Olivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed in this budget that we have an appropriations, an estimated fund equity of $568,000. And that is why I question this, and I've discussed it with Mr. Lutz, and I'm going to give him an opportunity to explain, because it is somewhat irregular compared to other lighting districts.
Yes, and this was brought up at last year's budget hearing, and
And the year before, and the year before, and the year before. So every year I have threatened, if something does not happen, I will be refunding money out of the lighting district.
That's exactly why I asked about the dam.
So I need the money to be spent in order to not be in violation of the GAN limit. So there are plenty of opportunities for projects. There have been plenty of opportunities for projects. It's just been a matter of getting one foot in front of the other. So I'm confident with the discussions that I've had with CAO Lutz and facilities that something will happen. And I've made my final threat that if it doesn't happen, we'll be cutting checks. Not sure how that's going to play out, but I'm confident that something will happen. And I know that the Murphy's area is very interested. They're being discussed with this, and I'm confident. I'm more confident going into this fiscal year than prior fiscal years that there will actually be movement.
Ms. Callan, now that I'm aware of it, I guarantee you I will become involved, and I will share your confidence. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Lutz. I understand there are hard projects being planned now.
We've had very productive conversations, and I say my office, but also Public Works. Conversations with the Murphy's Business Association specifically about different projects along Murphy's. There are a couple of dark corridors that are within the lighting district that would be an opportune spot to add lighting. In addition to PG&E had gone through and replaced some lighting along their right-of-way and their under their control. We'll go through and kind of match that same type of period look with lighting through the district.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts, Ms. Calhoun.
I would also like to ask that, Moke Hill's got $77,000 in that account. If you could give us some guidance on the rules and regulations over the next several months.
Definitely.
We'd like to take a look at that too. Thank you.
And I would echo that for San Andreas.
I think the good news is, these are decent balances in these lighting districts, and you know, in principle, they're designed to help make sure that if light bulbs go out, you can go in and replace them, but this is also a good opportunity to look at, you know, upgraded lighting fixtures, LEDs, provide better coverage, but make sure that it's broadcasting downward and not upward so it doesn't impact the skylight.
And this is why they exist. So I just think it's historically, we've been paying for the light bill with the funds. And we've gotten to the point where we need to pay for more than the light bill. That wasn't the sole intention of having the lighting district. So there just needs to be a plan in place and then moving forward with those.
Public comments? No? Seeing none, we'll bring it back.
Make a motion?
A motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I have a motion second?
For all of the districts, or just lighting?
This is a lighting district. Have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll now go on to the county service areas.
Yes, county service areas, 21000010 is CSA number 9, Sunrise Point. 21100010 is CSA number 1, Rancho Calaveras. 21120010 is CSA number 12, Golden Hills. 21150010 is PRD number 1 in Woodgate, Indian Creek. 21200010 CSA number 2 is Bar 20. 21400010 CSA number 4 Diamond 20, and 21800010 CSA number 8 Spring Hills. And total appropriation requests for all of the CSAs, $1,951,834.
Any board comments? Supervisor Mills?
Yes, on CSA 4, I know that part of it has to do with the FEMA work that's been done down there. There was a match, and also there's a bridge being constructed on the north side of the north stagecoach, or upper stagecoach. So I understand the reasoning for this, the numbers that are there.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Sorry.
All right. Any other board questions, comments? If not, public comments?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. It came to my knowledge that there's a problem in the CSA 2 and Stallion Road. Apparently the end of the road was not placed according to the approved parcel map, and that condition has been there for many years. The road was supposed to provide access to the last parcel on Stallion Road, and instead the road terminated into the adjacent parcel and didn't make a left turn as it was supposed to according to the map. Over the years, nobody cared, and a private driveway was in place at the end of that road accessing the last parcel. But now that owner has improved that driveway, plus added more driveway onto his property, the last parcel, and the parcel which has Stallion Road put into it rather than in front of it is objecting to the private driveway, and it looks like it's going into litigation, probably some sort of action of where the court would determine that that's prescriptive easement. But the plot thickens. According to Robert Packinger, who's the county surveyor, the county should not be responsible because that's a CSA. And so the county would not have any responsibility with where that road was. Well, it turns out the CSA is controlled by the Board of Supervisors, who are the county. So the county not having any responsibility would be a question probably for county council. But in any case, this is coming up, and the county may need to help correct the situation, providing access to the last parcel. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Board Chair, I just wanted, under the circumstances, because of our program and because of the program through ICAM2 only allows for one resolution, we have multiple entities that you are essentially taking action on in the capacity as those separate agencies. I would just ask that if, as you move forward, that for the record, for the clerk's sake, that the same, if you're inclined to vote the same way that you previously did, that the same motion and the same seconder be consistent throughout for purposes of our record keeping and us having to work within this program that we are currently working in.
But that is just for the lighting districts and the CSAs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's just for this item.
All right.
Chair, I might note that to the speaker's point, there is a whole lot more to the story, and it's being worked on. So it'd be a no comment at this point.
So that being said, looking for a motion, hopefully from the same person. As it was you and Mike. Yeah, you.
I make the motion.
A motion by Supervisor Mills.
I would second.
A second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
I'm sorry, that's not the motion and the second that I had.
Oh, what'd you have?
For the lighting districts, the motion was made by Supervisor Garamendi, and the second was made by Supervisor Oliveira.
I withdraw my motion. Withdraw the second.
I withdraw the second.
I would like to make a motion.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
I will second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Could have really threw in. Somebody said no.
Could have really jammed up the process.
All right, moving on to Copperopolis Benefit Basin.
Copperopolis.
Copperopolis.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah, there are a few more.
Valley Springs Benefit Basin is next.
So the Copperopolis Benefit Basin 10260010. Sorry, you guys are making me laugh. Is Copperopolis Benefit Basin, total appropriation $1.104 million.
Supervisor Mills.
And just to that point, the roundabout is not included in that cost.
Based on the cost, I would speculate no. But
I just wanted to ensure that the benefit basin was not paying for the roundabout. It's being paid for by Castle and Cook.
Yeah, no.
Correct. Okay.
Any more questions? If not, public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I'll need a motion by Supervisor Garamendi in a second.
Sorry, Dennis. Your district, Tricia would say you get it, but I make a motion to approve.
Supervisor Garamendi, you have a motion?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to Valley Springs Benefit Basin.
Yes, 10270010, Valley Springs Benefit Basin, total appropriation request $823,000.
Board comments? I don't have any. Not. Public comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Again, I apologize to Supervisor Trifanelli, this is his district, but I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I have a second?
Second by myself.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to CMCA JPA.
Yes, those are two org key items, 10910010 and then 10910060. The total combined appropriations, $257,553.
Any board comments? This is the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Agency. This is our contribution to that agency for the funds that came from the state allocated for it. Any public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to in-home IHSS.
Because this is a comprehensive list, the next item is going to actually be specifically for this one, so we can skip this one, and obviously we already did air pollution control district. So it just leaves fish and game.
Okay.
So Fish and Game, 1110-1560, the Fish and Game Commission. Total appropriation request at this point, $3,215.
This money is for the fishing derby, the children's fishing derby yearly. Any board comments? Not any public comments? This is money for the annual fishing derby. If not, bring it back for a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Garamendi, a second by
Supervisor Oliveira, Mr. Chair.
Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, we went through those. Now we're going back to in-home supportive services.
Which would be the next
And
item.
We've already done air pollution, so in-home.
That one's the next item.
43.
Item 43 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution approving fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget for the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority.
CAO Lutz?
Yes, so, you're right. Do you want to adjourn and reconvene?
Oh, yes, we will adjourn and reconvene as a Board of Supervisors. Or, excuse me, IHS Services.
Yes, this is for the IHSS Public Authority program specifically. So this is for the total appropriation request for the Public Authority. Total amount $726,982. I also noticed Kristen Brinks is here if there are questions specifically about the Public Authority program.
Any board questions? Any public comments? Public questions on this item? IHSS.
Bonnie's got it. Bonnie.
Just a question. It seems to me last year the budget was like 500 and something, and now it's 700 and something. What would that increase account for?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services Agency. It's important to note that that $700,000 number includes also reserves. The actual operating budget for the public authority is approximately $546,000. Last year was about $503,000. So the operating budget again is about $546,000, which is which is much closer than what we proposed last year. The increases are due to increases in A87 costs and negotiated wages for employees.
Okay. Any other public comments?
was the chair of IHSS in the past year. I don't know what the negotiated wages are. And number two, I don't understand why the IHSS committee doesn't have any say in the budget. Thank you.
Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services Agency, to address the first component. That is the county employee through SEIU negotiations that I was speaking of. And the second question, I'm not sure how to answer the portion of it. So, but we always welcome working with the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, work with them on many things. So.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments, questions?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Have a second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We now recess as the IHSS Public Authority and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. And we will move on to item number 44.
Item 44 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list for fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget effective July 7, 2018.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And so this item is a resolution approving the position control list. These are the positions that were discussed and approved at the board hearings. It does not include any of the positions that we discussed to bring back at final budget. It also is approving the ranges, salary ranges, and job descriptions that go along with the new positions, and any updated job descriptions for positions that were, we had a position that were, series were assigned to, such as the plan examiners. We made a 1-2, so the job description was updated and was also attached.
Any board questions? Public comment? Any public comment?
Hi, I'm Shauna Towler, a concerned resident of District 5. When reviewing this resolution with the reclassifications and restructuring, I've noticed in the administration office, positions 0207 and 0208 were reclassified from a principal administrative analyst and senior administrative analyst to deputy CAOs. Those positions each show an increase of salary of $12.90 and $17.20 per hour, respectively. However, the current org chart that was provided by the CAO's office, or by the Office of Administration, shows that there's 2 administrative analysts. So it looks like the current positions available are underfilled, which would be the principal administrative analyst and senior administrative analyst. I don't understand as public why this wouldn't be filled with the current positions instead of reclassifying them. And also, if they're currently underfilled, the reclass is an increase of $21 an hour from $27 an hour to over $48 an hour. So it's a $21 an hour reclass for positions that don't seem to be currently filled according to the org chart. Per County Code 2.64110, the recruitment and establishment of procedures and techniques, it does state that the CAO shall establish recruiting procedures and techniques to secure qualified individuals and applicants and other candidates for employment in county service as applied. I'm just wondering if those procedures and techniques were followed. I would think this type of position would be, with this level of management, would be something that would be advertised for, recruited, or at least open to the public. And the final question on their budget is, finally, with these 2 reclasses, and only one retirement, how is the expected salary increase only increasing by $13,000 for administration? At the lowest pay scale, showing only one principal administrative analyst increasing, it results in $26,000 just in salary costs, not in actual cost of employees. Thank you.
Either one.
I figured Judy and I could both answer pieces of that because they both overlap. The reclassification is based on what the position is allocated currently at. That's why it's listed the way that it is, as reclassifying from a senior and a principal to the new positions that they were at. You can always underfill positions, but it's going to be based on what the classification schedule or the class listing and approved positions were. In terms of the actual savings from the reclass, part of that is also the other reclassification, the deputy CA over solid waste is going to be over solid waste, which is charging 90% of that time into the solid waste fund. Still a savings in my office and a dramatic savings in solid waste given the overhead that was charged in there before.
And the reclassification is the same as we do in many offices, where we will go into the department and make sure that the reclassification that's being requested, that the employees meet the MQs of the position, and that they have the skills and abilities to do the job. And HR did that, and the employees do meet the skills and abilities and are doing many of the job duties that they are being assigned to already.
Thank you.
That's funny this gets brought up because this is something I've been looking at for a little while. So just for further clarification, you're claiming a savings in the administrative branch. You're setting one person over at integrated waste, which pays for 90% of their salary. So effectively, administration isn't paying into that, but we're taking that 90% of that salary from someplace else. So it's still costing the county from a different direction overall.
It is not general fund. Sorry.
No. It's specifically integrated waste, which is restricted funds. Absolutely. It has to be used for that certain issue. And as long as that gentleman that's been put in that position is working on that certain thing during that whole time he's taking that 90% salary, we're within compliance of expenditures. On to those other two positions that have been reclassified. I just understood HR said that they made sure that they fit those positions and that they qualify for those positions now for the reclassification. Did you change the job description prior to vetting that? The job description for those positions, was that changed prior to?
Answer first, or because I don't want to run his time. I don't understand change the job description at what?
Provided Deputy County Administrative Officer.
Mm-hmm.
You have a definition, distinguished characteristics, examples of duties. This is what a job description is.
Yeah.
Was the job description changed recently?
It was brand new job description that was developed.
Okay, so there was no freestanding job description for that specific duty.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Any board comments, questions? Supervisor Mills?
As a CAO can tell you, he and I had a fairly long conversation on this whole structure and how it works, and I am fairly confident that what he's asking to have done here will best serve the longer range needs of the county as we go forward. I do not see this as creating a structural problem for us in the out years or the years beyond, as long as we adhere to how you're planning to make this work. There's many pieces that we're leaving on the table simply because we don't have the manpower to focus on them. And I'll give you an example of that. It would be purchasing and contracting policies. So there are a lot of pieces here that can kind of slip through our fingers simply because we don't have the personnel in the right place at the right time to handle the need. I'm just making a comment.
Well, I think we had a lot of comments. We had a long discussion on this one back last meeting that we had that lasted 3 days. We had a lot of input and a lot of talk on the situation. So I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 45.
Item 45 is from the Administrative Office to adopt one of two resolutions, either adopting the Cal Waste 4.23% rate increase or rejecting the Cal Waste 4.23% for either adopting or rejecting 4.23% rate increase for contract year 2018-19.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a disclosure to make that although I wasn't here during the presentation at the board meeting last week, I did view the video in its entirety regarding the presentation. I'm familiar with the information that was presented there.
So you're up to date on...
I am up to date on the issue and on the agenda item.
Okay. Brian, you have anything to say? I see your name as the contact person bringing this forward.
I do, and I apologize for coming in just a little bit late. For item 45. As you know, as the board's aware, this was discussed a couple weeks ago. We have representatives from Cal Waste here today, and of course we had representatives of Cal Waste on 2 weeks ago. And so essentially what is before the board today is we have two resolutions as directed by the Board of Supervisors for consideration regarding the increase for the 4.23% Cal Waste increase. Option one, only two options today. Option one is for the board to concur with the 4.23% increase to the users of the Cal Waste system. That equates to a 93-cent increase per can, so per month, increase to the customer. The other option, and there's two resolutions again, the other option is for the board to consider taking some of that funding or all of that funding and taking it from the Integrated Waste Management Program. Now, I will be honest with you, I'm not recommending that. I'm still doing the fiscal analysis of IWM. Everybody in this board and in the chambers realize we have a $150 fee per year on our taxes for the Integrated Waste Management Program. That was established, I want to say, in 1991. Quite frankly, there are quite a few programs in place today that we didn't have then. Case in point, I was up at Red Hill today, where we have a yard waste program where we have our loaders working with a tub grinder to grind up the material so they can go down to Rock Creek, and we'll probably use that as alternative daily cover. 1991, we didn't have those programs, and we certainly didn't have the recycling program. So, barring getting into the finances that I really need to get into deeper for IWM, again, I can't, in good faith, recommend that the 4.23% increase come out of the IWM program. And if it did, it would come out of the two elements, the 3% franchise fee It is paid back, as you'll notice in your resolution, it's paid back to the county, as well as the recyclable program, the 90% recyclable recovery program. So with that said, again, the board has two options in front of them today, option 1 and option 2. You know what your IWM representative is recommending today.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
The 93-cent increase has to do with residential.
That's correct.
Not commercial. So what are the increases? Because I've yet to see what, if any, if there are increases to the commercial.
Actually, that was brought up, I want to say, by Cal Waste a couple weeks ago, and they were showing, of course, the increases to the residential, and then there are also increases to the commercial. Is Cal Waste here? Would you like to come speak to that specifically, Jack? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Jack Fiore, California Waste Recovery Systems. The increase is across the board 4.23%. And on the commercial side of the services we offer, there are several hundred, literally several hundred commercial rates that are in the rate schedules for Calaveras County, and each of them will be increased by 4.23%.
So the increase to, I'm going by what we were presented a couple weeks ago, the 1 cubic yard per week, the 72.58 would increase by about $3.15.
Yeah, actually, that $74, that number on there is the new rate, so you'd have to back out 4%. So it would be somewhat a little less, probably $3, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Any board questions? Comments?
Chair, I would have a comment to this, and that is that if the board is interested in wanting to reduce the franchise fee as a way to cover some of these costs, that's a one-time reduction that would go on for a long time. And that's number one. Number two is how many other times could we do that?
Right.
And how would that work? Because literally, if we take it out of that franchise fee is going for other things in our books.
Right.
So if we take it out of there, those other things are not going to receive any funding, or they're going to minimize the funding out of those, and it's going to put a crunch on us in another direction.
Absolutely. I think both those things would happen. First of all, some or all of the funds that you took out of the franchise fee as rate relief wouldn't be there next year for you to do that again. And the mechanics of how this would work would require that 12 months from now, when we're here talking about the 1920 rate increase, the first step we'd have to do is re-implement the 4.23% increase that we're talking about today, and then from there it would go up whatever next year's numbers would be, another 2.5% or 3% or whatever that number is 12 months from now. So yeah, the funds would be gone, and there would have to be a reconciliation prior to applying the next rate increase. You're correct.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We discussed this a week ago. I really did like option number 3, where we get to go renegotiate, but it's very clear that that's not an option. The contract is what the contract is. Former board put that together. There was a lot of pushback in my community about rate increases. They're not responsible for this contract. This board is. I really think we have to. I recognize that down the road we're going to have to settle up, but I think at this time I would recommend number B, or letter B, which is us eating it rather than taxpayers.
I'm going to touch a little bit on what Supervisor Garamendi just said and what we discussed last week as far as negotiations. I went back through this contract, and there's no clause that specifically prohibits negotiations at all in here. So in any contract, unless it specifically excludes something, as long as both parties are open to discussing it, then it is a possibility. And so, you know, this board expressed some willingness to do some negotiations, but it was the vendor that shot it down. And I just want to make that publicly clear to the people out there that we offer to do negotiations, and again, the contract does not specifically exclude that. It does not in any way mean that we can't at some point, even going into the future, since this contract is pretty tied for at least the next 8.5 years and possibly 10 past that, that we would have some open door instead of trying to do some negotiations, instead of continually passing this on to the end users, that some of those people are in very tight fixed incomes and are facing a lot of different increases through a lot of different agencies, that we may see a lot of code violations showing up in here simply because people could not afford to pay for trash removal on a regular basis, and their neighbors are turning them in based solely on the fact their income prohibits it, especially being fixed in the older generation here in the county and a lot in my district, and I know other districts too. So I'm asking Cal Waste to at least have an open mind on some type of negotiations going forward, at least sit down and talk to us about it. Again, the contract does not prohibit that in any way. It does not even bring it up in there about it. It does tie it to the BLS. Even some of that I have some questions on, but I'll hold those off for now. So those are my comments going forward. Any other comments from the board?
Myself, I suggested last time we were talking about this to split the 3% and we take 1.5%. I know it's symbolic because we're talking $75,000 that we'd be picking up the cost on. I know Brian don't want to hear that he's going to have to lose $75,000. That I've been here before when we actually bought dump trucks and build them off to the landfill and put plows on to remove snow. So I know we've rated that funds quite a few times for other projects.
And if I may jump in real quick on that, and thank you for that comment. The 3% this year was $150,033. And then as far as the recyclable reimbursements, and that's the 90% brought forward to you by Section 5.08 of the contract, the revenue of that this year was $212,893. So, excuse me, the total is $362,926. If we were to take the entire $211,546, and that's the whole thing, from the two funds, okay, you've got the 3% franchise, you've got the recyclables as specified under Section 5.08. If you take those two together and take the $211,546 increase, and IWM pays full freight, the revenue that if we were to stay consistent with this current year for next fiscal year or next contract year, okay, which is July 1 through June 30, the revenue to IWM instead of $362,926 would be $151,380. So it's still a significant hit, so I would just, and if for some reason we were to split the difference between those two, the hit to IWM would be $181,463. I shouldn't say hit, the revenue would be $181,463, even at 50%. So I just want to reiterate to the board that again, there's a significant impact to IWM. I understand the both sides of this issue. So I have to argue for my IWM program. So I would just remind the board that 19 months ago, rates went from $10.50 a month to $22. And that was really, really, really significant, okay? And therefore, the concern by the public, and I certainly recognize that. Today, again, it would be going, instead of from $10.50 to $22, it'd be going from $22 to $22.93. So it's not palatable, I understand, but it's more palatable than certainly more than doubling the cost like we did last time. So, you know, with that said, that would be the comment that I would need to make on behalf of IWM.
Brian, your figures here that you were just giving, was that just based on the 93 cents and not the commercial increase?
It was just for the residential. The 93 cents was just residential. And also, in the past, 19 months ago, it was $10.50 to $10.50 to $22 a can. That is significant. Today, it's $22 to $22.93, which, again, I understand is not palatable, but it's much more palatable than certainly what we experienced 19 months ago. I think it's also important, and I know that Cal Waste brought this up during the presentation, that they've actually recognized, albeit small, an increase in their clientele, even with that increased cost. So again, you know, I realize that this goes back to bigger issues. Part and parcel, and this board and other boards have heard about how outdated our parcel fees are, that kind of thing, and we are not there yet. For me to give specific recommendations, I will be coming back to the board in the future, kind of giving the board an update about just where IWM is, where we've been, and where we need to go, and what we're accomplishing in the interim. So again, that would be my preference. Completely understand where the board's position is on this as well.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a contract with this vendor, and I wasn't able to review the entire contract. In fact, I can't even get it on my board packet. But are we violating any terms of that contract by saying, well, we want to renegotiate it?
Well, I think
as a county, as one party, that's my concern here.
Well, I think Supervisor Tofinelli is correct. I don't think there's anything in this contract that says that it cannot be renegotiated. I do know that the council also was aware of the original contract as well. My review of the contract, I don't see anything in there that says, you know, it's not open to renegotiations. But again, I'm not an attorney, so I see somebody's light on.
Please.
Just for clarification, the terms of the contract are what they are, but the term as it relates to modifications or amendments, it provides that the procedure for amendments, and just for clarification purposes, this board and staff are typically working under the typical amendment provisions of our standard contract template, which essentially say any amendment to this contract, that basically any contract can be amended with the approval of both parties. In this specific contract, the terms are a little different than our standard templates. And in this contract, the procedure or the provision of the contract states for the procedure for amendments, modifications, extensions, or renewals is if during the term of this agreement there are statutory, regulatory, or other changes that significantly affect the services provided by the hauler pursuant to this agreement or the cost thereof, the terms of this agreement shall be subject to the rate adjustment protocol upon initiation by either party in accordance with the extraordinary review provisions of Section 3.06. Any change, amendment, modification, extension, or renewal shall be in writing and shall be executed by the duly authorized representatives of both county and the hauler. So although we are traditionally used to being able to negotiate amendments to any of the county contracts, the way that the language of the amendment provisions of this specific contract, there are a few more hoops that you would have to jump through, and the terms are a little different than what the county is traditionally used to having in their contracts. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think what we were discussing about negotiating was the amount of what they're requesting for their increase. And not a total, and that would be for this time, for this particular increase, not going forward as each year goes by, but this particular increase here from 93 cents in residential to whatever we can negotiate or in open negotiations versus changing the whole contract itself. And as you know, in a contract, if both parties are willing, that negotiations can happen.
Certainly, this contract does have specific provisions as far as how to calculate a rate increase. So if there was going to be any kind of negotiation as far as how the total amount of a rate increase was determined, the actual contract itself would have to be revisited to adjust the basis or how a rate increase is calculated. Does that make sense?
That would be part of the negotiation. Yeah. Okay. Supervisor Oliver, your light's still on?
No, it is. I like to hear from the contractor.
Supervisor Clapp, your light's on? Do you have any questions before we go?
Yeah, I just think that, our return on the recycles is going to drop drastically because I know our recycling stuff is dropping. So we're talking, $212,000. That might be $50,000 next year, so that's still in the air too. So I imagine that'll be changing next year too. So
I think it's a very good point about the market changing, because it is changing where maybe there was some revenue in the market before for recyclables. Today we're actually, as I understand it, paying to, at times, get rid of some material.
And then also you have to figure that these gentlemen, I don't want to be their apologist, but if I enter in a contract and I had to start buying equipment, I had to start doing, construction on buildings and stuff to get that done. And then, all once they come back, hey, we're wanting to change the thing. I mean, it's a long-term project, that we're in with them. We're in with them for another 8 years, possibly another 10. So I don't know how you get around that. I mean, I didn't make the contract, but, it's a contract that we're with. I don't know how you get around it.
Jack, you want to say anything? Supervisor Oliver may have some questions for you.
Well, I think most of what I'm about to say, has been covered. I feel like Cal Waste negotiated in good faith 2 years ago with the county and came up with a solution that met the needs of all parties, the county and Cal Waste. The county was well represented last year by an attorney that specialized in solid waste, and she did a very good job, in our opinion, representing you all. If I was in to ask for a rate increase based on our expenses over the last 19 months or more than 19 months, that number would be, in terms of a wish list number, would certainly be more than 4.25%. We've had significant increases. Our health insurance earlier this year went up 50%. Our general liability insurance next month is going up 40%. These are real expenses. We're an employer in Calaveras County that has given pay raises, that has operated from the perspective that we at least knew we were going to be getting some kind of an increase in July of 2018, because that's what our contract allows for. And I understand what you're asking for, but at the same time, I do feel like we negotiated this once, and I'm not sure when you open this door how we continue to spend more than the county a year from now is willing to give us. I don't know how that would ever be sustainable in the long term.
Thank you, sir. I have a problem, and that is, If we've negotiated a contract, and it's a term contract, and someone's unhappy with the terms, and the contract terms indicate that both parties must be in agreement to negotiate, I have a problem breaking a contract. And I know that sounds pretty drastic, but I'm not buying into this. Let's change the contract because we think we need to renegotiate. I'm very uncomfortable with that. Contracts are contracts. We should be going into those, our eyes open, with the best information when we sign that for the period of the contract.
Supervisor Oliver, I just wanted to clarify, staff is not recommending that the county certainly breach contract. There are terms, and the two options before the board today, the two resolutions before the board today are viable options within the contract terms, either to approve the rate increase or alternatively for the county to reduce the franchise fee amount proportionately. So both of the two options that are before the board today are certainly within the bounds of the contract terms, because ultimately the amount that is being needed or requested by Cal Waste, it's going to be provided to them. It's either by increasing the rate or by decreasing the franchise fee.
And I misunderstood Supervisor Tofinelli's. I was under the impression he wanted to renegotiate that, so I apologize. Now I have a better understanding of what the issues are.
One of the options last week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, presented to us.
Okay.
And Jack touched upon it, and I touched a little bit further when he was talking about it. So it was one. We had 4 options last week,
right?
And one of them was. So that's what that was about.
Okay. I have a better understanding now.
All right. At this time, we'll open it to public comment.
Shauna Teller, District 5. Going back on October 11th, 2016, Resolution 16177, the board established the franchise fee of 3% in connection with the agreement between Cal Waste and Calaveras County. That resolution stated 3 things specifically. The franchise fee would be deposited into a designated fund to be applied to and provide revenue to the county integrated waste management system. 2, the franchise fee is not a property-related fee, and participation in the curbside program is purely voluntary. And 3, the franchise fee of 3% total gross revenues of the agreement is found to be an appropriate value to achieve program goals, provide additional revenues, encourage participation, expand legislative compliance, and keep the maximum amount of solid waste within the legal disposal diversion streams. I know that any price increase is never popular with the public, but I'd like to follow up on those 3 points and implore you that you must take option 1 and pass that price increase on to the public. Integrated waste, from the budgets that have just been passed, can't afford to eat the 3% of that 4.25, and then what are they going to do next year? Following the recent budget hearings, Integrated Waste Management's budget for the 18-19 fiscal year is requesting $2.3 million from the cash carry fund. Revenue shows $6.4 million with expenses at $8.5. If they take that $2.3 million, which Auditor Rebecca Callan mentioned earlier today, the cash carry is a one-time transfer, that fund is going to go down to under $200,000. So there will be nothing to take from next year. The franchise fee is not property related. The solid waste parcel fee, the last time that went up was in 1990 when it was $140. In 1991, it was increased to $150. It has not been increased in the last 17 years, but in the last 17 years, 42 recycling programs have been implemented to comply with state mandates requiring 50% diversion by landfills. The state is requiring 75% of waste to be diverted by 2020. Commercial businesses are required to participate in mandatory commercial recycling with no increase to the solid waste fee, not even with inflation considered. Integrated waste still has to comply with all the additional funding. With If you were to just keep up with inflation, that $150 would be $277 now, and that's without all of the increases. Between the 3% franchise fee and the money received from the sale of recyclables in 2017, Cal Waste paid integrated waste $412,000.
Thank you.
If that's gone,
Thank you.
From what I understand, the $150 per residence fee across the county on the assessed tax values equates to something close to $4.4 million per year. We've not addressed our cell in a long time, and understanding the closure of the old cell and the opening of a new cell, we have a little over $2 million set aside for the solid waste facility out of a total of $6 million overall in that budget, approximately, and I don't know if I have exactly the right numbers, but to close the old cell will cost over $2 million. So we don't even have anything to open up the new one with. It's a problem. The funding, I mean, as Shauna just explained to you, is working backwards. And the compliance with the state laws that are being put forth are putting us farther backwards. And it's going to cost us more and more in the future to try and comply with state laws, or we're going to get fined, and that's going to cost us. It's a conundrum. The raise in the rates, I saw last time they raised the rates in I believe it was 2016, around where I work off of Hogan. There's an immense amount of property out there. There were so much trash dumped all the time. We're having to report it, everything else. But my question is, does anybody have the number of actual loss of people from that, or did we gain more people after that? That's a good question, because the rates were increased far more than what we're looking at increasing this time. Do we lose customers and then gain more back, or what's the number on that? That's my question when it comes to it. Do we have those numbers?
What I can say just from the staffing standpoint, I do remember many years ago that IWM had, I want to say, 2 or maybe even 3 dedicated engineers. Today we have 1. We are finding it difficult to keep our staff fully staffed at Rock Creek. One of the things I discovered this week with Gamby and the county running the yard waste facility, our person was out for the yard waste facility on a personal issue, and I went to the manager down at the on-site manager at Rock Creek and said, we must always have a county representative when we have our door open, and the comment was, well, we didn't really have the staff to send there. Now that's something for me to solve, and I recognize that, and I will solve that, but that's kind of where IWM is today, and I would like to thank Shauna for having those stats, because she has worked in this program for some period of time. Again, I think it's eye-opening as I move into this program. It's eye-opening just where we are in the program, not just the financials, but even the day-to-day operations. I hate to tell on myself, but we're grinding up at Red Hill today, and we have 2 loaders up there, and both of them went down today. So it's a picture. It's a snapshot of a bigger picture is what I'm trying to say, and I recognize it's going to take some time to resolve that. But again, I think it's important that the board be aware that certainly if we take this out of IWM, we don't know what the recycling market's going to do next year, pursuant to what Supervisor Clapp was stating. It's a real good point. It's out of the IWM fund. I realize it's not general fund, but it's directly out of the IWM fund. And IWM is just not really in a good place to say, well, we'll just we'll just take the hit. I mean, if that's the decision, and that certainly that's the decision, we respect that. But I just want the board to be aware that IWM has a lot of work to do. So,
public comments right now. Any other public comments?
One thing, I'm not changing anything. My question wasn't answered, and I would assume the integrated or the Cal Waste guys would be able to answer the question.
We'll get to you. Okay. Next public comment.
Now, I ain't real smart, and I'm getting stupider every day, but I'm really confused. I'm really interested in the dump, garbage, recycling, litter pickup, and all of those things. So if I'm confused, maybe other people are confused too. The contract that we have with Cal Waste, do they pay the county for using the landfill? Or do we pay them? We don't know?
We'll answer the question.
Okay. Well, then I have some follow-up questions depending on what that answer is. When it uses the landfill, if it uses the landfill, how much does it pay on the contract? Does it pay by the load? Does it pay yearly? Because I know this is only talking about what your Cal Waste is going to be charging the customers, but if we're not recouping what it costs through residential, the $150 a year that property owners have to pay, how do we pay for all of this? They're talking about closing a cell and opening a cell. Money, that's what I'm asking about. How much?
Alice Gallen, Taxpayer Association. I have not read the contract, but I'm somewhat familiar with principles of contract. The contract is never written, never supposed to be written, to place one party at the mercy of another. The courts usually rule that those who write the contracts are responsible if there is conflict in that contract. In this case, when you have a contract which is bid on, if it's in a short period of time, it could be lump sum, and it doesn't have to have a lot of variabilities in it. But if you have a franchise contract, which is over years, maybe decades, it needs to have within it built-in adjustments for increase in cost of the contractor. It just makes sense. So in the negotiations that you have with the contractor, or you had, this should have been taken into consideration if the agreement was the result of a fully arm's length relationship. If the costs that are imposed by the state are so ridiculous that they create costs far beyond what a person can pay to have a franchise contractor pick up their trash, then it looks like the competition would be for them to take their own trash to the dump or the local storage facility, which is what we do. So bottom line is the taxpayers would want the contractors treated fairly. We don't want the taxpayers being abused by a contractor, but on the other hand, we don't want the contractor being held as a hostage. And it's almost seeming like that's happening. The increased costs that the contractor suffers under the franchise contract needs to be compensated for, and needs to be analyzed by the county to make sure that it's proper. To me, that makes sense. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Mr. Stopper, to your question, in 2016, they had 6,541 customers. In June 18th of 2018, they have 6,564. So they have an increase of about 23. Okay? That answer your question?
Thank you.
And the other question being answered is?
The other question
was
is
about they do not pay.
Right, correct. That is correct. We do not pay Cal Waste for the service. Cal Waste is reimbursed by the users, and I would remind everybody here that that is an option, not that we necessarily want to see people have to self-haul to one of our 6 transfer stations and or to Rock Creek, but it is certainly an option. And that out of that entire matrix, again, funds do come back to the county in the form of the 3% franchise fee as established by the resolution that was read to you. And, of course, that's in your packet today as well, if you'll notice that. And then, of course, the recyclable funds that come through 5.08 of the contract as well. So I would just let the public know that, indeed, no, the county is not paying Cal Waste. And as a matter of fact, for the most part, they are not bringing much of the residential. Some of the material comes back to Rock Creek, but a good majority of it does not.
You are simply, if you use their service, you are simply paying them to transfer your trash.
Correct.
To the disposal site.
Correct.
So
Absolutely.
They do not pay to deposit in our landfill.
Correct. Understood. And Jack, could you explain the little bit that does come back?
Some does come back.
Just a little bit comes back.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're 100% on the right track. The industrial waste that we pick up does come to Rock Creek, as does construction demolition debris that we pick up comes into Rock Creek.
And the C&D, some of it, certainly if it's not painted or if it's not treated lumber, that kind of thing, we can go ahead and chip that and grind that. And like I say, if you were to go up to Red Hill today, or if you were to go to Wilseyville, Supervisor Garamendi, you'll see quite a bit of material that needs to be taken care of. So at this point, we're allowed to use that for alternative daily cover. But in 2020, we're not going to be able to do that anymore. So that's another issue altogether. And then we won't go into pine needles today.
Any board questions? Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm drawing back on negotiations on this contract back on a prior board. And I think one of the issues that was brought up and discussed was the fact that the waste was transported by the contractor to a different disposal site out of county. And the reason that was so important was the fact that we were seeing the end life of our existing cell. And we're going to have to close it and open up another one.
Correct.
We were under time restraints to do that. But I seem to recall that by going with this particular contractor and the contract negotiated, we were able to extend the time to close that cell and open up a new one due to the fact that we were underfunded. Now, a long time ago, if I'm incorrect, please someone correct me. I have to go back to the contract. That's why that contract was negotiated in that manner. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chair.
Sure. And certainly, to dovetail on that, I would state that, yes, it depends on who you speak to. I spoke with our engineer the other day, and he's given me some numbers as to what he thinks the cell life is. I'm hearing numbers from other people, so quite frankly, I'm going to take probably the worst case scenario, in other words, the shortest term, and start focusing today on what we need to do to close that cell and then, of course, open another one. And then, of course, that ties back into the finances. But the reality is it could be 2 years, it could be 4 years that we still have on the cell. So starting today is not too soon. As a matter of fact, our engineer, I was speaking to him about it yesterday, and he's trying to work on that aspect right now.
I seem to recall it was at least buying us 2 years plus.
I would think so.
So I'm open for a motion on either one of the two options we have. adjustment before us.
Mr. Chair, I'll throw up the first flare, see if it sticks. I'm not sure where everybody on the board is, but I would make a motion to accept the resolution letter B, which is rejects the 4.23% Cal Waste rate increase and puts it on us.
Do I have a second for that?
Mr. Chair, I have clarification on that. Please, before you ask for a second, just so I understand, the 4% raise requested by the contractor is going to be honored, but it depends on who pays it. Is that what we're talking about?
He's saying that we will take it out of the recyclable fees and the franchise fees to cover the cost, which will only be enough to cover this time. Next year, any increases will have to be passed on because we've already eaten this up year after year after year as we go along. So and we may be in arrears at some point.
Right. Absolutely. My motion is to go with letter B, and this will give Brian a year to sort of give us a better accounting of where things are, what our exact needs are, and take on any additional stuff at that time. But while we get our house in order, we carry the note.
We will be carrying, unless we pass on this increase at a later date, we are covering this in perpetuity.
We take this on every year.
Yes.
Don't we?
Yes, this is
Every
this is
year we
only
have to
for
take
this
this
current
question.
contract year. That would be correct.
For this contract.
For this contract
Yes,
year,
but-
July 1 through June 30.
But for clarification though, Brian, if you absorb it under the fund now.
Yes.
And presumably next year there's another 4% increase.
Correct.
Then you're passing on an 8% increase to unwind it.
Right. Oh, absolutely, unless the board decides otherwise.
I mean, if this keeps going up 4.5% every
it's
year,
not
we've got a
sustainable.
really big problem.
And I think already it's a concern. So, yes, it would be unsustainable in very short order.
So your motion then is not to pass it on in perpetuity. Yours is to cover it for this year and add the increase, this increase, 4.23 or whatever it is, into next year's increase if there is one.
No, my motion is to move forward with Resolution B as written.
Okay. Is there a second on that? Do not hear a second. So it dies for a lack of a second. No, it's not a procedural error. So there's no point of order. So I'm open for,
Well, I just see the trouble because we've collected, $212,000 in recyclables. We're not going to get that next year from the looks of what the market's doing. So even if we absorb it right now, we're going to come back, instead of getting a check for $100-some thousand, there's going to be a zero check, and we're going to have to raise the rates at that point. So that's my concern. I wouldn't mind doing a one-time right now of like splitting the 3% for 1 year and then see what happens next year. But, I mean, it's just we're hitting, what reason I see it is just, we got a huge water rate increase that's coming up. I mean, gasoline taxes going, people's getting hit, all around by everything. And it's just, I don't know where it quits, but sooner or later, everybody runs out of money. The people quit paying their water bills or they move. I mean, we got a lot of people moving. People don't like the way it's going around here. The water rates is, they're going to come in next year and next year and next year and next year because there's no pushback. And everyone we want more money and there's no pushback on anybody. And most of the people around here, they're on fixed incomes. They're on their Social Security, retirement. So it's, I can see that this whole thing's going to just collapse. I don't know what the answer is. I truly don't, but there's just no pushback. I mean, I used to pay $38, every 3 months, every 2 months for water. Now it's $112. It's going up. And when I first moved here, it was $8, unlimited amount of water. So And same with the garbage. And when we came up with the garbage, that $140 you're talking about, that was to pay a bond off that redid all of Jenny Lynn Road, that put the dump in, that put the buildings, did all that. And now at $140, we can't even run the dumps on it. I mean, I just don't know where it quits. I mean, I don't have an answer. I really don't. I mean, even taking like my suggestion, just splitting the 3%, that's symbolic, because that's $75,000. I mean, that doesn't, it knocks their bill down, like $1 a year, or $1, and I don't know. I understand what Jack's saying. I still don't agree with him, but in the long run, it's going to collapse next year anyway.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes. I'd like the public to always keep in mind, too, that parcel fees are on improved lots only. Knowing the potential in our IWM budget right now and into the future years, until we really clearly understand what those costs are going to be, I don't want to impact that at all. It's unfortunate, but there is no way to push this into the future and hope that there'll be a different resolution. All we're doing is pushing it off to another year and maybe even another 3 years and maybe even another board or whatever it might be, but I don't see that as being the best answer. If we want to be looking at a different way to fund this, maybe that's something we need to look at in a future year rather than trying to deal with it now. So I would be in favor of adopting option A at this point with an understanding that we can get some clarity from the board that if we're going to do this differently, that we look at that in an out year as to how that looks and where we're going to get the money to do it. Are you looking for a motion?
Well, yeah. So I need a motion of some type. Is that a motion to adopt Resolution A?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution A.
Do I have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
I have a second by Supervisor Oliveira. Any other discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Passes 4-1. We're going to take a 10-minute break to allow Madam Clerk her 2.5-hour break. All right, we're back in session. Before we get into the next item, can I ask the audience, people in the public, how many people plan on speaking, public comment on this item? Is there any?
More outside.
There's four.
There's more
Oh,
outside.
more outside? Can we find out how many's out there? I'm trying to get it out. Okay. Do they all plan on speaking?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'm just trying to get an idea of how long public comment's going to be.
Till midnight.
No, because we have employees here, and some of them are going to be pushing
We'll come back tomorrow morning.
12 hours. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We're pushing 12 hours on some of them, so we have to be careful of labor laws and so forth. Okay, Madam Clerk, you want to read item 46?
Of course. Item 46 is from the Elections Department to certify the EIR, adopt CEQA findings of fact, and MMRP. Adopt a resolution calling a special election or calling a special advisory vote election and consolidating it with the November 6, 2018 statewide general election for the purposes of enabling the people of Calaveras County to vote to approve or reject an ordinance rescinding Chapter 17.95 and replacing it with a new Chapter 17.95, banning or regulating cannabis cultivation and related commercial activities or casting an advisory vote regarding the same.
Rebecca?
This item is significantly a duplicate of what we brought forward before in January when we were asked to bring this item forward. So what you're going to see is 4 different resolutions, one bringing both a regulatory and a ban and placing those on the ballot, one that's just bringing forth a regulatory ordinance, one that's just bringing forth a ban ordinance, and then the option to put advisory questions on the ballot. So I can answer any questions for you as far as that pertain to elections, and then the planning is here if you have any questions for what's actually in the ordinances themselves. I don't know how much of this you want me to go back over because it's the very same item we brought forward before.
We can stop there and ask if there's board questions or comments or. Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on.
Mr. Chair, I would hope that maybe we could have a robust conversation before we go to public comment. We've got a lot of people here to talk. I think we've heard from most people at least once before about cannabis. It's obviously not our first dance. And so maybe we could do that, and it might inform some of the public comments, and so we don't just go through the same public comments again. So that's what I would ask.
Well, do you want to start the conversation? So you want bringing it up?
Sure. I think we've got, as Rebecca put forward, we've got these options, right? We got the regulation, we got a ban, we got a, you know what? Mr. Mills did the ask for this item. Perhaps he ought to lead.
Okay, we're at the board level right now. Supervisor Mills, do you have any comments?
Other than I didn't really ask for anything more than the discussion on the ban to take place. The rest of this, I think, was added on after I created the polling request. So I mean, it's up to the public to put their input into it, to in essence convince us what they think is the best from their perspective of how this ought to play out.
Any other supervisor?
Mr. Mills, were you saying the public should, I didn't catch the last, public ought to talk about it first and then we'll talk about it, or the public being a vote? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I said that when I polled the board initially, it was to discuss the issue of the ban on the ballot. It's the only thing I was really talking about. Anything else that was added onto that discussion was added by others. So I would want to hear from others as to what they think is their thoughts on it.
Well, I voted against having this discussion, so I guess the others are not me.
Well, I think we had a discussion about him wanting to pull the board on bringing back the advisory part to the ballot, and then we had a discussion about bringing the whole thing back, and I think you were in favor of doing that. You weren't in favor of just bringing back the advisory one. I think you said at the time that it was a political thing and it was too little too late to Supervisor Mills, and then we went on to a discussion and asked to bring back the entire thing on, we had entertained on February 13th. And I think we were all in a 4-0 vote for that. And so I think that's where we're at. Supervisor Clapp, your light's on?
Yeah, I would, we've already had the vote to the people on Measure D that on, legalized marijuana and stuff for commercial grows, and that was turned down. Measure B was rejected by the courts, and I would like to see the ban come forward, and ban only in very clear language that people knows what they're voting on, and let the people decide if what we did is right, and if they do, then they can make it an initiative by the people that was presented to them by the board, and that will end the discussion.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should address these one issue at a time, probably in the order in a progressive manner. And I have a question regarding the advisory status. It's my opinion and position that I'm against an advisory status, and I would like to see an issue placed on the ballot to be discussed at this meeting to make it somewhat binding by the vote of the people.
Supervisor Bierman.
Thank you. I think we should, this is obviously a very emotionally charged issue. I mean, we have been working on this for 18 months, almost nonstop. I don't think there's a whole lot of new information about cannabis for us to learn, but I think that we as a board need to be paused for a second and be very cautious. What we're doing is two things. First thing what we're doing is we are putting our county at risk for additional litigation. If we go forward with the ban or we go forward with the regulation, EIR clock for challenging this begins all over again. So any costs that we've already incurred, we'll incur again. It also stands that, we could always lose or we could win. I don't know. But we need to take and keep in mind that this is not without cost nor consequence for us to do this. I think that we need to take that into account. I'm also, concerned about why we're doing this now, and the method that we're doing this. And as Supervisor Mills put out when he floated the idea of putting the ban forward to a vote, he cited not being divisive. And I think that, it is going to be very divisive for our community to go through this again. We spent 18 months where this county we didn't get half the work done that we should have been able to get done in the last year because of this subject. And we're going to look at the next 6 months of the continuing fight on this. And I don't think we're doing our citizens a service by being distracted by this, opening ourselves up to further risk and litigation. The ban is the law of the land. That battle was fought and won. So I'm questioning why we're doing this. And I hope that in our further debate before we vote, we get a really clear understanding of why we're doing this. What is our goal? And with that, continue discussion, I guess, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
I think that the initial polling that I had requested was to discuss the idea of an advisory vote, and it's probably the reason why it's here. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is the answer. I would like to hear from those who don't think it's a good answer as to what their reasoning is as to why an advisory vote is not the best choice for those supervisors that are considering it as an up or down vote.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been fighting this battle for a long, long time. The positions on both sides of that fence have been so convoluted that nobody knows what the hell to believe. I think it's time that the people of this county stepped up and say yes or no and put an end to the divisiveness that's going on in this county. And I believe advisory would just prolong the agony. Let's give an opportunity for the people to speak by their vote.
And, Mr. Chair, my counter to that is that an advisory vote is an advisory vote. So if the citizens of Calaveras decide that they want to have a regulated cannabis industry, that would be advisory to this board. And I think that if we've done one thing over the last 18 months, we've proven that we are not capable of creating regulation. Therefore, the people will lose. If the advisory vote comes back for a ban, well, we're already there. So in many ways, it's heads, regulation loses, tails, regulation loses. And the ban wins on both sides. So I think that it's a hollow gesture to do a advisory vote, and I think it's misguided to do binding vote. It's not in our best interest as a county.
Supervisor Clapp?
I'm totally against advisory. I mean, that's just wasting everybody's time. Because if they come up and say, oh, we want regulations, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure this board wouldn't go along with that. I mean, because I think Jack would probably agree with that. And I think, you know, if we're going to ask the people, I want to know what they want.
There's no point, there's no procedural error here. I'm going to speak a little bit here about what is probably an elephant in the room. And that is, yes, this board did vote for a ban, and it was a 3-2 vote. It wasn't unified. But because the board voted for this ordinance, it will continue to be an ongoing fight, possibly, every time a new board turns over, because then the board can bring it back and relook at it and either go for regulation, and if the next election everybody gets on board, we don't want that, and they put in people that want to put in a van, and it's going to come back, and it's just going to keep going back and forth. The only way that this is going to be resolved is by a vote of the people that what they want. Do they want a ban or do they want regulations? And then the board is out of it. The board cannot have any say in it. They'll have to go along with what the public wants. And the only way it can be changed, would be through the people and through a vote and having it brought back by the people to the ballot. And that's about the only way, in my opinion, even going down the line, even going into next year, depending what the election does in November, and then the following 2 years, and then the following 2 years, it could be continually festering here in this county on both sides of it, because it is very passionate from both sides. That's obvious since I've been on this board, and we've sat here for 18 months. We've gone through many comments from both sides of it. And the only way to put an end to it, in my opinion, is give it to the people and let the people tell us what they want in order for it to be out of our hands and not being continually brought back and forth and back and forth. Now that's my opinion. I'm open to public comment on that. I'm open to hear what has to be said about that. I was part of some of the negotiations to try and put some regulations on it at one time. But I would like to hear from the people here in this room, and I've heard from a lot of people already that aren't here today versus emails and phone calls. So that's where I am at this point.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you, and I tell you, when I'm reading through the regulations late at night, I want nothing more than for this all to be resolved. I truly do, one way or the other. But at the same time, I think back and I think about Measure D or the urgency ordinance and all the things that we learned when we went through there. And I keep thinking to myself, we learned a lot and we had to adjust. But this is still really new industry to California, and it hasn't all been worked out. And I worry that we'd make a mistake and we couldn't fix it. You know, we know that, you know, certainly putting it in residential areas was a bad idea. And if this was baked into a vote, then we couldn't go back and fix it. It would just be the way it is. So that's my only concern, because God knows, emotionally, I'd love to wrap this thing up too. But I also think that, you know, our job is to adjust and get this going now. And that stands for a ban as well. I mean, we could have things change. We don't know. The board, the federal government, heck, a meteor might hit us. We don't know what the future is going to bring. So I think that, as a representative democracy, we are voted in to represent, put forward our best ideas, and if we're wrong, trust me, I'm sure they'll vote us out. So my only concern is if I thought I knew exactly how I was going to go, it'd be great, but I'm willing to bet we'd make a mistake and we wouldn't be able to fix it. Or there'd be an opportunity we couldn't take advantage of, would be my only concern. But I certainly, emotionally, I'm right there with you. But.
Supervisor Clapp, your light's on. You have any other comments? Supervisor Mills?
Supervisor Garamendi, I couldn't agree more with the concept that we have spent 18 months dealing with this issue. And as Supervisor Tofanelli said, it's not going to go away anytime soon. This will be a revolving door. And you're exactly right that a vote of the people is going to seal the fate of whatever is going to happen here. But it will take it out of this body's hands and allow somebody else to, in essence, help us to understand what they want. We are here to represent them as a whole. And that has to be always forefront in our mind as to who do we really represent. Do we represent our districts? Do we represent the county? I think we represent both. But that has to be in the forefront as we make this kind of discussion. And what does the public want? I, too, have had lots of emails on this issue. And there's a lot of passion and there's a lot of polarity. But we have to sort through that. And I can tell you as elected officials, I'm sure we do a lot of homework. We all do. That's just part of what we have to do. Is the electorate going to do the same level of homework? Or are they going to be left to sound bites and driven by sound bites? So we have to be thinking about all of these pieces as we listen to what public comment might be.
Supervisor Garamendi?
One of the things, I don't know what I did with it. I think I brought it in there. I admit that I haven't thought this one all the way through, but we are listening today to a nationally known and well-respected pollster who sat there and did a survey of what people thought about the transit occupancy tax. If we're really interested, if we're really interested in getting a quick read on people, why don't we do a comprehensive poll rather than waste money on an election? Everybody's efforts, everybody's things, and let's get up. We all agree that these guys are good enough for our tax initiative. I bet they'd be willing to do a comprehensive thing, and hey, we'll find out what everybody thinks, and we don't have to have everybody here spend the entire fall working on campaigns, spending our capital as a county, spending everybody's capital out of their pocket. Let's do it. Let's pay for it. I bet it probably cost us $25,000. And, hey, maybe we'll find out something about what the people are thinking. Because, yeah, we could spin numbers any way we want. And, but it's an awful big piece of jeopardy to lay it all on an election line.
Any more conversation? Supervisor Oliveira? No?
I'm going to reserve my comments until I hear from the public.
Okay. All right, I'm going to open up the public at this time, but I'm going to say that we are only going to go for about an hour and get through as many as we can, and then we will, if we're not through all the public comments at that time, we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're getting late into the night, and some people have been here for a long time. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I hope that in the hours up we could reconsider that.
Let's take a poll.
I've got a full day booked tomorrow, starting at 6, and we're already at 5 o'clock. It's not a good time to call and cancel all your meetings.
Supervisor Mills.
I prefer to keep working.
Excuse me, Supervisor Clapp.
So what are we pulling the board on?
We're going to pull the board on what time we are going to recess tonight.
I already canceled my appointments for yesterday, so.
You what?
I canceled my appointments I had for tomorrow, so.
Okay, so you an hour from now at 6:15?
Yeah, 6:15, we're done.
Supervisor Mills?
It's fine.
Supervisor Oliver?
I want to go.
You want to go?
You want to keep
I want to keep working.
You want to keep working till what time?
until we get a reasonable time so our staff doesn't fall asleep on us.
Maybe we could get backup for our clerk. I don't know. But I just soon work till the job's done tonight.
Okay, well, we'll go on.
That's bullshit.
Pardon?
You heard me. What did you say exactly? I said that's bullshit to make these people work past that time.
Okay, stop. We're going to open up the public comment. Al, you're first.
Okay.
You don't let that go?
I'm Al Segala, speaking as a real estate broker and not representing the Taxpayer Association, who is neutral in this. Do you know that somebody bit this microphone? There's teeth marks in it. Now, did the chair cause that?
Did I bite that? No.
No. Did you intimidate the speaker so the speaker bit it?
No.
Okay. Well, I think Jack had a really good idea that, but don't do a phony poll. This poll that was done on increasing the TOT tax was not an honest poll. It wasn't. The poll was designed to promote the TOT tax. So if you do a phony poll, you don't want to do that. You need to be an unbiased poll, and that would work. That'd give you the response from the public, and your questions could be more detailed. One of the questions could be, should the county be involved in cannabis regulation at all? Who ever heard of that? That doesn't mean you wouldn't have land use controls and other things, but if you went to a vote of the people for either a ban or a regulation, and it turned out to be a mistake, it's so difficult to go back to the public again to try to get it corrected. And so advisory would be better in that sense. So number one, do nothing. Number two, do an advisory poll that's an unbiased poll. And that seems to make sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to do my disclaimer. These are my thoughts and my opinions only, and they reflect on no one else, especially my husband, because heaven knows we disagree on this. The idea of putting anything on the ballot at this point in time is ludicrous. You have not even had the ban basically in effect for a month. You have no idea what bugs you may find in that, how you may want to adjust it, and you're asking the people of this county to basically buy a software program without any beta testing. And we all know how that works with software. Well, it's going to work the same way with this. Look how many things came up on the urgency ordinance as it played out. I think the very least you should do is put the ban in effect the way you have it now for the period you had the urgency ordinance. Give it a fair shot. And then go to the voters and say, okay, we know this didn't work and we know this worked. But give them the best product possible. Don't take the easy way out just because it is so polarizing this county. Because putting this on the ballot right now would be the easy way out. And that's all I have to say.
California has not yet set the policies and regulations that everyone needs to have in order to make a good decision. I think we need to wait until there are regulations set forth by the state, policies are set, and then the community can make a choice. Every day things are changing. Today's newspaper says the U.S. okays marijuana-based drug for seizures. They're starting to do testing. They're starting to do ways of processing marijuana in order to determine what the benefits might be. We're kind of flailing around in the dark, deciding what we like, what we don't like, when there are so much possibilities for success and for failure. The unregulated grows, the illegal grows. Instead of destroying the crops, I would suggest that we contract with a lab or a facility that would come in and harvest or process so that we could see what the benefits would be medically, for pain, for all of the issues, the medicine that it promises. We have been arguing for a long time about this, and it is truly polarizing. And I think if we had all the information that we needed from the authorities, from the professionals that are studying it, that are testing it, we'd have a whole better idea of how we could utilize it for the benefit of the people and for the benefit of Calaveras. What the money means, I've heard it called dirty money. All money's dirty. It's got every bacteria in the world on it. But what we want to talk about is the benefits that the money would bring to our community, the benefits the testing would do for society, and maybe we could come to a cohesive answer that we could all be happy with, that people aren't pointing their fingers at each other and calling each other names and accusing people of this, that, and the other thing. I say wait.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, David Sweet from District 3, not a grower. I think the most important thing for this board to consider is what is your responsibility in this? If you're even discussing the idea of having a voter advisory or something that's even more binding, it seems to me that you have some kind of obligation to educate the public in a meaningful and honest way about this issue. That has not occurred. The only thing at this point from this board is a document from Mr. Mills, which has been called a flat-out deception and an act of science fiction. This board has done nothing to condemn the introduction of that intentionally deceptive document into your proceedings. Not even a comment, okay? This county and you gentlemen have the obligation, or have the right rather, to make a decision that's in the best interest of everybody in this county. How can it be done when the only information that's being provided to the public is a flat-out lie, proven by 3 scientists who've written extensively, taking apart the 61-page document, that it is intentionally deceptive? Do you have no obligation? The local paper refuses to print anything about this. They feel their obligation is to basically pander to the banners over here. Okay? I actually think it's the right of this county, if they want to have a ban, if these people speak for the majority of the people in this county, that's what has to happen. But they're lying. Mr. Mills is lying. He got a document that if it was introduced into court would have been called suborning perjury. It's an absolute outrage. So the question I want to leave you with is, what are you going to do about it to educate the public? Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to read this. I'm really nervous. So, my name is Peggy Chambers. I've lived in West Point for 40 years, and I've raised 2 daughters there and own my own business. I'm the president of the board for the Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families for the past 20 years. I don't grow and I don't use it. Since the supervisors allowed cannabis to become a viable business in Calaveras County, for the first time in 40 years, I've seen young people moving into our community. They volunteer at the center, participate in the garden, enjoy many of the services we provide, and have donated a lot of money, thousands and thousands of dollars. Have you been to West Point lately? We have a bunch of old people, including myself, and we're going nowhere really fast. You need to come and see West Point. We need businesses in the county, and especially in West Point, that would provide a living wage and bring young people and children to our town. When was the last time any of the four of you, I know Jack knows this, was threatened with closing your elementary schools? I would like to propose an idea. I know I don't want to throw some of the growers under the bus, but why not designate District 2 as a cannabis district? Most of us, the cannabis grows are in District 2. Its boundaries are set. We could take 70% of the income from taxes to implement the regulations and deal with all the awful stuff you guys say we will have, and hopefully get rid of the illegal grows. 30%, which is millions of dollars, would go to the county. Maybe have a cannabis department at the county that just dealt with that. We can elect a 5-person board for oversight from Moke Hill, Mountain Ranch, Railroad Flat, Glencoe, West Point. As an oversight similar to our fire boards, we might be able to set up a database for 1031 exchanges for people that have permits outside of District 2 or a movable permit to District 2. Then you guys can sit back and say, not in my backyard. Mr. Tofinelli, I find it interesting that throughout these proceedings you talked a lot about your business having to follow the rules, and you had all these rules that you had to do. But I wonder when the last time you built something, you got a permit, you finished it, and a new inspector came into town and told you to tear it down because he didn't like it. He just didn't like it. That is exactly what you did to all of the cannabis growers. By sending this to a vote, you are slithering out from under your decisions. Have a backbone and just say how much you've messed up this county, what cruel consequences you impose on good people that just wanted to make a living. You own this mess. I don't understand why you can't just fix it by lifting the ban, or at least lift the ban in District 2. Sending it to the voters now is just a waste of time and money we do not have. Thanks.
Hello, Justin Catalano, District 2. Cannabis provides all of mankind's basic essential needs: food, fuel, clothing, housing material, and then medicine. Nobody in the course of history has ever died from an overdose of cannabis, overdose of consumption of cannabis. In March of 2016, I was trying to open a business, and at my public hearing at the Planning Commission, I offered anybody $1 million to anybody that could provide proof that somebody has died from an overdose. No one has come to collect their money still, even though people claim that it's so bad. It's never killed not one person. 88,000 people die a year from alcohol. 480,000 people die from tobacco use. That's from the Center of Disease Control. At this point, I'm just going to say that we had about 500 farms. They paid about $13 million in taxes to the general fund. Basically, 1% of the population paid $13 million to provide services and funding for everybody in this county. We only have 0.6 of a person per acre, and this statistic is from the COG website on their overall work program. Little history. In 1996, California passed legislation allowing medical cannabis. In 2009, Calaveras passed a dispensary ordinance. Today is 2018. There's only 3 dispensaries that are operating in this county. Rules and regulations help keep these kind of things under control. 2011, there was 11 states in the United States that had medical cannabis laws. 2013, Uruguay passed legalization for everybody of cannabis. In 2017, California legalizes the adult use of cannabis. In 2018, we have 31 states in the United States. More than half of the country has rules and regulations governing medical cannabis. Obviously, things are moving forward. In 1919, a medical catalog had 3 different pharmaceutical companies in there: Eli Lilly, Park Davis, and Bristol Myers Squibb. Each of them all made cannabis medicine.
Thank you, Board. Bill McManus. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying I resent being called a liar. Right on cue. You know, everyone's got to have a straight man. What I'd like to go back and address is this long battle that we've all talked about. How many times have we tried to regulate marijuana? Lots of times. There's been 2 urgency ordinances, all sorts of attempts, many failures. It doesn't work. You can't regulate a business like this. This county is not ready for prime time. Supervisor Garamendi made the comment that we've learned nothing. No, you have. You've learned a lot. You've learned that you cannot regulate this industry. It needs to be banned. And you talk about advisories and polls and finding out what the people want. You've already done that. Measure D failed. It was a regulatory ordinance. Prop 64 failed in Calaveras County. The EIR, which got all sorts of public input, suggested the ban is the best alternative. We've heard all the fairy tales and myths about medicine and the money coming in and everything else, and yet we still can't prove how much it really costs to have marijuana in this county. We don't know what the total costs are. We know what some of the revenue streams are, but what are the total costs? You can't make a decision based on one side of the ledger. Every attempt that we've made to try to find out how much it really costs to entertain this experiment in this county has been met with silence. We can't get the information. I don't know if you can get it or not. I hope you can. And I hope if you do have that information, you'll see that we need to get this thing over with once and for all. I've heard the comment that, every time the board changes, this is going to go back and forth. That's absolutely right. This issue has torn this county apart. Many difficult, important things that need to be taken care of have had to wait while we toy around with marijuana again, over and over and over. The people have spoken several times. You've taken the poll. The results have been revealed to you many times. Now it's time to understand what the people want and make it a permanent ordinance so that this doesn't become a juggling contest between boards that are in the middle of their term, moving to their next term, in the middle of their next term, being recalled, dying, whatever happens where the board changes. This has to continue on with permanence. The people can make it permanent. If something goes wrong, we need to fix it. The people are willing to fix it. But let them vote on this, a ban, yes or no. Let's get it over with and move on with county business. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is
Can you
Terry
hold on for just a
McBride.
second, please? We need to show some civility in this room. I understand the fact that you may not like what somebody is saying, but they have their 3 minutes, and they're going to be able to speak their mind and not have to put up with these slight comments from either side of the room.
It's the First Amendment.
Just if you don't want to hear what they have to say, then that's fine. But right now, we need to show some civility, and I understand we have the problem earlier. I understand, okay? And if it happens again, I'll deal with it. But he is an elected official, and you people out there have the choice on where you want to vote when it comes to the election with him. So, but I'm not going to sit here and snide remarks. There's no need to. Every one of us are American in here. We have the right to speak, the freedom to speak. And you need to respect that. Okay? And the clapping, we already know. There'll be no clapping. If you want to clap, you can go outside. You can, I don't care if you want to wave your hands or whatever, but we need to keep and show civility in this room for the sanctity of this board. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Terry McBride. I'm a lifelong resident of Calaveras County, 5th generation. Got deep roots. I live in Mountain Ranch. I'm a Butte Fire survivor. I'm still there. And I'm going to kind of go off my thing. The gentleman who spoke before mentioned costs. Well, I'm going to tell you the cost to Mountain Ranch. One of the businesses that's been there for over 14 years is leaving. Another one is likely going to close. And Cinders, I went into the hardware department the other day, and I was the only one there. So I'm watching my little town dissolve because of a choice that you all made. I don't agree with it. Now understand that being part of the Butte Fire, I'm right in the Grove Center. And I was right in the middle, completely and utterly surrounded by illegal grows. You would completely expect me to support your ban. I completely disagree with it. I support regulation. I frankly support cannabis. And I educated myself, is what I did. I did a lot of educating of myself, of the value of what cannabis can do for the human population, pets too. It can do a lot. But I also educated myself on what it can do for our county in the way of industry. We don't have one. Tourism is wonderful, but when the economy starts to tank, we ain't going to have tourists. Cannabis, people are going to need because there's always going to be health issues. So I would like you to consider, this is the grown-up option. Sit down with these folks and work out something reasonable. It's what grown-ups do, is they sit down with those that they don't agree with, and they come to a term. I think you're going to split this county deeper and divide it with this little vote thing, because the lies are going to fly. And I've already seen it, and it's so sad. I guarantee you, other than Jack, my blood runs deepest here. And I have seen this county be ripped up, and it breaks my heart. One, I would ask you folks to educate yourself on the value of cannabis. Educate, even if you disagree, educate yourselves. And I would ask you to be grown-ups and sit down with these folks and talk, for God's sakes. Otherwise, kiss Mountain Ranch goodbye, because the economy is tanking up there. I see it. The gas station is going to be gone. Anyway, thank you.
I think one of the biggest problems we have today is what's so confusing about what we're being asked or what you're being asked. We have a ban. That was voted on. It's in effect. Seems like the discussion isn't getting rid of the ban. That wasn't part of what's on discussion today. The discussion is whether we put it on the ballot or not. I don't understand the opposite side has said all along that the vote isn't in this county for a ban, but yet they don't want to put it on the ballot. It was taken off twice. It was taken away from us putting it on the ballot. I don't know what they're afraid of. They said today, they did the math, and they said there's no vote. It can never be passed. So what's the fear? We're not talking about regulation. Again, the thing is, I think we should only put the ban on the ballot because I don't know what regulation you're talking about. That just popped out of the air from nowhere, that we're going to also put regulation. What regulation? Is it Toffanelli's regulation? Is it some other regulation? We don't know what it is. We know what the ban is because it's in place. We're not wanting to put on the ballot a new ban, a new, different kind of ban. We just want to confirm whether or not the people want to keep that ban that's in place. The other thing is, and I also agree, the ban hasn't been given much chance to see if it's going to work. I don't see a whole lot being done to eradicate the grows since the ban. I mean, we've had a few things, but I'm seeing truck after truck coming down the hill again, loaded up with product. And this is under a ban. Illegal or legal, it doesn't matter. Something should be being done about it. We're under a ban. So we know all of it's illegal. Why aren't the trucks being stopped? Why are we allowing it? See, we're just letting it go on, and nothing's being done. And I don't think we need an advisory vote on a ballot. We need to just put it out there. The public votes. If the ban doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, then it comes back to you and you decide which one of the regulations you want to look at, if you want to get rid of the ban. But give the public the chance that we gathered signatures, had enough signatures to get on the ballot, but you get some slick, expensive lawyers come in and find a technicality, take it away from us. Why did they do that? Because they knew it was going to pass. Why are they arguing today? Why are they so heated on this discussion? Because they know that a ban is going to pass. Otherwise, they wouldn't care. They'd be also, put it on. Let's get it voted down once and for all. So I'm challenging, let's stick to one issue, not these four things. When I watched when you took a poll of the board, my understanding is we can come back and look at having the public decide whether they want to ban or not. Now all of a sudden we got four things again. We're taking a giant step backwards. We're not moving forward. So either we just keep the ban, make it work, enforce it, put it on the ballot, or do nothing and just let it keep going.
Benjamin Stopper, District 5. From what I recall from the last meeting when you guys pulled the board, that the final poll was on to bring back what was presented in the February agenda before the Board of Supervisors. That included regulation, and that's what was discussed here. Now, I'm torn on this issue. I mean, there's so many different ways we can go. I think the people should have two choices if they're going to really have a choice. If you guys are going to put it on a ballot, I think there should be two choices. But also, I think Vicki Mills is right. If you put anything up on the ballot right now, laws could change in the future and we can conflict with them. You know how long we'll have to wait before we can get it on the ballot to make it right again? It takes forever. You guys discussed this in February. You discussed this from what I recall July or August of last year. This was brought up by Mr. Oliveira twice. Back then, there was at least 3 guys on this board that I can say that were dead against it. I think there were 4 guys that were against it. Why are we talking about it now? Why? I think Jack has it right. Because the political tides have turned. People are nervous. I understand that. You're going to draw more people to the polls. That's actually a good thing. I like that idea. But, this issue is divisive. It split families. It split friends. It split our community as a whole when it comes to Calaveras County. The last board before you guys, I don't think they got it right. You guys, I don't think you got it right. Possibly in the future when I'm in January, if I'm possibly here, I might not get it right. The world is fluid. Fluidity shows today, with this being before us, contradicting what a majority of this board said back in February. Do I think the people should have the choice? Absolutely. That's democracy. Should we put ourselves in a position so that we're in trouble in the future? Probably not. We should keep ourselves fluid along with the world. Things change.
Gentlemen. My name is Rick Beard, District 2, out of Murphy's. Thanks for hearing me. Try as you might, but this election will never be about cannabis. This election is fundamentally a referendum on this board's failure of leadership, abdicating your role in our representative democracy after wasting everyone's time for the last 2 years and forcing the voters to decide between 2 options that you yourselves have crafted, yet you refuse to stand behind, is a farce. This election will be a referendum on the incompetence and fiscal mismanagement of this board, and today's discussion is only further proof of the wasteful incompetence of this board. This election will be a referendum on the corruption and misuse of public resources by this board for your own personal interests and the benefit of the special interest you represent. Bill McManus, having done a complete 180 on the issue, now wants to see this on the ballot, and the board appears eager to appease him and his bully tactics. The available record clearly reveals the coordination between Bill McManus and 3 supervisors who are working in his corner. This board has chosen to pursue the interests of Bill McManus and the at most 30% of the electorate that the ban committee represents. And now the rest of us, 70% of the population, are left with a structural deficit that has doubled in the last year, and the political stunts like this instead of a functioning government. And if anybody wonders why all the trucks are still rolling and why nothing's being done about it, is because there's no money to do anything about it, because no taxes are being collected from the cannabis that has been grown. The board, please? I'm sorry. Without this taxation, I feel that the county's not going to be able to manage the activity that will illegally continue here. And I don't want to see that, because it scares the hell out of me, because I live on a street that's affected by it. I mean, we've got this old car that's been sitting out on Sheep Ranch for, I don't know, so many months that people are writing poems on it. We get a tow truck or something out there maybe to tow that thing away, or is that, you know, nobody belongs to AAA, or got $30? Thanks. Can you get that car out of there maybe?
How's it going? I'm Ben Gilbert from Section 2. We as the voters are being presented with false choice. You want to force the voters to choose between 2 ordinances you won't even stand behind yourselves. Who actually understands what is being considered? Who on this board can tell us what is being considered? All of the permutations, implications, and consequences of particular courses of action are being discussed and decided at this meeting. How many voters actually understand what is being considered, why it is being considered now? 3, there are serious implications regarding ethical and legal efficiency of sitting supervisors making a decision that will have direct material effect on the campaigns in the coming November election, particularly given the available record and the clear committee and supervisors facing recall and or re-election challenges in November. We have never been presented the facts. Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Clapp, and Supervisor Toffanelli have all lied or obfuscated regarding Measure C funds. We've never seen the fee nexus study conducted on the UO. The only scientists that have studied the issue have been brought here by farmers. A, assent paid for the UO fees. Peer review challenging silent position ignored. B, UOP economic impact and fiscal impact studies completely ignored by this board. C, Nathan Bello conservation biologist review of silent position completely ignored. D, Dr. Patrick Sullivan review of the EIR, the silent position disregarded. One thing I want to say about the environmental issue that you guys have brought into Calaveras County, or saying what the growers have brought. By passing the permit and allowing people to clear their property and create flat spots and all this erosion control that you wanted, now these growers aren't able to grow there, so now this space that has been cleared out is there for nothing.
Jason Campbell, District 5. Clyde Clapp, lawsuits and staff time. On January 10th, 2018, Clyde Clapp stated, "Well, I thought we were bringing it back and let the people do it. I thought that was a good deal. I mean, I just don't want to have to defend it or something. I think a people initiative is we don't have to defend it. If they go to court with it, I think it's going to end up there." Clyde Clapp, in an email sent on Wednesday, January 17th, 2018. "I completely agree. I feel if this were to come to the ballot, then it needs to be initiated by the public. I will not be making any other vote to bring this issue back up and waste more staff time. Jack and Mike lost this one, and now they are looking for another route to get pot growers legal again. On February 13th, 2018, refused to make a motion and let the same agenda item die for lack of action taken by this board. Clyde, you've made two arguments for why you don't support this agenda item. One, you don't want to have to defend the county in the case of lawsuits. As you know, the county is likely to be sued by either side if you move forward with an initiative. Bill McManus, in an email written on Monday, January 22nd, 2018, on another subject regarding citizens' initiatives to allow, regulate, tolerate, or turn a blind eye to local ordinance that defy federal law, I have researched the problem and have found the path. First, the Elections Department has no authority to blunt citizens' initiatives that would violate federal laws regarding marijuana. Even if citizens pursued ordinances that would reinstitute slavery or deny women the right to vote, the Elections Department is tasked and limited to the documents conforming to the election law. The only remedies are the county suing itself, or the issue is adjudicated before a superior court judge to have the matter barred from the ballot or invalidated prior to implementation of the ordinance. Measure D could have been challenged in court or to the Board of Supervisors for the censure due to its conflict with federal law. These are not options our conflicted county council will volunteer to the board. It is up to us as citizens to do the job we pay for in the county council's office. Sad but true, getting this issue before a federal attorney early could help all law-abiding citizens defeat the well-funded pot cartels from inflicting their will on an already brutalized citizenry. I'm not going to finish because I only have 15 seconds. Gentlemen, I think the county it's completely, you guys, a few of you should be disgusted with yourselves. You're sitting there and have admitted today in this that you will not listen to an advisory vote, so you need a binding vote.
Thank you.
Tim McDonald, District 1. Flip-flop. By placing the ban ordinance on the ballot, this board is conceding that it doesn't know what the voters want and that you don't represent the people. This meeting is an admission that you've been wasting everyone's time for the last 2 years while you failed to make a decision with regard to cannabis or do anything else. Adopting any of these proposed resolutions is essentially a vote of no confidence in yourselves and your work these last 2 years. And rightfully so. All we have to show for your accomplishments is a $9 million deficit. Clyde Clapp, if you backtrack on your vote for the ban and make the voters decide where you apparently can't, you will have literally zero accomplishments to run on for your re-election in November. The ban is the promise you made to the voters and that you kept with the voters. That's your campaign. Now, if you vote to put the ban up for a referendum, you will have broken your promise to enact a ban and instead abdicated your responsibility to make the decision that you will have to hold the voters. You have told the voters to make the decisions you can't be relied upon to make. And you will have to explain why you didn't adopt the ban in 2017, and then when you did in 2018, only to backtrack and ask the voters to take over. They will undoubtedly wonder why they voted for you in the first place, if you're not going to stand by your decisions. And Gary, you'll have to go before the voters and try to convince them you're a leader after you just wasted everyone's time the last 2 years waffling back and forth. As Bill McManus said back on July 27, 2017, Gary Tofinelli can change his mind between clicks of a clock. Let's see, quote, I will see if you stand by the decision you made in January or if you flip-flopinelli. That's his quote, by the way. This vote will show what kind of a leader you are. Are you going to backtrack on your vote? Are you going to cave into pressure from Bill McManus and Dennis Mills and pursue their political agenda at the people's expense? Are you going to place regulations on the ballot that you yourself said you couldn't accept in your answer to the recall because they were a threat to the security and health of the community?
Hello, my name is Marion, District 2. I'm going to be very quick, but I'm not going to read anything like I was going to. In this current political climate, I think one thing 3 of you, 4 of you, definitely not 1 of you, are underestimating, is that we have all become experts at being lied to at this point. We know when we're being lied to. We are being lied to all the time. We have all come political experts. And this is a complete lie to the people, to us. This is not what you guys are supposed to be doing. We are human beings that are trying to live a life, and you guys are playing political games with our lives. It is disgusting. It is morally reprehensible of what you've done, and you know it. You literally know it, and you don't care. This is our lives. This deserves some respect. I have been up in front of this board, and I've seen, as a woman, I have felt majorly disrespected by many, but definitely 2 members of this board. I really wish that you guys would sit and think about who we are. We are people. We are not your enemy. And the fact that you're being divisive and tearing us all apart is, I cannot say, other than the President of the United States, I just honestly cannot be more, absolutely horrified at the situation. I really hope that you guys take it in your hearts and minds to realize you represent me, even if you don't like me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Peter, District 2, American, California. Thank you again for your time, folks. As a former farmer, I know what 70-plus hours a week is, getting off work, having to go home to your families, and then help your elderly neighbors and things as well. But I'd like to talk about the ban failing with the ordinance there. The ban proponents twice attempted and failed to qualify an initiative on the ballot. The last attempt for the Calaveras County Superior Court ruled the language of the Measure B fails to substantially comply with the mandated language of Election Code Section 9124 for an ordinance submitted to the voters of the county. Moreover, the court finds this is more than a technical semantic shortcoming, as the actual language of Measure B is misleading. Again, the ban proponents also submitted a ballot arguing in the favor of adopting Measure B, which contained at least 8 false and misleading statements that were either amended or changed to reflect the truth that was completely misleading. Bill McManus is still, a year later, pushing the same lies about the county accessing billions of dollars in federal funding. To be clear, it is stated position that the Superior Court of Calaveras County that Bill McManus and Dave Tuno, the proponents of Measure B, made false and misleading statements, misleading the voters. And I feel that doesn't get talked about at all. If I were to come up and lie to the public, I would be brought out on that. I would like people to be held to the same standards as citizens. If you're going to be an elected official and represent the county, everyone, and us being talked about in the state, let's be adults, let's work together, and let's talk about things, not just do backdoor handshakes and worry about your personal businesses. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin. I'm a voter in Calaveras County. I wanted to read some official minutes from the February 13th meeting. Supervisor Tofinelli polled the board regarding their interest in placing anything on the June ballot. Supervisor Clapp, Mills, Garamendi, and Tofinelli stated no. Supervisor Oliveira stated yes. No items will be placed on the June ballot. You can see Supervisor Tofinelli, Clapp, and Mills all stuck to the party line and opposed this idea in February. Supervisor Mills, to this day, has remained silent in the face of Bill McManus's February 8th email. The only supervisors who have remained consistent are Supervisors Oliveira and Garamendi. I think the public deserves a full disclosure and accounting of the communications and meetings of Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Clapp, Supervisors Tofinelli, and Bill McManus, so that the public is fully informed regarding the interests influencing this decision. I'd also like to say, as a farmer, with Proposition 64, I personally voted no. And I don't think that reflects how this county was personally feeling, because a lot of farmers did vote no in fear of seeing for-profit corporations take over. Putting a ban and regulatory vote to the people is a lose-lose situation for us, kind of like the last presidential debate, and that's why I wrote in Bernie Sanders. Thank you.
Hello. Jessica Clofine, District 1. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Jack Germany, for taking such a cautious and thoughtful approach to this. It's been very divisive in the county, and it's divided us in the county, and I do think that it takes lots of discussion and time and attention to figure out the right path here. I agree that a binding vote to the people right now could possibly create loopholes that will definitely be utilized by those that we do not want. We've seen people who don't like to follow the law come in and try to fill in loopholes. So going at this in a very cautious way, I think, is very important. I also want to say that some of the options of bringing these things back and not providing the people with educated information and various options, it feels divisive. It feels personally, politically motivated, and I'm seeing an attempt to make fellow board members and voting members, voting citizens, become pawns towards the sole agenda of the band group, which is really turning out to be the true minority specialist group that I don't think we should overwhelmingly cater towards. We've talked a lot and heard a lot today about what the voters feel and how we voted largely for more new income streams, as well as candidates that openly support reasonable regulation. The need for regulations that are workable, which both sides agree with. Just an example, removing it out of rural residential, getting it out of our backyards. These are things that both sides can agree on, and reasonable regulations can help protect us. These are the options that are going to keep us safe, that are going to keep our county thriving, and are going to help create a successful future for us. A ban may be an easy option for some, because then we may not have to talk about it for a little while. But I say we talk about it more. Create people to dedicate time and focus to figure out what is best. And with all the other industries, regulation is how you control the bat. Regulation is how you control is how you keep people safe. Is how you create the guidelines to allow people to grow and people to be happy with their neighbor. And I strongly suggest you guys consider a tax refund from the cannabis to the people of Calaveras. This would help personal families and could help others. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Carlos Pollo, District 1. Just want to refer to a couple comments that were made here today about the trucks coming down the road. I don't know for a fact, but I know a lot of the people that I know that were registered growers have completely ceased their operations. So the people you're seeing are probably the ones that weren't registered and are going to be unenforceable now without our tax money. Obviously, I don't even know why I have to repeat this. And also, I'm getting kind of fed up with Measure D being brought up as a failure to the industry. Measure D was a failure. It was way too open. We had a lot of zoning issues. It wasn't going to work. We needed a compromise. So I'm really tired of that being representing how this county voted. But I also want to thank you for revisiting this topic once again and flip-flopping on your positions over my family's livelihood. Why are we here again? Why are you guys discussing a ballot initiative now after you had so many chances before putting my family out of business? Why is this still even a discussion between you guys? I'll tell you why. Because you don't have the spine to live up to your mistakes. Because you know that truth and justice will ultimately prevail. Because deep down, you know you're on the wrong side of history. And you don't want to be the ones to defend that when the curtains are pulled. Because two of you know almost for certain that your days as Calaveras County Supervisors are numbered. Get your dirty hands out of my business. We don't need your help. This county was much better off before you and will be better off without you. You gained your positions in an election year with the lowest percentage number of voter turnout in decades. You don't speak for the people nor have the county's best interests in mind as a whole. Just look at the June 6 election results. The people that ran a campaign pro-ban were either defeated or devastatingly defeated by pro-common sense regulation nominees. The day before, we submitted over 2,000 signatures to qualify a recall vote for Mills. We don't want you, and you will be gone soon. And for you other 3 supervisors, my best advice to you is to let them sink their own ship. Don't go down with them. Mr. Tofanelli, although you are just as much to blame as these 2 jokers for the position that we're in, you still have a chance at retaining your seat. Stand your ground as the leader of this board, and don't allow our government to be hijacked by these crooks who have used lies, deceit, and county tax dollars to push a personal agenda. Backed by yours truly, the unmistakable Bill McManus, who must have nothing else to do but to show up to every public county meeting and blast your emails with his special interests when he's not. Mr. Oliveira, I know you have wanted to put it to the vote for the people for a long time. You have stood by that, and I appreciate your consistency. But Mills is now trying to do this on his terms and clearly in an effort to save his seat. Please don't fall into his trap. We're getting really fed up with these games. Let the justice system play out now, and let us get some qualified leaders on this board who have the guts and wherewithal to actually tackle the problems that we have, truthfully and sensibly. Leaders who don't give up on a problem and decide to brush it under the rug or ban it and hope that it goes away. After all, we elect leaders to help us deal with just that. And now you think it's a good idea to send it to the ballot?
Thank you. Any other public comments?
There's 2 things that I have in mind. M stands for magnet, and M stands for marijuana. And marijuana is a magnet for crime. And Sunday night, or Sunday afternoon, or whenever it was, there were really horrible things that happened. And everyone's trying to sweep that under the rug. I can't believe it. We had 18 months to regulate, and nothing happened. A few people were busted, some of the larger grows. And the same thing is happening now. We have a whole bunch of grows, and nothing's being done about it. An occasional bust, and it may look good for the sheriff, but it is not good for our county. If we're going to have regulations, we need to have regulations, and they did not regulate. It did not work, and now we have an issue in front of us again about whether to ban and put it to the public. I'm not against putting it to the public, and I understand the fear out here that if you put it to the public, that it's going to get voted for, because the public does not want the change in our county that has occurred. And it breaks my heart to see things change in such a drastic way. I sympathize with the people that are trying to make a living, and I just hope that they turn their back on this and try to find something else to make a living on. So I've personally been intimidated and heckled, and I've seen other people very fearful because they have been intimidated too. And you guys know what I'm talking about. And that's what you have to face if we keep this.
Neil McEwen, approved legal family farmer. I'm not paid, and I'm not Big Pot. Your bigotry is so hypocritical. When it came to declaring Calaveras a non-sanctuary county, the collective reasoning was people should immigrate legally and follow the law. You still chose not to go after those that deliberately did not register, but those that tried.
When it came to enforcing the UO, you were as exclusive as possible and chose to systematically deny as many people as possible that wanted to participate. Well, maybe your bigotry is not as hypocritical as I first thought. When it came to enforcing the UO, I missed that, huh? Now you have banned the people that cooperated the most and label us all the same, criminals. Where is the justice and equality, the right to freedom, and the pursuit of liberty here in Calaveras? Now you have reverted this county to a purely black market. Where is the list of illegal growers? How many gang and cartel members have been eradicated and arrested over the past 2 years? Are these not the undesirables the citizens want removed the most? Why have you not targeted the most egregious offenders, the ones that never even registered or paid taxes? You have effectuated a reality that is inviting criminals into the county. There are people so unafraid of consequences, they're setting up shop on Main Street in San Andreas, right around the corner. You are responsible for the state revoking temp licenses that would have allowed legally grown cannabis from going to the legal market, forcing it into the black market, and inviting gang members from around the country to take advantage of the situation. Criminals that don't think twice about murdering. You have created this reality after dragging your feet long enough to take our tax money. I commend you for taking so much time to choose the most backward-thinking, corrupt, and manipulative alternative. You must continue your exceptionally strong leadership and own your decision to ban and all of its negative impacts.
A couple of things. Let the record show that the person, or one or two people that was adjudicated by our local court to have deliberately mislead our voters, objects to being called a liar. It's pretty obvious to a lot of people what the motivation was. Mike, you didn't answer Jack's question. He asked why. You didn't answer it. Instead, you asked him to explain why he's against it. I think that betrays your state of mind in all of this. Gary, if this board is determined to put the ban on the ballot, advisory, binding, whatever it is, I would urge you to work with maybe Mike and Jack and put up a reasonable alternative that's real. In other words, don't put up a crappy regulation that nobody will vote for and call that a viable choice. If you really got to do this, I mean, if there's 3 votes, it's going to force this vote on the ban. Put up a decent counter ordinance proposal, and then let a real choice be made. A real choice. All right? Not a lousy ordinance for regulation that nobody will support up against a ban. That would be stacking the deck. If we take you guys at your word, I believe Mike. He really wants to know what the people say. I'm sure of it, because I know he's an honorable guy. But I believe that, and I would also urge Mike, that if this is going to go with the ban on the ballot, put up a reasonable regulation for the people to make a reasonable vote up or down on either one and see where it lands. Now, there's another issue which I asked a couple of staff members today about, and that is that we never saw the ordinance that the EIR was done on. Okay, we had a draft ordinance from February 2016. The EIR was commissioned on it. That ordinance was never presented to anybody with the mitigation measures inserted. In other words, you guys, in my opinion, had a duty to take that ordinance, put in the mitigation measures, and take a look at that as a viable option. That didn't happen. So my suggestion is, I don't know what they're going to do, but if there's 3 or 4 votes to put the ban on the ballot, put a fair regulation on the ballot, not one that's 100 acres or beyond anything anyone can vote on. And then we have a real choice. We have a real answer from the voters. And then, game on, more elections. Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break so we can change the DVD. All right, we're back for break. We have the DVD in place and running. We're good for another 4 hours. Okay. All right. Who's next? Public comments.
Good evening. Vivian Seichu, District 1. Over the last year, it has become clear that Supervisors Dennis Mills and Clyde Clapp have been directly coordinating with Bill McManus and the Band Committee. At the July 27, 2017 Planning Commission meeting, Bill McManus stated, "A couple of supervisors then asked me..."
Can you shut her time down, please? This is not a procedural. I'll let her talk. I'll let her continue.
May I continue?
Continue.
Thank you. A couple of supervisors then asked me and the committee to put together some changes for the draft ordinance that would bring it in line with the will of what the board was and still is. So we put together some changes to the draft ordinance and submitted it prior to that. We also came up with some information on why we think the draft ordinance is deficient. First of all, it doesn't represent the will of the board. Second of all, it exempts dispensaries from the ban, so the spiral-bound document that you have explains the dangers of having dispensaries in this county. January 19, 2018, Bill McManus sent an email to the ban committee's email list containing the following passage. Second, 2 supervisors have asked for our help at board meetings. At the last BOS meeting during public comments, Supervisors Tofinelli, Mills, and Clapp were verbally assaulted for the entire 30-minute public comments period. We need to be there and express our gratitude for their efforts as well as burning up minutes of public comments to deny the criminal growers the chance to insult, threaten, and harass those supervisors who have delivered on the ban. If we are successful, the negative comments from the pot crowd can be forced at the second round of public comments after the end of all agenda items. August 10th. Dennis Mills sent the following email to Bill McManus. My immediate goal is to have environmental health create a functional list of all APNs that have been shown to contain hazardous materials or have been cited for environmental damage. The county needs to have a clearinghouse that can be easily referenced by anyone, including the public. The Ag Commissioner is then required to notify the state of any products that need remediation. The more the public learns about this damage, the more outraged they will be that it is being hidden from their view to the potential detriment of their health and the health of their families. Do not let go of this. It is their Achilles heel right now. CAO Lutz then followed up with Dennis Mills writing, I want to make sure we're not duplicating effort and inundating department staff. I have been actively tracking this project and facilitating meetings when needed to keep things moving. Did you want to discuss a strategy on this one? I have some concerns on the scope of Mr. McManus's request, and we can talk through some of these. This is clear evidence of collusion, gentlemen, a rather evident and coordinated effort by members of this board, county staff, and a member or members of the public to collude and coordinate campaign efforts. You've already got your ban and destroyed countless lives in the process. Now you need to grow up, own this entire mess, and stop wasting any more county resources and time. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, esteemed gentlemen of the board and county staff. I thank you for your service. For the last 18 months, Bill McManus and the Band Committee and Mr. Dennis Mills have told us that they represent the will of the voters. The ban is the will of the voters. The ban is the will of the voters. However, the preliminary results on June 6th primary election are in, and the band candidates failed to muster more than 30% of the vote in any race. Clyde Clapp got 30%, Gary Stevens got 28%, and Ed Langen got 24%. The band ticket failed to come close to a majority, despite having every advantage in the world to consolidate their gains. The band ticket ran coordinated campaigns with only a single band candidate in every race, with each relying to some degree on the same messaging and with clear coordination through Dennis Mills and the Band Committee. This was a midterm primary which demographically leans to an older, more conservative turnout, which heavily favors the ban vote, yet still the ban ticket failed to win a majority in any race. The June 6th primary results show that there is no mandate for the ban. The ban proponents only represent 30% of the voters. 70% of the electorate who voted for Measure C in 2016 have reaffirmed their vote by voting against the ban candidates in 2018. The only sincere justification for reconsidering this issue is the fact that the voters just rejected this board's ban and everyone who ran on the ban ticket. I myself voted no for Prop 64 because it gave away a vital industry for Calaveras, a county that I love, to the one percenters, and that's kind of what's happening. I want us to have a piece of that pie coming to Calaveras. The part where I'm a 20-year grower. I'm a businessman. I own a business in Oak Hill. I'll be opening up a total of 3 businesses in Oak Hill if everything goes my way. None of them would be cannabis related, really. Also on Measure D, it was too permissive. As someone who wanted to grow here commercially, it was too permissive. It would put it too much into people's yards that didn't want it there, and that's not right. So that's why it wasn't okay with me. I feel as though the urgency ordinance was there. It showed you where we went wrong with it, and your leadership to fix it, I think, would have got you a bigger consensus of things, of this community coming together instead of dividing. I see this as a win-lose, and if you know much about a win-lose, it's really not a good deal for anybody, because it's just going to be, you know, the prohibitionists win this time, they will next time. It's a back-and-forth battle. I appreciate your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Ralph Copeland, Copperopolis, D4. On May 1st, 2016, candidate Mills wrote in an email to me in response to my email. Mills wrote, "Commercial medical marijuana should be banned from all residential zones. This would in no way impact the small personal grower holding a medical marijuana card. I do believe there are several groups pushing to place the cannabis issue before the voters this November to find a workable solution. I have close friends and supporters holding medical marijuana cards and following the current laws, so this issue spans the spectrum within our communities on a very personal level. Having been to the doors of nearly 80% of all registered voters in District 4, I do have a clear understanding of what people are concerned about and the solutions they would like to see." That was May 1st, 2016. On May 10th, 9 days later, Mills, you were calling for zero marijuana in Calaveras County at a roundtable meet and greet at Saddle Creek. What about your medical card-carrying friends and supporters you mentioned just 9 days earlier? An outright marijuana ban is not a workable solution. Can you explain your economic plan for Calaveras County, a plan which readies $7 to $11 million for the coffers of Calaveras in a matter of a year? It's easy to say no. What's your backup plan for county revenue of this magnitude? Finally, in your May 1st, 2016 email to me, you offered unsolicited, "I also see a need to repair some roads in that area that have been in deferred maintenance for decades. The south end of Little John Road and Kiever are on my radar. That's my neighborhood." What is it with you and roads? Supervisor Tofinelli, Garamendi, Oliveira, and Clapp, how did you explain to your constituents that Mills advanced his 2018-19 Little John repaving just this past month? Whose project got bumped and dumped because your rear is on the line? Why are you following the lead of a man who offered all of the money in county coffers to fund a ban, $157 million, even pension funds? Mills was silenced by Mr. Lutz, who said we had only $12 million to fight your ban. A ban is a regurgitation of 80 years of prohibition. Have the guts, the courage, and vision to make this county functional and prosperous. Thank you. Pete.
My name is Summer. I live in District 2. Before I worked in the cannabis industry, I worked in healthcare as a CNA for 10 years. After seeing the detriment of pharmaceuticals versus the benefits my patients experienced using cannabis, I decided to dedicate my life to this plant. Many people moved their families here in 2016 to work in the legal cannabis industry. Our children attend school with your children. We are property owners. We are taxpayers. We contribute to the local economy. We are business owners. We want to stay in this county. We want to raise our children here. We have just as much respect for this land and the environment as you all do. I am a mother. I am a farmer. I want to live and work in this county. I am losing my job and possibly my home because of this ban. If you move forward with the ban, you are giving control of this industry to other counties. You are not getting rid of cannabis. The illegal gardens continue to operate while tax-paying business owners are losing their livelihood and being threatened with raids. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Cliff Edson, District 1. So, here we are again, at it, after what, 2.5 years still? And where are we? Now we're trying to take an easy way out and lead it to the voters that are totally confused, by the way. How do you get a good vote out of a electorate that has been lied to so much? They don't know what the truth is. And I blame that on you. Because you started off that way to get in office, and now you're continuing that way to stay in office, or try to stay in office. That's not what public service is about. You're supposed to take all of the information and make the right decision, not just based on a couple of folks that are the loudest and the folks that can lie the best and put out the best story and give you the most grief, because this county is in grief. Now, I heard a lady earlier talk about the store Cinders up in Mountain Ranch. I've been up there 3 or 4 times in the past couple of months. She's not lying. The place is empty. And that's people's lives. That's jobs. And it's not just up in Mountain Ranch. It's everywhere. There may be a few places like down in Valley Springs, because we have a couple of new stores or a couple of other places. Murphy's does good all the time. But that doesn't mean the rest of the county has to suffer. And you guys are killing this county. So I'll just let you know that I'm making a public announcement right now. Country Cliffs will close by the end of the year. We are planning to do that. Because we are back to the way it was when I first got into office. That's our economy right now, only worse. Because we're just still unwinding from whatever we had left of the economy we had. And when it finally falls, we will have less industry than we did back in 2007 and 8 and 9 and 10. We will have less. And you guys are creating that. You're creating that. And if you can't do simple math to see what our budget is, and you're going out and you're lying to the public one more time saying, hey, our budget is just fine, we're solvent. I think you know that's not true.
Thank you. Other public comments?
Daniel Jack, District 2. The war on drugs has been an expensive failure both morally and financially. This is an undeniable fact. We have torn families apart, wasted billions of dollars, locked men and women in cages, created an unemployable class of people, plundered our neighbor, and filled our prisons, all in an effort to achieve an impossible task that we have had no right to pursue in the first place. We made possession of a plant, perhaps the plant with the greatest medicinal value known to man, a life-ruining offense. Those who were found in possession of this received life sentences. Not always life in prison, but certainly a life of having a felony conviction on their record, an indelible mark that would determine their financial fate and their likelihood of failed marriages and fatherless children. We did not just take away time from these people, we stole their ability to thrive and positively participate in our county and country. In my lifetime, I have not seen many good things come in California politics. To be honest, it's the state I hate to love, and I wouldn't mind calling this part of it Jefferson. That said, in recent years, we have actually done something right. We have decreased our prosecution of drug offenses and even made this incredible plant legal to grow both personally and commercially. I remember the old days when Prop 215 passed, and yet we still went after sick and dying people and left a wake of destruction in their already miserable conditions. As if it wasn't hard enough, fighting diseases like cancer, Parkinson's, epilepsy, and a host of others, we had to contribute to their suffering because we were operating under some bad assumptions. I remember hearing the arguments back then that we are still hearing today. It will destroy our way of life here in Calaveras. Well, 215 is old news now, and that argument proved false. We destroyed a lot more lives than any drug ever could have as a county. Now we stand at a crossroad. We can repeat our mistakes and hope that they will produce the results we know they cannot, or we can do something else. Calaveras has a huge opportunity to do amazing things. For once, we can have the best schools in the state. We can go from one of the poorest counties to one of the wealthiest. We can improve public and environmental safety. We can help the homeless and those that are nearly homeless in our communities. We can have the best libraries, best parks, best schools. Or we can stay broke and preserve our quality of life rather than improving it. In 2016, we opened the doors a little bit and caught a glance at the possibilities that lie outside. New businesses opened, old businesses saw increased income. Charities received incredible donations and jobs were created. All of this is when we were still licking our wounds from the devastating fire. When you three gentlemen shut that door, you forgot that we saw what we saw on the other side. We also saw the people you were persecuting weren't the devils you said they were. We saw that you were willing to misconstrue the facts to further your agenda, and you are being recalled and replaced for it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your service.
Good evening. There's lots of troubling things about what we're discussing today. Among the more worrisome is the pretense that this is intended to bring unity and closure to a divided community, and the options offered don't have the potential to accomplish either of those ends. One of the problems with the regulatory option is it forecloses on opportunity for too many people, and worse, it doesn't allow for making important changes to it as we gain experience going forward. Mr. Oliveira, you said this was too much for 5 people to decide, that the people need to decide this. I'd agree with you if the people came up with the options we had to choose from. But offering only those 2 options, representing the members of this board's individual ideologies and in aggregate the limits of your collective imagination and ability to cooperate, is an abdication of the job you were elected to do. And Mr. Clapp, you said you thought the people should put forward their own initiative so the county wouldn't have to defend it. I agree. It should originate from the people, and I can understand you're not wanting to face the consequences of your actions. The choices you're considering foisting on the voters are akin to offering us a binary choice between 2 untenable options. We can vote A, fall from a helicopter, or B, fall from an airplane. There's no option C for choosing none of the above. You 5 men made the mess you find yourselves in, as well as the mess we find ourselves in, as a result of your policy decisions. You own this. If you need help figuring out a better way forward, ask for it. There's no shame in admitting you're in over your head. Hiding behind catchy patriotic-sounding rhetoric like "let the people vote" isn't going to work for any of us. This dog and pony show to save face is transparent to everybody watching. And the charade of trying to put responsibility for this tragic farce of your creation on the voters, for me, evokes the image of Pontius Pilate washing his hands at the crucifixion. Thanks. Good luck.
Any other public comments?
I was up until 2 printing all that and copying it myself. I know. Cool. Are we ready? Cool. Trevor Whitkey, District 2. So it's been brought up that by previous speakers who have implied that our reaction to the current agenda item today before you has to do with the fact that they believe we're afraid of a vote, and we're afraid of putting this in front of the voters. Nothing could be farther from the truth. 30% of the county thinks that the county is heading in the right direction. 30% of the electorate supported Gary Stevens, Ed Langen, and Clyde Clapp. 70% of the population voted for Measure C. Then 70% of the population voted for pro-regulatory candidates in June 6th of this year. We're not afraid of an election. The issue is that we care about democracy and we care about the electoral process. And what has happened is a farce. It's abundantly clear. You guys don't even know what you polled, what you brought forward, why you brought it forward, and what you're discussing. The public doesn't understand. The public is clearly confused. You decided to have your public comment your discussion before we came up and gave our comments. You clearly all have come up with your decisions already. Clyde Clapp has completely backtracked from a position he had taken in January of this year where he said unequivocally he would not support putting something to the vote. Now, he's flipped. Why? You have to ask yourselves, why is it that Dennis Mills, Clyde Clapp, and Gary Tofinelli all took a certain position 6 months ago, 4 months ago, and have completely flip-flopped? And how did they do that with such unison? I mean, it's as if they're communicating and coordinating. In fact, there are all kinds of emails indicating it. This is not okay. It is not okay for Dennis Mills to pursue his own personal political agenda at the expense of the voters. The funding on this item said that it'll cost $10,000. It's not going to cost $10,000. It's going to cost substantially more, because the way that you have decided to do this is not legal. You have a responsibility to follow the law, just like they had a responsibility to follow the law. They didn't, and their initiative was taken off because it was misleading. It wasn't a semantic technicality. It was fundamentally flawed in the enacting clause. So, if their enacting clause was fundamentally deceptive because it implied that there was legislative authorization, and that is why the judge took it off, why are you going to give them that legislative authorization?
Any other public comments?
Gina Gonzalez, Angels Camp. Clyde, thumbs up. Dennis Mills, awesome dude. Gary, you're awesome. These guys are manipulating the truth. I've gone door to door lately. In the last 2 weeks, I've gone door to door and talked to the people that signed the recall. They misrepresented the recall. That's wrong. People need to be educated. That's their fault. If I could be twisted into something that's wrong, I'm going to go back and retract. The people, I want everybody in this that watching right now on TV, want to know, if you think you were doubted or you were manipulated in signing that recall for Dennis Mills, go to the elections office and have your name taken off. You can do that. That's your right. These people saying that there's blood on your hands, excuse me, but if I opened up a lollipop store, I'd have to get a permit, I'd have to get a business license, I'd have to pay resale fees. You don't just, because I was growing pot for 20 years, I can open up a business. That's not the way it works. You open the business, you get your business going, and then you're approved. That's how the marijuana industry is doing it. Well, no, we don't want it here. I have seen such peace and quiet in my neighborhood now. I am called a drug dealer. I'm called all these names on social media and stuff. You know what? It doesn't hurt my feelings. I really don't care. I care about this community, and I care about our elected officials. You guys have a voice and you have an opinion, and I expect Dennis Mills to speak up for me. I expect Clyde Clapp to speak up for himself. I expect all of you guys. Jack, I asked the question earlier why you said no when they did the vote. I wasn't allowed to ask that question. Well, I'm asking you now. Why are you so against marijuana being regulated stricter than it is? Why are you allowing that door to be open? Why are you allowing these growers to run us all over? Why are you allowing the water trucks to run up and down the street? Why are you allowing all the illegals to stay here? If you guys really believed in regulation, you would have been turning their butts in like we all have. I turn one in almost every day because they're illegal. The federal government has said that the marijuana is illegal. And until the federal government says it is, in my heart and in my soul, it's an illegal drug.
Any other public comments?
Hi, my name's Colin, District 3. She just proved our point. Why would you take this to the vote? Right?
That's.
Anyways, all right, well, we just sat in the courtroom up there, and we just got denied a stay, correct? So we're in a ban. Why are you guys bringing it back to the public? Mills, you're moonwalking, dude. You're doing the moonwalk. You just got you're about ready to get recalled. Clap. You're done. Hopefully, I mean, you're going to be gone too. I mean, we need sensible board of supervisors out here right now. The country's changing, yes. Our state is legal now. You just bait and switched us for 2.5 years almost. We invested thousands of dollars, thousands, and then gave you guys tax monies to balance your budget. I don't understand this. And like this, right here, you have people laughing. I mean, half of these people didn't even live here. Mills, I grew up, my best friends live next door to you. I mean, we invested thousands and thousands of dollars to help this community out and to help our neighbors out and to provide jobs. And now you guys are going to flip-flop and you want to take it back bring it back to the voters of Calaveras County. Mills, come on. I mean, your day is numbered. Just stand like a man and go out with pride the way you came in here. Same with you, Clapp. Just walk out with pride and just be like, I stood up for the ban as it is right now. I don't know why you're backtracking. Doesn't make any sense to me. Anyways, District 3. Thanks.
Any other public comments?
Kim Winton, District 4. We should have you work for the Sheriff's Department because clearly...
Can you address the board, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Clearly, she's turning people in daily. Okay. This is so... You just said it. Just heard it, sister. So, my problem here is simple. Common sense, people. Okay? I'm here hearing this young generation, open your minds. Listen to what people are saying. I've had a family member for 5 years dying. I didn't think marijuana could handle this person. She was on opiates. Okay, so nobody's going to tell me anything about marijuana. You have capable people in this county, Ormond. You guys could have sat with doctors. You are unbelievable because you told me squatting today that you weren't against it. You were against the environmental issues. Well, fix them. You got a planning department. You have people. There are smart youth that have been here today speaking all day long. And guess what? A lot of those people have figures and paperwork. And I love it. And guess what? All my life, fifth generation in this county, there's been marijuana. I was a UPS driver in this county. I know where it is. And it's not going away. You want money? The state of California, it is legal. So, hello, where are we living right now? This is a joke. Reverse what you did. Own your problem you created. You got these people now in danger, and this is not okay. You have made us angry. You are going to cause this county to collapse. And yet, what do you want to do? You want to go out, hit a golf ball once in a while, and you want us all to suck it up. And I'm sick and tired of it. Straighten it out. Simple fix. You're all men. You're all adult. Find the people to make it and get it fixed.
Other public comment?
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Elizabeth Miller. I'm a retired counselor from Cabrillo College. I am also a farmer in District 2. I live in Murphys. I'm here today to ask for strict regulation. I'm also here today because I've been very upset with you, Mr. Mills, and I will direct most of my conversation to you. I assume that you had the very best interests of this county when you ran for office and when you won. I trust that. However, as time went on, it appears that you used tactics that are exactly opposite of that. Tactics that I will characterize as very misleading and very deceiving and very untruthful. One of which was to place legal farmers, as myself, into the same ball of rice as the terrible cartels. I paid taxes, I bought property, I followed every rule that was before me. And because of your misleading document, the poison document, if I may call it that, people are not educated well enough about that document. People believed it. It was a lie. That document's a lie. I know farmers who have used organic methods for years. They wouldn't touch anything that would pollute our environment. I love our environment. I really disrespect that you put out that document that had no real truth to it. And second of all, you have claimed and you have prejudiced people in saying that we have enough money in this county in 2019, 2018, yes, to further our prosperity. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I have documents that show that, you know, human services, for example, of which I have put my whole life into human services and mental health, we're cutting that by 50%. So I don't like your tactics. I have to trust that you had good intentions, but I don't like your tactics.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Jennifer Smith. So I'm in possession of a CD that one of you illegally recorded without other people's notice during a Brown Act training. In that training, you were taught that while it may be legal, it is not ethical. And I need each of you to look and decide, is this behavior ethical? You led us on for 18 months telling us to pay our taxes, encouraging us to invest in the county, be a part of our community. And then as soon as the urgency ordinance was over, you slammed the door and kicked us out. Is that ethical? Because as an elected supervisor, there is ethics that you are held to. This decision is a political maneuver, and we know that. Pastor Trent's correct. There are trucks coming off the hill loaded with product. There's plants going in the ground. There's soil being delivered, water being delivered. Business is booming with illegal farms. My neighbor, he's planted. 2 new farms that I pass by every day, they're planted. They've never paid taxes. They don't participate in this process. They don't participate in our community, and they don't pay for anything in this community. They shop in Sacramento. They shop in Stockton. This is what a ban looks like. And 3 of you are responsible. You're responsible for all the illegal product coming out of here. You're responsible for the product that I grew legally and now cannot sell legally. You've done that. That's tax money out of our pockets. Our county's tax money. Oh, that's right. We paid $13 million in taxes, which are going to be gone. One-time funds, gone by the end of next fiscal year. Dennis and Clyde, you stood up in meetings and lied. You've lied at the Republican meetings and said, we never used Measure C taxes to balance the budget. Rebecca came behind you and said we did, and you still hold to that lie. So let's talk about this advisory vote. How do we trust you? Where's our transparent government? If we have an advisory vote, how can I trust 3 of you to go along with what the county tells you to do? I have no faith. Regulations? Why are we going to put regulations to a vote of the people? That ties your hands even more. So if something changes to the ban benefit, to the cultivator benefit, it can't be changed and we're stuck with it. At the very least, can we get the ag department involved? Why do we have bureaucrats telling us how to farm? I don't tell you how to run your steel company. I know nothing about it. This isn't right. It's not ethical. It is backpedaling, and it's a political maneuver, and we see it. So I'm going to ask you, do what's right. I know 3 of you aren't going to do this. You've wasted another, 3 hours of the public's time. Good job.
Any other public comments?
George Fry. I was elected by the public to 2 school boards. I served 8 years on 2 school boards. I have never, ever seen this kind of behavior on either one of those school boards. And believe me, being on a school board can be very contentious, especially when you're talking about cutting bus routes, because the ed code says you don't have to provide buses for them, or cutting back on aids on the playground. Every time we had a meeting and we had those kinds of things, the place was packed. Things didn't change. We removed some bus routes and we removed some people that were doing yard duty. We did it because it was the right thing to do. And as board members on those 2 school boards, we did it because we were doing a public service to our communities. I don't see this happening here. I really feel sorry for Michael and Jack to have to sit with you 3 lunatics. And you, Dennis Mills, when you said you wanted an advisory, I said, oh, what's Dennis up to? Well, Dennis wants to get it on the ballot so that the banners can come out and vote no on his recall. You guys are better off to leave everything alone and let it work itself out after the election. I'm saying goodbye to you now, Clyde, because you're done. You're history. Adios.
Marty Crane, District 5. We've had these meetings for, seems like my life, feels like. And every time we leave, it's like our lips were moving, and when our lips stopped moving, you moved on. Didn't pay a bit of attention to, except to tiny little groups of people that you're connected with. At least that's the way it felt. I just wanted to say that you've heard everything. If you choose not to listen, there's nothing we can do about it except vote in November. I also wanted to point out that Supervisor Clapp, you have no credibility with me. Just like, dare I say, former Supervisor Darren Spellman, during the budget hearings, it was over at the CalWorks building. He's sitting there with a book in his lap like this, pretending to read. Never turned a page for 30 minutes. He was asleep. He had no interest in the budget. Last year at the budget hearings, I happened to be in the admin office, and I had a question, and they had one of the binders there. I said, "Oh, is that an extra one? Can I borrow that for a few minutes?" "Oh, no. That belongs to Supervisor Clapp." Now, mind you, it was almost closing, and we were starting the budget hearings the very next morning. That belongs to Supervisor Clapp, but he hasn't picked it up yet. So I sat through the entire budget hearings. You never asked a question. You never said a word. No comment, no question. Didn't see you make a note. I don't even think you turned a page. And then this year at the budget hearings, you didn't clear your day the next day so you could be here for day 2, but suddenly you're going to clear tomorrow so you can be here for this. I find that zero credibility. When you break the public trust, you cannot get it back. And Supervisor Mills, you just had to be on the water board because they were just criminals. It was awful. This is so important. You didn't even get through half of your first term, and you decided, I've got to be supervisor. And your solution to stepping away from that board was to make sure that everyone understood that the best replacement for you on that water board was your wife. And I remember the day you telling me this, the two of you, telling me, oh, this is a good thing. They know me, talking about Mrs. Mills. They know me. They know me. And I kept saying, it's not who they know. It's what do you know.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you.
No credibility.
Any other public comments?
I'm Levon Miller of District 4, Mountain Ranch. I'm daughter of Elizabeth Miller, who came up and I gave public testimony earlier. I just want to remind you that we are a face of your community, that we're here to help. I'm just tired of being demonized. You know, I caretake my parents' property. With all these changes that are happening, I'm on the job hunt. I love this county. I've had 3 job offers from out of county. Trying to find work here is just an uphill battle. And it scares me because what is the fate of our county when we don't have industry to support jobs? You know, the senator's testimony and whatnot. So I'm telling you a little bit of what you've already heard. So on another note, to use my time wisely, I'd like to say that I've always been a supporter of putting things before the voters. We're a democracy. Of course we want to put things before the voters. Never in my life did I ever think that I would say, don't take this to the voters. But never in my life did I think that I would live in a community where lies become the norm. It's interesting to me that on a national scale, there is a lot of division. We're seeing what's happening on a national scale on a very personal and local scale. It's the same tribalism of issues. Tribalism gets us nowhere. A democracy is about people working together and coming together to address each other's needs and find ways to mitigate problems and come to a compromise. It's true that we're living in a state where this is a product that is legal now. We have counties all across the state that are profiting and flourishing and benefiting from being able to utilize this industry. It makes absolutely no sense to me why, when you have a very small number of farmers, less than 500 farms, that are taking up, 200 acres of this vast county? Very small percentage of land, very small number of people that are willing to come to county government and come to the citizen, our fellow neighbors, our fellow citizens, and say that we have a way to create a product, a legal product that is grown environmentally and consciously for the good of the whole. Why not let the pinky take care of help the body? So I just want to remind you that we're not criminals, we're not cartels. We're a 3-generation family here, wanting to help and participate. So please don't take it to the vote right now when lies are predominant. Maybe when the truth comes out, then we will have an informed electorate. It takes an informed electorate to make sound decisions, because obviously this board cannot.
Thank you. Any other public comments? None? All right, I will close public comments. Bring it back to the board. It was an interesting few hours. Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll start kicking off the debate and the discussion. Since I did it on the last one, I'll try it now too. But I'd like to start off with a statement. Since the founding of this county, we were just miners districts. Loose amalgamation of people had come together from all over the country, and they formed a government. And they called them a mining district. Then we became a state and a county, and we built these institutions. This institution in particular, Board of Supervisors. We come here because we respect the institution and what it represents and what it can do for our community. We ask you as citizens to respect this institution. We serve up here because I like to think we respect this institution and what it can do for our community. Mr. Clapp, your outburst using profanity at this board during a public meeting was not respectful of this institution, and I would ask you to apologize, not to me, not to anybody else, but to what this represents to our community for your outburst.
I'd love to, Jack. I talked to you, I apologize you because it wasn't directed to you, it was directed to Mr. Tofanelli. I asked Tofanelli before this started what time we would go because I had appointments the next day. He told me he was in call off at 6. I phoned up and I canceled my doctor's appointment. And so I was pissed off about that. And I looked right at him, I said, I didn't look at you, and if you took that as an insult to you, I apologize for that. But I feel betrayed because when I asked the chair that sets the agenda what the time's going to be, I rely on that.
For the people. Hey, this is at the board.
And so you might not want to apologize to you, but it was not directed to you. If you took that way, I do apologize to you.
Mr. Clapp, you did ask me, and I told you I was going to try and end it at 6 o'clock, but I didn't know. We polled the board. The board wanted to move on. That was the board's decision to make. So if you got upset, you get upset, but when we take a break, you come over and talk to me. I don't think it was right what you did. It was not something that was respectful to the board or respectful to the people that are out there. I understand you were upset, but again, there's been times that I've been upset. I don't display any type of anger that way. And believe me, I'm an iron worker. I've been 20 stories up and displayed anger, but still kept my mind that nobody ended up 20 stories down. I understand, again, you were frustrated, but again, I ask that you, in the future, when you get frustrated or mad during the break, come over and talk to me or any of the other supervisors that has pissed you off.
You know, I felt I explained it to you quite clear during the break.
Okay. Thank you. So, moving on. The item before us.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, on January 10th, when we voted in this regulation to ban, I think my line, that was echoed many times, was that we now own this as a board. I want to point out that we don't have to do anything today. This is not required. There is not a timeline on this, that we have to deal with this. This was brought up 2 weeks ago at the end of a 3-day meeting for whatever purposes. I think that's been pointed out. But it was brought up. We don't have to do this. So we've wasted everybody's time. We're making a heck of a circus, and it's something we don't need to do. And it seems like with all the challenges we've got in our county, we don't need to create extra work. So I would propose that we adjourn and go home. If that doesn't work, I might propose that we met with FM3 Research today, and we use their data to make policy choices about whether we're going to put something on the ballot. Hands on the brain. On the ballot in November. So I would say if we don't go home, let's have a survey. And if we decide to punt at 2nd and 10 and abdicate our responsibility to create regulation and govern, then we move forward in figuring out what a vote would look like. But frankly, it's 7:15. This is something we don't need to do. Let's go home.
Supervisor Oliveira?
I think I want to reserve my comments until the other supervisors speak.
Supervisor Mills or Clapp? You have any comments on this?
Yeah, I'm for putting the Proposition B on the ballot. I think everyone knows that.
Supervisor Mills?
It's kind of interesting that my wife being the second speaker here, and she'd never really voiced that opinion to me. So you can imagine what it's like when you have, she's been in politics, she's been on fire boards, to have that kind of discussion and to see that passion. There may be some truth to the point that we haven't allowed the ban to have enough time in the political world to really understand what it is that we need to do and what changes might need to be made along the way. There has to be a concern that if we take this to the voters as it is right now, should there be changes needed, we're going to have to go back to the voters. Are we sure that we've got the right ordinance in place that if it does pass, that's going to fit? Or is another board at some point, if it fails, going to decide another direction? And here we go again. I mean, this has been a situation that's been going on in this county. And I heard, been growing forever. Yeah, I agree. There's been many families who've grown here forever. We know that. But those families that grew forever, I can tell you that they took care of the land. They cared about it because it was their land. I didn't see that after 2015, flying over it, watching land just start to strip away, and the silting and sedimentation and all the other issues, and having stood on a lot of those properties. That's got to be a concern, is that was everybody, or is everybody, do they have the same level of care for the environment? And yeah, you're right. To me, the environment's got to be the issue. I've had the opportunity to talk to Metropolitan Water District about it. I've talked to a lot, because water's been part of what I've done. It's just what it is. And everybody can take shots, and everybody can take personal statements. That's your privilege to do. That's what elected officials live for. But at the same time, when it comes down to it, people may not like my study. They may not like that I took the time to go out and get that research done, and some of the people who assisted me with it are sitting in the audience. And those are my conclusions, right or wrong. That's what I learned. That's what I put down on paper. And there's been many that have come to me and asked about it and had questions about it. So that has to be part of the decision process. Would the average voter, as I said before, be able to go through this entire thought about whether or not to ban or regulate and be able to do the homework necessary, or would they be living with those momentary snippets, and that they'd make their decision on snippets? That's a dangerous way to fly. So I still have some reservations here. I'm the one that asked to put it. I'm going to tell you right now, if you think I'm afraid of being recalled, you don't know me. I'm from the South Side of Chicago. You ain't going to scare me with that. It's a waste of time. But I think it's important that we vet this through completely and thoroughly. And gentlemen, everybody's got to be convinced. Just as elected officials, we have to be convinced that what we're doing is the best thing for the county. And the county's always got to be in my heart. I've lived here for 40 years. And as many know, I've got an uncle that was the longest serving teacher at Calaveras High. So I've been around a while. And I don't say that lightly, because there's a lot of people there, fourth and fifth generations here. They've been around a long time. And it's still their home, and it'll always be their home. But I don't like what happened after the 2015 fire. I don't like what it did to us. I don't like the division, the polarization, if you want to call it that. And it has torn families apart. It has torn friends apart. And my asking to have this thing brought back before this board was something that a business owner in Angels Camp said to me about polarization. That how are we going to settle this? If we take this and get a final decision from the voters, it's out of your electeds' hands. And no, this is not a democracy. I'm sorry, it's not. It's a representative republic. And I will stand on that. So the point is that if we're like Supervisor Tofanelli said, how do we stop this endless chain of events of 2 years, or a year from now, when a new board is seated, they go in a totally different direction, people start lining up for that, then they realize that maybe that was too far, too fast, too much, too little, whatever, and there's changes made. How do we gain stability? Because it's stability that we need in this economy. If you say that there's no jobs here, did you know that the unemployment rate in Calaveras County is tick over 4%, it's the lowest in 2 decades? It is. The Forest Service is talking about hiring people. SPI can't find enough people to work in the mill. They've got logging trucks sitting idle. It's because I've talked to them. I know what their situation is. We do have a tremendous opportunity with the forest and our fuels here to build on our future. If we think that we're going to live and die with one particular type of product, that's a difficult thing for any county to face, because I can tell you the boom and bust years of even the oil fields in Texas. It wasn't always pretty. And so there's a process that politically we go through, and that's what this is. If we spend our time deriding each other instead of wanting to get down to issues, and I'm going to tell you, there's some people here that spoke to us today. I didn't agree with everything you said, but some very intelligent comments, and I really do appreciate them. And that's what it really has to be about. It has to be about those. How do we achieve conversation? You achieve it not through division and derision, but through conversation. And it starts with trust, that the person you're talking to is somebody that actually wants to talk to you. And that's really what it's been all about. And we can beat each other up on Facebook or wherever we want to do it, but what good does it do to the whole? None. Absolutely none. You probably have never heard me talk like this before. But I think it's important for everybody. I think it's important for everybody to understand that this county was here before the Butte fire. And remember, I was one of those that was initial attack on the old Gulch fire. I know what it did to us as communities. I'd like to get us back to being families and communities again. That's really what it's all about. So I'd like to, just persuade me. What do we need to do here, gentlemen? Because it isn't going to be just one person on this board that's going to make that decision. It takes a consensus to make a decision. But I'd like to be sure that if there's any legacy that this board leaves, that we've left the situation better than what we got it. That we've settled something. Whether it's for the good or the indifferent, we've settled something. We've put a course and a direction. I think there's many things that this board has done in the last 18 months that are spectacular changes in bringing about a future for this county. And everybody can say we're broke. Everybody can say, we bait and switch. You can use all these terms, but really, what does it come down to? It's not it. It's not it at all. It's how we deal with each other. So I hope that's a good start to this conversation.
You ready to put down your talk?
No, I concur. I think we're actually getting the last couple of months some work done.
We were having that conversation earlier.
We're having that conversation. We're doing the stuff we're supposed to be doing. And I'd like to get back to that. And, as soon as you're ready, I'm ready to make a motion to adjourn. But.
Well, I want to say a few words, and I see some very tired eyes out there. And when I say that, I'm talking about staff. This board, other than Supervisor Calaveras, has been on this roller coaster for 18 months, but the staff has been on it for quite some time, at least 2.5 years. And I want to say thank you for all of your hard work. Every time this board or the other board, this board, future boards take a turn on this issue, you guys do your job diligently without too many complaints. But you go and you do what you're asked to do. And you put out the best product that in the time frames that you have to do it in. And there's not always a lot of time to do your job and do all of the research as lawyers and department heads that you would like to have to do and like to do as much as you can as far as research before you put a product out. But I know over the course of at least the last 6 months and some of last year, because I was chair so far the 6 months of this year, I'm well aware of the ups and downs that you guys go through. And not only on this item, but daily. Crisis hit daily. PRAs all the time, asking for all kinds of stuff. And you guys do it with a smile. And even the other department heads, IT, and everyone does a tremendous job, regardless what some people in public think or whatever. I work with you on a daily basis. And for the most part, I see your commitment. And it truly is a concern for me that this roller coaster could continue that you're on. And that is truly a concern to me after being around for this length of time and seeing actually what you guys go through. So I'm open for a motion at this time. I had written a lot of stuff down that I was going to say, but I think we're past all that now. Again, it's 7:30 in the evening. Some of us have been here for quite some time. So I'm sure everybody would like to go home, whether they all go home happy or they all go home mad. So,
Mr. Chair, I think it's time I should comment. Appreciate the request to remain last to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, we've lived this nightmare for a long, long time. More than any board member. I have dealt with this day and night alongside of you on both sides of this argument. This situation arose within 6 months of me taking office as your supervisor. And I've seen what's happened. And I've sat and talked to many of you in this audience. And I stand by my conviction. This is beyond fixing by 5 individuals. This needs to go to the people. Not a convoluted new regulation offer, but to head us back in the right direction. One issue. Ban, no ban. Once the people make that decision, then we need to take the time and the expertise to find a workable solution for something that's not going to leave Calaveras County. We have to be very, very careful. We can't make the mistakes that we've made in the past. And on both sides. Both sides. But we have to have faith in the people that we represent. I've got my own personal opinions. But right now, that's not a fix. The people need to chime in, tell us what they want, and go forth and make it happen. And I respect my board members and their positions. But I am embarrassed at times and maybe discouraged that I couldn't prevented something or might have been able to do something better. But I know this. Tomorrow will come. We'll have other board meetings. There'll be other boards. There'll be other issues. But let's put this one to the people. It's time we do that. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi, your lights on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Oliveira. You've been consistent throughout this entire 18-month period that I've gotten to sit next to you, and I've come to appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we take no action on item 46 from today's agenda.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have no second. All right. Dies for lack of a second. Do I have another motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we contract with FM3 Research to conduct an extensive and thorough opinion research on cannabis opinions in this county, and have that back to us in no less than 6 weeks in time, with enough time should we decide to move this forward or As I watched the clerk shake her head,
No.
heck no. My motion is to contract with FM3 Research to do a comprehensive survey of our county to determine the opinions on cannabis regulation.
Board Chair, I would just clarify that any kind of contract would not be on today's agenda, so any motion would have to be to direct staff to bring a contract forward for future consideration.
Mr. Chair, if I might modify my motion.
Can I add one more thing, too, on
Yes.
that?
Hopefully I'll remember
Before we're going to
more.
modify that, is if you want a 6-week time frame, there would not be time to do an RFP. With FM3, we did do an RFP to select a vendor, so we would also be waiving the RFP requirements.
Let me modify my motion yet again. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the Calaveras, that we direct staff to do a RFP for a comprehensive survey of Calaveras County voters regarding their opinion with regards to regulated cannabis.
Do I have a second? No second. This is back with the board, please. Do I have any other motion?
I make the motion to put number B on for the ban.
Chair, what is B? Could we have B read in? It's on 626.
I can read it if you hold on just one second.
It's on page 626 of the packet.
There's both measures. So the attachments that we have in the agenda packet are, sorry. Got it. Okay, so option B, actions BOS must take before placing ban and regulatory ordinances on ballot. That one?
Oh.
That says B.
Supervisor Clapp, staff needs clarification as to what it is that you are looking to do, which...
Putting the ban to the ballot.
In the staff report, there are specific actions that have to be included, that have to be done in advance of approving a resolution to place that on the ballot. In the staff report, so
that's what that is. Actions BOS must take before placing ban and regulatory ordinance on ballot. There's 3 steps.
it would be item A, which would be actions the board must take before placing the ban ordinance on the ballot.
There you go. So that's the one, A.
Well, A would have to take before we put the ban, we have to pass the CEQA and the EIR.
We can't hear you. Sorry.
I guess would have to pass, according to my instruction, would have to pass the EIR and the CEQA on it. From that, that's my understanding.
If your desire is to adopt a resolution to just place the ban ordinance on the November election, the actions that must be taken prior to doing that would be to, well, that's already been done, but all of this is in the staff report that is before the board. And A is to make the EIR certification described in the EIR certifications attachment to this item and certify the EIR for purposes of placing a zoning ordinance prohibiting cannabis cultivation and commerce before the voters as a ballot measure. And can you hear me now?
It's not a point of order. Go ahead.
2, adopt the findings of fact described in the FOF ban attachment, which was also attached to this item. So those 2 actions need to be done prior to adopting a resolution. So in other words, any motion would have to include those actions first.
So be it.
You would have to make a motion, Supervisor Clapp, to certify the EIR.
That's why I believe I asked, the EIR plus the CEQA. I'm asking for that motion. She just read it. She just read it. That's what I want.
Chair, I see it as just EIR under option A.
No. Yeah.
No, I think it has to be done.
Mr. Chair?
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quiet, please. And I want to remind everybody, we're up at the board deliberations to remain silent while we discuss this. We don't need slight comments and things being said. That means both sides. Let the board deliberate.
I'd like to make a motion to make the EIR certification described in the EIR certification attachment and certify EIR for purposes of placing a zoning ordinance prohibiting cannabis cultivation and commerce before the voters as a banned measure. As a ballot measure.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question regarding the motion before considering any further action. If this issue should...
Can you turn your mic on, please?
It's getting late.
I'd like to have some clarification regarding the motion presented prior to consideration of any second or further action on my part. If this issue does go to the ballot, as stated, and this issue fails by the vote of the people, does that remove the ban?
No, the ban that the board adopted is still on the books. So the ban that this board adopted is in place unless and until the board changes and adopts an overriding ordinance or the people vote something to essentially repeal it and replace it with something else.
Can I add something here?
We're still open for discussion.
Oh, thank you. And that's something to think about too, is that should something go on the ballot and fail, the board will be tasked next year to try to find what is another option or another solution to this. So this is going to put them in a...
Point of order. Didn't county council just say the opposite?
We didn't do anything procedural
No,
there. Wrong.
no, we're just deliberating. My thought is this, that we'll still have a ban ordinance, even should a ballot measure fail per council, correct?
To clarify, the motion that is on the table is regarding placing the ban and the ban only on the ballot. We currently have a ban in place, and so that will remain on the books regardless of what happens, because the ballot measure is either repealing the ban that this board put in place, and the board essentially adopting and placing an identical voter approved ban on the books that would then require the voters or the people to modify it in the future, or if this ban is rejected by the voters, that does not by default revoke it does not take away the ban that was approved by this board in January. So to the extent that a ban ballot or a ban measure was placed on the ballot and the voters reject it, we would still have a ban in place. The only change being that would then tell the board that the voters don't want a ban. And then that would place it back into the board's hands to do something with that information.
Good explanation. Thank you.
So, council, in order to put this issue on the ballot before the people, there would have to be a two-element ballot. Is that correct?
The motion that is currently on the table is to start there's multi-actions that need to occur, and the motion that is being proposed by Supervisor Clapp is to just put a ban ordinance on the ballot only. And in order to do that, you have to take multiple steps, such as certifying the EIR for that purpose and adopting findings of fact for that purpose.
Okay, follow-up question. What would be the procedure and the suggested wording, very rough, to put forth an issue on the ballot for the people to vote on whether or not they want the cultivation of cannabis or non-cultivation of cannabis? We have to put an option if they vote each way. I mean, how can we make this binding by the vote of the people?
How it's binding by the people is for an ordinance to be placed on the ballot and for the people to approve it. So if the ban is placed on the ballot and the people approve it, then the ban is binding and it was in effect by the people. If there are competing measures, such as the ban and a regulatory ordinance, the people would vote, and whichever of the competing ordinances won, if they both won, it would be whichever ordinance received the most votes. That would then be an answer one way or the other, but again, there is a possibility that neither alternative pass. And if that's the case, then we still have the ban that is on the books from this board.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Clapp.
I have some questions. If we place this ban on a ballot and it succeeds, and it's challenged in court, the county would have to defend it, correct?
Yes.
If the CEQA document is challenged, the county would have to defend it.
Yes, this measure is a county-sponsored measure that is being brought forward for the people to vote on. So it is county-backed, it is county-sponsored.
And we are currently defending 4 lawsuits. Actually 5, I guess it would be 5, currently for what's in place now. And we'd have to continue defending those. And come November, if this ban passes, we would have to then defend that also if it's challenged in court with more money. And we don't know what those costs would be. Something to consider, guys. Something to consider. If it's placed on the ballot by the people themselves and it's voted in, does the county still have to defend that also?
To the extent once it's actually approved, it is county law, and the county is responsible for essentially, if you want to say, defending the county law.
Something to consider, guys.
There are, just for a full answer, if it is a voter initiative, there are ways that if the county feels that it is inadequate in some way, that the county can, similar to what we have seen before, ask for a court to invalidate it before going to the people if there were significant concerns of the legality of it.
Supervisor Oliveira, anything you know?
Well, after being educated on that procedure and prior, I have a tendency to agree with Supervisor Garamendi about not doing anything. Even putting the issue on the ballot as a band, even if it's defeated, it would still be a band. So it'd be kind of futile unless we put two issues on the ballot, and I don't think I'm prepared to draft both issues on that as far as regulation and band. I was looking for direction from the people whether or not they wanted a ban. And I don't think I'm going to be able to accomplish that.
Well, there's an item on here, and I think it was originally Supervisor Mills had asked Polis on, is whether to put an advisory thing on the ballot to ask one way or another. And that's initially 2 weeks ago what he had asked. And that's still here on this agenda before us.
I haven't changed my position on the advisory, but I was trying to explore the ways to make this a fair, objective issue on the ballot for the folks, and I don't think we can accomplish that right now. Am I incorrect, Counsel?
Well, as indicated, to get information from the electorate, certainly there is the option of doing the advisory. There is also the option that was brought up by Supervisor Garamendi about doing a full poll, professional poll of your constituency to get input. That would not be something that would be time-wise, I would look to the elections official, because I would seriously doubt that there would be sufficient time to contract, do a poll, come back and still be able to meet the deadlines for the November ballot. But that would be an alternative where the board could get input from the community and then take that information forward at a future ballot. Future election.
July 26th is the 24th is the final date. Yeah, we'd have to act before July 24th. Yeah. I have some genuine concerns. I would like I say, staff has been a yo-yo for so long. We have had to defend lawsuits now. And there's no known at this point the number of lawsuits that could be filed if it does pass. And the county would have to defend it, and that's could range into a lot of money before us. Trying to defend all of the lawsuits that may or may not be coming before us if it passes. I had one, and Supervisor Mills did touch on the fact that there was a lot of good information that was spoke today. Some of them were very adamant about what they had to say. But there was one comment that was made that kind of I wrote down, and I did write down several of them. One of them kind of stuck with me a little bit, and that was the education of the public and getting it on the ballot. And I'm not sure if there's time enough to do that and get it adequately out to the public on exactly what this issue is on the ballot for. I was at the fireworks over Hogan on Saturday night, and I'll tell you there must have been about at least 10 people come up to me and ask me what we were doing and why is it back on there, and we have a ban, and why is this going forward. So they didn't really understand until I explained to them that this issue, every time a new board, the way it is, every time a new board is set, it could change. They were unaware of it. A lot of the public was unaware of that. They did not know that in order for it to not be like that, it would have to go to the public for a vote. And then the public would say and have the final word on it. And then the only way anything could be changed was to go back to the public and ask them through a ballot measure. And that tells me there that there's not, people aren't educated on it. They're not aware of what's going on, what is happening, and why this issue keeps coming up, and why the board keeps bringing it up. There was a ban, and to educate them in the short period of time we would have would be very difficult, I think, in my opinion, to do so. I think you need to start educating people. If you're going to do it, you need to do it either with some type of vendor that we discussed that gets the word out to them, like the TOT tax, that can call them on the phone and educate them. It was well pointed out to us that today, when it was presented to us, the number of people that changed their mind once they were told what was going on and they were educated on it. I don't know how we're going to do that and have them understand what's going on in the amount of time that we would have between now and November to do it without having somebody on board that's going to do that specifically. That concerns me, and whether the public is going to know exactly what it is they're voting on and why they're voting on it, and why they're being asked to vote on it. Just a simple, small amount of people that came to me on Saturday night asking about it was an indication about not having the education of what exactly was going on. Another item to consider. So, I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp to certify the EIR. Do I have a second? I do not hear a second, so that motion dies for a lack of second. I asked the board, where do we go from here? Any ideas on what you would like to do?
I'm hearing a sense that we still need more information, that we're looking for more, that whatever is been discussed here to this point isn't enough to gain a consensus. Again, I'm going to repeat that whatever that next board's makeup looks like in January may be faced with the same situation and the same turmoil, and staff is going to have to go through what they've gone through for the last 2.5 years all over again, and I have a grave concern to that. Whether I'm still sitting on this board or any of us are sitting on the board, that's not the issue. The issue is that this county is in turmoil and will continue to be in that until there is a settling, a political settling for everyone. And not everyone's going to get their way. Not everyone's going to get what they want. But I think we, as a board, have a duty to find out what, if they want a ban, they've got a ban. If they want something else other than that, then we're just going to set the staff off on another tangent of looking for what that might be. So you'd like to know you're going to sleep good at night when this is all over. That's ultimately what it's going to come down to.
No, we're not.
I will.
Mr. Chair, I actually agree with Supervisor Mills that we do need more information. And I'm going to be very upfront I am still going to be investigating how we can get this issue to the vote of the people. But the information I have now, I don't think we can do that.
And I'm going to agree with Supervisor Oliveira that I think we need some more information, and we need to do this diligently. If we get something on the ballot that can be challenged, where do we end up there? I want to thank staff for what they've done. I think is your comment to going to January, if there's a different makeup on this board, and what direction that board will take. I think at least what's been done here will give them at least cut down on the amount of time that will spend and need to be spent on any direction that's been given to them. In the meantime, we can continue to get some information and gather information on what Supervisor Oliveira is mentioned as to exactly how we can get something on the ballot that is valid and defensible and can be a true mechanism of the people as a whole and what they would like to see.
And understand, too, and this is why we have a United States Senate and we have a Senate in the legislature here in Sacramento. As the aristocracy that they were intended to be, their intent is to slow down the process. It is the purpose of the House to carry the emotions of the moment, but it is the purpose of the Senate to temper those emotions. And I would prefer that we be diligent and purposeful in whatever we're doing and be sure that we have got all of those issues laid out. And it might be sometime in November or whatever. We may end up in a special election. Who knows? But the point is that if you think you can carry this off in 6 weeks, because it's ultimately what it would be, 6 weeks, there's not enough time.
There's not enough time.
And that's the thing. That's one of the things that I've been dwelling on. And to put it off to a special election would also, I think, help resolve my wife's issue of giving this time to literally see how it looks, because we've been in this now how many weeks ultimately, and what do we know? What have we learned? Well, I don't think we've learned enough. But do I believe that the ban right now, based upon what I know of the capabilities of the State Water Board and Fish and Wildlife and everybody else, because I've talked to them within the last week, I think we're on the right track right now. Things could change, and I'm sure they will.
And I would like to make at least one comment to a comment that was said earlier, and it's not to be detrimental to anything that was said, and there was a lot of things said about all of us up here, and has been said for quite a while because of the displeasure of people. But there was a comment about building a building and having to tear it completely down because the inspector didn't like it. It's happened. It hasn't happened to me, but it's happened. It happens more often than what people really think, and it's simply because an inspector doesn't like it. A lot of times you get an inspector on a job, and then he's replaced, and then another inspector shows up, and this has to do a lot of times with Caltrans inspectors, famous for that. And it has to do with them not liking what's been done, so it has happened. So, all right, so we're going to leave it at that. We're going to take no action? We have a motion, there was no second, so it died for lack.
I just want to add, we talked about doing this slowly. To get it on the November ballot, it does have to be, the election has to be called by July 24th. The next scheduled election after November is June 2020, and holding a special election that's countywide is going to be a minimum of $50,000, probably upward more towards $100,000. I just want to put that out there. So if we're talking about potentially doing a special election, unless the state calls a special election in the next 2 years, there's not a regularly scheduled election until June of 2020.
Thank you. That's good information. Thank you.
So, we are finished with this item. We're going to let it die. Okay. Move on to the next item on the agenda, announcements. No. Announcements. We're going to do announcements right now because that's what's on the agenda. Okay. Thank you for letting us do that.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
We'll start with Supervisor Garamendi.
In accordance with AB 1234, I have nothing to report.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 21st, I take that back. Yesterday, I did attend a meeting for the Child Support Agency with Supervisor Tofanelli,
Central Sierra Child Support.
Sierra Council, the Sierra Child Support Council, and it was a good meeting. We got a lot of things done. So, and that's just about it. That's all I have to report.
Okay. Supervisor Garamendi, you have found something to report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I've been accused of this before, I don't want to miss one. I attended RCRC meeting last Wednesday. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
And well, you were at RCRC, I was at Camera. And I want to remind everybody about SB 623. That's the state's going to be wanting to put a tax on all water meters, on all utilities. 95 cents is the starting point, but that's just to get the system in place, and then who knows where it'll go. Lake Tulloch, I attended the Trinidad meeting in Oakdale because the Lake Tulloch Bridge are going to be putting boulders up on the Tuolumne side of the bridge to stop the parking and the garbage that's being placed over there. So it's going to probably push some of the parking issues over onto the Calaveras side. We just need to be aware of it. And attended with staff the U.S. Forest Service discussion on the Master Stewardship Agreement in Sonora to help put some details together and get some questions answered on that. And I think staff's doing a fantastic job on how that's going to work out for us. Thank you.
Supervisor Clapp.
Nothing to report out on.
And I attended the Central Sierra Child Support Agency meeting Supervisor Oliveira spoke of. Supervisor Garamendi and myself also attended the CCWD joint meeting in which we discussed, I think it was AB 512 that you're talking about? 622, yeah. And yes, the state and I guess the governor is really pushing for this under the guise of safe drinking water for all, and looking to put 95-cent tax on every household that has a pipe 3 inches and under, and anything 3 inches above to 4 inches goes to $3, and anything above 4 inches goes to $8. Is that correct?
That's correct. Can you mention also about the 55 gallons? 55 gallons per person per day that the state wants to impose?
Yeah, well, that's part of the metering that they're looking to do, correct. 55 gallons a day. So, that's all I have to report. Staff? You look here. No staff? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to personally thank everybody here. It's been a long day. Thanks for hanging in there, guys.
Is it a procedural matter that you're talking about? Can you see what is it that?
Closed out public comments before everybody had a chance to speak up public comments. So by your own procedures.
I haven't got to that, sir. I have not got to that. We went to announcements, which is the next item on the agenda. Okay, so I haven't adjourned this meeting. Thank you.
Public comment started first this morning. I don't know where.
Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry. Madam Clerk.
So this morning, we extended the public comment 30 minutes to accommodate for the break that we took in the middle or towards the end. And you called for any further public comments, and nobody else came forward. Yes. No, I'm sorry.
No way. No. You have to continue public comments now.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, please. Hang on. Nothing's been decided. Okay? Just hang it.
Oh, no.
Okay, nothing's been decided yet. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk. Okay, we will continue with public comments. Thank you.
I guess I'll go first. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, apropos of like the division that we see going on in our country and in our county, I really believe that Calaveras is sort of a microcosm of what's going on at the national level. And I'd like to see you guys step up and pass a resolution or a proclamation condemning our liar-in-chief in Washington. And I thought I would invoke some names of some key people out there who have had a lot to say over the years about conservatism. Steve Schmidt, longtime GOP strategist, quits the corrupt and immoral party, June 20th, 2018. He said that for months, he has warned about the degradation of his party, saying the Trump administration is responsible for a coarsening of this country, and he called the president a useful idiot for Russia. Now he says he's done. He sent out a text. 29 years and 9 months ago, I registered to vote and became a member of the Republican Party. I'm out now. June 25th, 2018, Republican or conservative, you have to choose. David Brooks, longtime conservative commentator. He says that the Republican Party is no longer conservative. You can't be a member of the Republican Party and be a conservative anymore, says David Brooks. George Will, cast your vote against the GOP in November, June 25th, 2018. Amid the carnage of Republican misrule in Washington, there is this glimmer of good news. The family-shredding policy along the southern border was merely the most telegenic recent example of misrule, and it clarified something. What did it clarify? The Congressional Republican Congress must be substantially reduced, so substantially that their remnants, reduced to minorities, will be stripped of the Constitution's Article I powers they have been too invertebrate to use against the current wielder of Article II powers. The thing I'd like to share with you guys, or at least, let the people in this county that call themselves conservative, we have conservative commentators for decades who have declared that the GOP has gone over the edge. The GOP is now a fascist, oligarchic entity. It is no longer conservative. Those guys have usurped conservative values and twisted them around, just like we've seen here with Dennis Mills. To all the conservatives in our county, you don't have to follow Dennis Mills and Vicki Reinke and Susan Morris because they are not conservatives. They are extremists. And we have conservative columnists the voices of American conservatism that have declared that the GOP is out of line. It's no longer an American institution that needs to have its day in Congress. We need to vote them all out, starting with Mr. Mills. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Cliff Edson, District 1. Thanks for being here all day. Staff, too. You know, a couple of years ago, I gave a proclamation to a young lady that was 9 years old at the time. And she handed me a flag that she made out of horseshoes. And Chair Tofinelli, I believe that you got some of those flags, too. That was supposed to be displayed in this chambers, and never has been. The flag of the United States, made by a 9-year-old girl in our county. And where is it? Why is it not up here? I'd like to know that. Second, you guys talk about division in the county, and you want to know what's going on. Go to some businesses and find out what's going on. Very simple. Go up to Senders on a weekend, walk around. You guys be talking to yourself mostly. Come into my restaurant, walk around in the morning. 3 orders by 9 o'clock. See, that's my livelihood. That's my business, which you guys don't know anything about. Because you don't own businesses here. You do, but it was kind of a weird situation there, wasn't it? So, I know that you guys are getting picked on, and I know it's not fun. I went through it for my amount of time that I was up there, and it wasn't fun. There was many a time I sat behind that door and I said, okay, got to go out and face music. And that's what you got to do. But it's not that hard to work with the truth. That's all you have to do. And the answers will come. And they will come in a non-divisional way. Look for the truth. Don't fabricate stuff. Don't put it in your mind that that's just it. Look for the truth of things. Look for the future. What's coming up in the future? Because our county right now is digressing pretty fast too. I know you all, you're comfortable because you got an income, right? But there's a lot of people out there that are losing their income. And I'm not talking about just growers. I'm talking about people that we've had to lay off and others. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Speaking of the truth, when I was a kid, my dad said, the truth will set you free. I feel like some members on this board are not listening to anybody but themselves because they're so arrogant. They're so narcissistic. I don't understand it. Why do you seek public service if you're going to treat the people like dog shit?
Vivian Sechu, District 1. Gentlemen, this year's general fund has been balanced using an estimated $9 million of fund balance. Is this surplus in any way related to Measure C? You quote, conservative revenues and worst-case expenses as a budget guiding principle, together with the preservation of core services such as public safety. However, need we remind you that the Sheriff's Office has notoriously been understaffed, underpaid, and has had a serious and continuous staff turnover issue for years. Please note that this year's general fund expenditures rose by 7.12% and revenues dropped by 3.5%, therefore creating a budget deficit, let's see here, I'm sorry, I lost my place, phone call. Please note that this year's general fund expenditures rose by 7.12% and revenues dropped by 3.5%, therefore creating a budget deficit of well over 10%. Is this really a good example of conservative revenues and worst-case expenses planning and controlling techniques? Mr. Mills, whatever has become of all your top-notch budgeting tools and expertise? Gentlemen, the budget document this year begins with a rather interesting quote by Benjamin Franklin, which reads, "Without continual growth and progress, such words as improvement, achieve, and success have no meaning." You also quote that this year's budget strategy is based on growth and improvement. However, before touching upon growth, it would be useful to remind you that you just lost tens of millions of dollars of tax revenues with the cannabis ban, and those monies will no longer be available to balance the budget next year. We are facing an unfunded pension liability, which will reach its peak in the next 3 years, and in the best case scenario, will double by 2020. You have departments who have desperate funding needs instead of the cost cuts which you perhaps have in mind. Another economic downturn is looming on the horizon, and we are not even remotely equipped to eventually weather that. Do you seriously believe that you can achieve such an objective simply by targeting some areas of waste here and there? Now, if not by sole cost reduction, what else could you do sustainably to rebalance the county finances? Well, increase revenues, of course. And considering the county does not historically take tax increases particularly well, then the only thing left is growth. That's right, growth. New business and new blood. But here's the thing. We have a solid majority sitting on the board today who want to implement a retiree community in this county. Do you realize the extreme level of incongruency between the growth emphasis you've highlighted in the budget document and the anti-business political narrative of this board? Mr. Mills, you claim to be a former corporate executive. Do you know what happens to incongruent leaders and how exactly that would look like in the political arena? We shall see you at the ballots in November, gentlemen. Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I apologize to staff. We're keeping here far longer than we need to, but there are things we need to have said. Projected growth in Calaveras County is adding what? 100 to 200 homes a year as we look at projected growth within Calaveras County. We're looking at population decrease over years to come. There was something brought up that we're at 4% unemployment right now. 77%. Now, I usually just say 70%, but 77% of the working population in Calaveras County travels outside the county for work. Calaveras County did not provide those jobs that brought it to 4% unemployment. There isn't growth here. We've regressed this last year. Businesses are about to close. They haven't closed yet. Multiple restaurants in Valley Springs are up for sale or have sold. Hopefully we can turn this around because there is no revenue within the county to be had. I brought up earlier the fact that the assessed tax values, that's good for this year. Potentially, it could go the other way next year. Keep all this in mind as we work forward. We need to have multiple industries to sustain this county. I've said before here, regulation of marijuana is not the only way to go. It can be part of the whole in some capacity. That market's up and down. We need to add 5 more markets to our economy here. One drops, the other sustain. Vice versa. Food for thought, gentlemen.
Neil McEwen, District 2. Jack, I'd just like to thank you for your pragmatism and the fact that you've put forth rational alternatives to this whole charade we're forced to endure today. And Mike and Gary, you guys came to the right conclusion. Well done. But you two, you have to own this now. What you've done in forcing this county and all these people to live in that are good people here. We've paid you our taxes. You've spent our taxes, and yet you've banned us. And you're going to have to face the fact that there are people coming, criminals coming here intentionally to take advantage of this situation that you have created. You are responsible for all the violence that comes after this.
Any other public comments?
Jason Campbell, District 5. I'd like to pull a line from the pledge and give it a little definition. And to the republic, a sovereign state in which power is invested into the representatives chosen by the people to govern. And the government is the people. And it's from the people to the leaders, not from the leaders to the people. I think there's a few of you up there that need to let that sink in. Also, like I said before, when I only had 15 seconds left, I feel that today there's been some comments made up there by some of the supervisors that put the state of politics in this county in a very, very sad state. You sat up there during a public meeting on record and stated that you cannot be trusted to adhere to an advisory vote. It needs to be binding. That is completely ridiculous. You've broken the public's trust, and it's uncalled for. Supervisor Clapp, look at you. You're not even paying attention right now. What are you doing? You don't bring your tools to work. You need to remember who you work for. You work for me. I know you don't like that. No, don't interrupt me. Got a minute and 30 seconds. If you want to respond after I'm done, that's fine, and we can have a conversation. Your actions, your comments, your body language, everything about you says that you don't want to be here. I think it's time for you to realize that you're in over your head. You don't care about anything but yourself. Just do us all a favor. Do some good for the county. Step down. Resign. Let somebody that's more interested in the betterment of the county as a whole take your place. Also, to address one of your comments, it's not your county, it's ours. Take a good look at me. I've been here for 34 years. The only reason why I left is because in 1988, my father was killed in a traffic accident. I was too young to stay here by myself. I went and lived with my grandparents. I attended Valley Springs Elementary. I'm not going anywhere. No matter what you decide, I'm not going anywhere. It's our county, not yours. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hello, Board Chair, Supervisors. It's been a long night, or day. I believe that we have a fundamental breakdown in our political system. And the breakdown is not because of the people coming to petition their government. It's not because people come here and say things that you don't like. It's not that we are causing incivility. The incivility comes from the top. It comes from the fact that these two gentlemen rarely, if ever, pay attention to public comment. And when they do, it's typically to interrupt people and call points of order and disrespect you as the chairman who is supposed to be conducting this board meeting. They should not be calling points of order. They should sit there and defer to you as the board chairman to keep people on topic. However, for the last several months, I've witnessed and paid close attention to every time they have called a point of order on somebody who is speaking in favor of cannabis. And guess what? It's a violation of our constitutionally guaranteed rights to petition our government. It's a violation of our freedom of speech. And it's an abdication of your responsibility as chair to conduct these meetings. You hold fundamental responsibility for everything that happens in these chambers. So, if you don't like it, you need to look at yourself. You also need to look at your fellow board members, and you need to hold them accountable. You need to stop letting them get away with abusing the public trust. Why is it that Dennis Mills is able to single-handedly pay for the repaving of Little John Road? Because that's what Copper Cove Association in their website says. Dennis Mills got Little John Road repaved. And I've been at every meeting. And if I haven't actually been sitting right here, I've been watching. I've been taking very close notes. And guess what? You guys didn't reappropriate any funds for Little John Road. How did it happen? How was it that that project got expedited? How is it that Clyde Clapp is able to run his campaign through his county email? How is it that Dennis Mills' wife is able to use his county email to set up meetings and present herself as an expert on the marijuana industry? And to engage in campaign meetings with people looking to run for supervisor over in Tuolumne County who want to know how to deal with the argument that this tax cannabis thing, it makes $11 to $13 million. How do we respond to that? Dennis Mills uses his email to coordinate his campaign. I have stacks and stacks and stacks of his emails clearly indicating he's not following the rules.
Other public comments? George, can you please be quiet?
Jennifer Smith. Again, let's see, we've got 9 hours of wasted time, so I'm going to waste a little bit more of your time at this point. We all come up here and we say a lot of things. There's a lot of accusations. There's never any answers. It's like a black hole. So I'm going to put these things to you. A lot of it's repetitive of what Trevor just had to say, and I want some answers. And when will we get honest representation? So now I'm hearing that you guys are going to be tasked, county staff, with educating the public on the cannabis issue and whether or not there should be a ban and the ban initiative on a vote on the ban. I don't trust you. I have these two lying constantly at the Republican meetings, and then they've got their minions that go out there and spread more lies, and they say, ask Lutz. It's in the mid-year report. How do I trust any of you guys to actually educate other constituents that aren't participating in the process? Vicki Mills, why does she have access to county email? Why is she representing her husband as a supervisor? She stood up here today and said it's her own opinion. I don't know what to believe anymore. And if she is acting as a supervisor, is she on payroll? Is she his staff? If she's his staff, who's paying her? Where's her, I don't know, workman's comp insurance? I think these are things we need to look into. Clyde Clapp, your son's got access to your email. I've seen emails that say, Dear Kevin. Why is this happening? Why does this continue to happen? These things go unanswered. Gary, you were tasked with having a hearing to answer these things. Hasn't happened yet. Let's talk about Little John. How did that happen? Where did the money come from? On April 24th, we had a report from Public Works, Jeff Krovitz, while he was still here, before he was unceremoniously walked out. Little John's rating was a 38. There's 7 projects on this list that have a higher priority rating. Right or wrong, I don't know how it got paved, but I want to know why. Why did culverts get ignored? Why did work on Mountain Ranch Road get ignored? I'd like some answers. I think we're tired of all of us sitting around, pointing fingers, calling names. Let's be professional. Let's get some facts and let's get some answers. You owe your constituents that. Thank you.
Kim Winton, District 4.
Hold on. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break? Kim Winton, District 4. Thank you, Jack, because I might have seen a glimmer of you guys got a little confused there for a split second. There might have been a little meeting of minds. Educate. She just said lawsuits. That scares me to death. You're unprepared for what's going to happen. And this is really, really sad. There are so many people that would help you. Smart kids walking in here, losing their businesses. And I hear more from them than the solution right here. Take whatever you got in ordinance. Let these people live. Try to figure out something that we can all work together. Get a board, separate from you, because clearly this ain't going to happen. Bring in a doctor. Bring in a farmer. Bring in people, your planning people. Clearly they're working with these people and they're doing something okay. Okay, you did something, you shot out of the gate, now you try to peel it back, and it ain't working. Okay, so unpeel it. Let's go back and let's do it right and bring money into this county. This is I've been here 55 years, so a little longer than you, and you're gone. So I'm not worried about you. But I'm telling you, I'm like Jack, I'm tired. I'm tired of fighting with people. I'm tired of seeing people, they're telling me they're going to leave. I don't want to see friends of mine leave this county. I am sick and tired of it. So let's straighten up and do it. Reverse it. You guys are men. Man up. Be a damn man. Reverse it.
Any other public comments?
Since this board, in its present configuration, has been seated, the cost of your liability insurance has gone up the equivalent of all 5 board members' salary, roughly speaking. And there's reasons for that. Your decisions are those reasons. And among those decisions, some that I can't see get made, entail things like a couple of meetings back stood here and I asked you, Mr. Chair, to please direct staff to answer 2 simple, important questions, and I won't repeat them now. And not only did those questions not get answered, my questions and my presence, in fact, didn't get acknowledged at all. So when I want a simple answer to what should be a simple question like, why don't I get my $5,000 registration fee prorated for the 15 lousy days that it was arguably not even legally valid for because the UO had since expired? What are we left to do but try to get answers to questions through litigation? If we can't ask county staff, if they won't answer our questions, we come to their boss. You don't answer my questions. Why do you think you're in court as much as you are? And I've got a lot more to say, but I won't. I got one that's basically a point of order. You decide if I run over the clock. I'm not going to point to a violation of a rule of procedure, but it's more of a common sense leadership thing for the chair, I believe. I almost got up today before lunch and point of ordered and asked you, would you poll the board now as to how you guys are going to react when you've got 46 items ahead of you, and we got a late start, have a 2-hour break. It was rather obvious this meeting was going to go on overtime. Mr. Clapp didn't like that. Jack couldn't be here tomorrow. It seemed really common sense. So unless it gives the appearance that maybe you want to suppress public comment by attrition. You know, I had to wait 3 days to get 3 minutes a couple of weeks ago during the budget hearings. Not many people are willing to go to those lengths. Well, not many people have you rendered unemployed outside of my industry, so I have the time to do that. Unfortunately, I don't want it. Anyway, that's my main point of order, is just a suggestion that try to let the public participate by giving us a better idea.
Thank
Yeah.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comments, and we will be adjourned.